Yo, I think we're live. Oh my gosh. I'm finally back here to finish the freaking Mushoku Tensei web novel. It's gonna be fun. To be fair, this was the best side story so far out of all of them, so I think we'll be all right, but I don't know, man. Here we go. Here's some music. There you go. We still have this reading to do. It's gonna be a long one. So far, we're only 40% of the way done, which is... Fuck. 40% of the way done. That took like 2 hours, so if I wanted to finish all of it... Fuck, that's 3 hours. You know, maybe we can finish today. Maybe. Oh, I forgot. I have my energy drink. Hold up. I gotta mix my energy drink. Doo-doo. Can't have spoilers? Yeah, man. Sup? Yeah, don't stay here. The reason why I have a spoiler warning is because the chat's gonna spoil something. This story by itself does not contain spoilers for the normal series, but it's like a lore dump, but holy shit is the chat crazy sometimes. So that's what the warning's for. Oh yeah, most of you don't read the description. Basically, don't watch this freaking stream if you're an anime only or light novel only, because someone's gonna spoil the ending of Mushoku Tensei or something. And while this story might not directly spoil it, the chat will, and I know it will. Yep, see ya. Man. There we go. Dude, I'm almost out, bro. I'm almost out. I'm almost out, man. I'm putting the wrong cap on this. Fuck, I'm screwed. I'm screwed so bad. Where were you during my Genshin Impact stream? I don't blame you. I was bored. I wanted to stream some random time. Alright. Now, before we start, I want to give you guys a preview of my next video. I only have around 2 minutes of it done because I'm a lazy fuck and decide to work on it at the most obscure times. One time I just hopped onto the Mushoku Tensei Discord chat and I just freaking binged, like, edited like most of the edits so far. I wouldn't say the second minute is really took a long time, but first minute did. First minute took a long time. Fuck, I regret it. I'll just show you now. This will be in the VOD, so anyone who happens to stumble upon this, congrats. You get a sneak peek preview. Anyway, where's Da Vinci? Da Vinci, where are you? All right. I think it's this one. It is. All right, sneak preview of the next video I'm working on. Title, Sylphia's Best Girl. I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. Anyone who disagrees is wrong. As you can see, I have around 7.5 minutes worth of audio recorded. The video by itself, this is just random like episode footage. Like this isn't actually part of the video. So like there are gaps here for like memes and edits and stuff. So I kind of give it a break, kind of give it a good time estimate. But the end, I have yet to script or record the ending of this video because I really want to see how it looks before I make it, because it's very, very dependent on how I can get like feelings across in this video. So it really depends on it. It really depends on my delivery, whether I end on a joke or whether I end seriously. It really depends, but whatever, it's fine. Anyway, let's just watch, and be sure to give me your thoughts in either the live chat or the comment section whenever you're watching this. Give me a good criticism of this, because I need it. This is my favorite arc in Mushoku Tensei. The university arc delayed by no delayed. This is my favorite arc in Mushoku Tensei. The university arc is by no means perfect. Yes, it drags on at times. Yes, the animation sometimes can be a bit iffy, but it's still a masterpiece. Why? Because of Sylvie, obviously. Her entire story during this arc was great. I've seen a lot of complaints about this whole arc being dragged on for too long. Everyone after 2 or 3 episodes of Sylvie was just like,
昔師匠に助けてもらってすごい人でね。それは僕も会ってみたいものですね。それは無理じゃないかな。
just tell him already. But I enjoyed this long stretch of episodes. There were a few points that didn't click with me, sure, but I still support the decision to make this whole romance build over the course of 7 episodes. Of course, Sylvie wasn't front and center during most of these, but this was done for a reason.
In the beginning,
Sylvie gets absolutely cucked by Rudeus not recognizing her the moment they met. From Rudy's point of view, this makes sense. It's been about a decade since they've seen each other, they both grew up, her hair changed color, you get the idea. But Sylvie was hoping to rekindle the friendly relationship they had in Buena Village. It's obvious that she was trying to bring things back to how they used to be, and despite Rudy's total brain fart, it still kind of worked. They both became good friends almost immediately, connecting through their many trips in the library and other places. Sylvie was able to get back the unique friendship that she was missing for most of her life. So during these 6 months, Sylvie thought she felt content with the way their relationship turned out, but as time went on, she knew something was missing. She was glad that Rudy's still friends with her, but she feels like this new identity prevents her from reaching another stage. So in episode 7, Sylvie's tempted to reveal her face, and in turn her true self, but ultimately stops because she's scared if this next stage will make her depressed. And yeah, I haven't made the rest of that. So yeah, not many people here right now, but if you are watching this, if you are watching the VOD, please give me some thoughtful criticism and potential changes I can make in the comments. I am very, very hesitant to make, like, I'm very hesitant to work on this video. I don't know. I just, oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like make this video work. Especially for the tone I try to go through, like near the end of the video. Sort of try to go for a PTSD sort of feel near the end of the video, a montage-esque, and if I deliver that well, that will change how I script the remaining parts. But again, if I do it well. If I don't do it well, then I could just get rid of the whole thing. Anyway. Thanks, Jake. In the meantime, we will be reading this. Hopefully I can finish today. I don't think I can because holy shit, there's a lot left. So I believe you are on search, and as a brief recap, if I remember correctly, basically the dragon general Crystal died, got killed, in the Golden Dragon's Nest. I had to look up at the wiki for this a little bit, but that was just to refresh in my mind. Got killed in the Dragon's Nest. Laplace has been tasked by the Dragon God to go and find the killer, or find the root cause of her murder, and his murder. And if I remember correctly, I think Dora, I think it's Dora is Laplace's master. I think she is having a kid with Crystal, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure. Whatever. Ultimately, I don't think that really matters in the grand scheme of things, but we'll just see.
Chaos deep. After the meeting, I rushed to the Dragon Landing Strip. My destination was the spawning ground. I had to report the meeting contents and conclusions reached to Dora-sama. And then I was commissioned for the search for Crystal's murderer. As Dora-sama's stand-in, I could have my own subordinates. I could send someone else to make the report. But I had my own reasons to go myself. The spawning ground was located on a small mountain not far from Dragon Roar Mountain. Even though it's small, it's taller than any mountain in this world right now. Of course, it was heavily guarded. It is one of the most important places in the Dragon world. Dora-sama had one of the private rooms. Her belly was swelling heavily, and anyone could tell that she would be laying her eggs soon. Anyone could tell that she was full of rage as well.
Okay, yeah, it is Dora. Alright, cool.
All the furnishings,
Dora the
custom
Explorer.
desk, table,
Gotcha.
and even the bed were completely destroyed. Clawed and scratched like a tornado had passed by. The dragon race does not share the human concept of husband and wife. Just temporary relationships to conceive children. But the partner you had a child with still holds a special place. Dora-sama and Crystal. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Crystal. But for her, it might be like losing a lover and comrade all at once. It was hard to guess what it was. Laplace? How was it? I was entrusted with the search for those who killed Crystal. Dora-sama gazed at me with a terrifying expression. If you find them, let me know first. I wanted to answer yes. But I couldn't. She was exhausted by the pregnancy. She might have a miscarriage if I brought her to the suspect in this state. Nobody would want that. If I find them, I'll kill them in Dora-sama's honor. So I offered instead. All right. Bring me their head. Despite her rage, Dora-sama's confidence in me remained
savage, bro.
Perhaps I was self-indulgent, but I didn't believe she would have entrusted anyone else and would have forced herself to go. In truth, Dora was very angry.
Savage.
A fellow Dragon General, a partner, and a lover. I would not let you down. My search for Crystal's killer began. Well, even though I started searching, the Dragon world was huge. Unfathomably large. The problem wasn't that I didn't have any subordinates. I had Dora-sama's subordinates working for me at the time. But they were trained for the important task of dragon training for Dragon God. They of course lacked the know-how to investigate a murder, so I couldn't use my subordinates.
Yeah, bro, they're training the horses. The horses,
I rode
basically.
all over looking for anywhere suspicious. Aimlessly. Going purely
Basically pets.
More or less the same way I searched for prey back in the demon world. Anyone watching from the sideline would find the lack of aim frustrating. A few days later, at the Chaos landing strip, someone called out to me. Laplace. I looked back and found Dragon General Maxwell. I immediately gave him the utmost salute and welcomed him. Maxwell. How are you doing? It looks like you're in trouble.
Maxwell, yes. That's a great name for a Dragon General.
After a few days, I realized I wasn't getting any results.
Much
less results, I realized what I did was meaningless. I'm telling you, your methods are too haphazard. You won't find any leads like this. I had no choice but to bow to those words. Even though I knew it myself, I didn't know any alternatives. Well, it's not your fault. Take these two with you for your mission. Behind Maxwell stood two strong-looking dragon warriors. Not only taller than me, but wider as well. Both physical embodiments of the dragon warrior. Maxwell looked even more petite in comparison. These two are from the Dark Dragon team, and they have a talent for investigation. Gora, Scribeba, introduce yourselves. Hearing that, the two men made the utmost salute. Initial greetings, Laplace-sama. Please let us be an extension of your limbs. Their eyes left a deep impression on me. Burning for revenge. As I learned later,
that's
from the Steel Dragon tribe.
That's a phrase.
Crystal's clansman.
Please let us be an extension of your limbs.
Sure? I couldn't help my surprise at Maxwell's generous offer.
Please let us help? No.
I didn't have much of a relationship with Maxwell. The 5 dragon generals were all so high up the hierarchy, that they had no reason to help me. No, there were reasons. Yes, take them and find the murderer quickly. Maxwell said, turned his heels to leave the landing. Wondering still, I called out to him. Wait. What is it? Why did you recommend me for this? During the meeting, Maxwell supported Silard's suggestion for me to lead the investigation. Wasn't I clear at the meeting? I wonder if the Dark Dragon team is more suitable for the investigation than me. When I thought about it, it was rather strange. Back then, I was just a young up-and-comer, while Maxwell was in charge of demon hunting. His team was skilled in both fighting and investigation. He was probably stronger than me at the time as well.
Dude, they really need to change that to up-and-comer or something, bro. I swear. Comer is just. Let me.
Comer, while Maxwell was in
Comer.
charge of demon hunting.
I don't see a B in there, bro. What? Windows, what the fuck?
Maxwell laughed in response to my question and replied, "My dark dragon team rode on some of the dragons you raised.
Up in Comer.
They're all strong-willed but brave. To be honest, you have been a big help. The dragons that Dora trained always came half-beaten and missing claws and fangs. That's why I was confident in your work." Moreover, Maxwell continued, "The victim this time was Crystal, Dora's partner. She's more worried about this than anyone else, and you're her most trusted subordinate. That's why, you're the best man for the job outside of the Dragon Generals." As a fellow 5 Dragon Generals, he had a long relationship with Crystal as well. To avenge Crystal, he was more than happy to lend a hand. Unlike nowadays, there was no such thing as power struggles between the Dragon Generals back then. We, the 5 Dragon Generals, have fought side by side for tens of thousands of years. One of us is gone. It is unforgivable if we don't avenge Crystal's death. Yes.
Yes.
I nodded in agreement, but my heart was troubled.
Yes.
An emotion called jealousy swelled in my mind. The closeness of the Dragon Generals, and of the Dragon Generals and Dragon God, was something I could never match. If you find someone you can't handle, call me. I'll drop everything and come. Yes. I look forward to your results. Thus I gained 2 subordinates.
He's a Comer, dude. You do not need him to
the 2
come.
of them started searching for Crystal's killer with me.
He's an up and
With the increase in
Comer.
manpower, our efficiency improved drastically. After all, they knew all about how to find someone in the dragon world. The method for finding a suspect hasn't changed much from the present time. First, investigate the crime scene. Find clues, follow leads, gather testimonies, and chase the perpetrators step by step. Easier said than done. If it was that easy to find a lead, Maxwell, who did the initial inspection, would have found it already. As the captain of the monster hunting unit, Maxwell was the expert on this subject. I had my subordinates collect Maxwell's investigation report. I also visited the crime scene to double-check everything. After compiling everyone's opinion, I could only reach a single conclusion. I didn't know. Finding something that Maxwell failed to find. The hurdle was quite high. I split up my subordinates and had one collect clues and the other collect testimonies. It wasn't that I didn't trust Maxwell's investigation. But I thought we might find something by doing another search. Of course, we found nothing. Neither a clue nor a lead. Crystal's killer should have stood out, but nobody saw a suspect. It really looked like a mutual annihilation between the Gold Dragon and Crystal. So I changed my mind. If it wasn't a monster, maybe it was a trap by some person.
Nah, someone came in and killed both the Gold Dragon and Crystal. That's how it works.
Was it obvious? Don't say that. I did have some searching experience. Anyways,
it was the Laplace sleepwalking that killed them.
Crystal's trail instead of the criminal.
There you go.
What was he doing at the Gold Dragon nest? Was he searching for something? The reason for him being there.
He's a demon, bro.
I found something interesting.
Demons are heartless, as we've seen in Free Run. Demons are heartless. They have no soul.
In other words, the technique for moving to another world.
Roxy.
Back then, it was impossible for ordinary people to cross the world's boundaries. Moving between worlds requires an enormous amount of energy. An amount only available to the gods. It was basically a privilege of the gods. However, the gods of each world had research on teleportation conducted on their behalf. Because there were incidents of mysterious disappearances at that time. Did I mention that already? The research showed that the disappearances had actually been transportation to other worlds. Therefore, the gods ordered for research into teleportation. To figure out the cause of the accidental teleportations. And in the dragon world, it was Crystal who was entrusted with that task. However, this was not well known for some reasons. Keeping the mysterious disappearances hidden to avoid unnecessary anxiety for the general public. Or maybe to avoid abuse of the teleportation research. Chaos was the leader of the anti-demon faction. If they knew of a way to attack, they could instigate for a war on the demons. Thinking that, I had a thought. Maybe Chaos killed Crystal. Crystal was researching teleportation. Chaos, seeking a way to attack the demon race, tried to obtain the secrets from him. But Crystal refused. During the quarrel,
I want to kill Chaos.
With such speculation in mind, I flew toward Chaos.
Wow.
Chaos' workshop was on the western border.
There's Chaos. He's right there.
It was much hotter than Chaos because of its proximity to the volcanic region. At the workshop, armor was made using high-quality materials from dragons and ores. Swords, spears, shields and armors. The dragon race fought with claws, but not necessarily with bare hands. Sometimes we also needed weapons against powerful enemies. I was afraid Chaos armor was designed with other races in mind. Such as the demons. Laplace. Found something. Still investigating. I see. Well, you'll need a rest as well. Take your time. Despite my suspicions, Chaos welcomed me warmly. Even though he objected to my mixed demon blood during the meeting. Chaos gave me the tour of his workshop despite my misgivings. Chaos-sama, I have some questions to ask, do you mind? I started inquiring some questions.
I mean, alright.
Began the interrogation.
Alright, so this is a murder mystery, right? And we're investigating currently who's gonna be the murderer of Crystal or Crystal and the Gold Dragon. Okay, so the first person we come up to during the investigation, his name is Chaos. I mean, if that isn't a hint, I don't know what is.
Embarrassed how rude I was toward the Dragon General. What is it? Where were you and what were you doing when Crystal-sama was killed? I was here, making a weapon for Dragon God-sama. See, that one, I named
To
it
kill
Dragon God
Crystal.
Sword. It
To
is a sword
kill
that can
Crystal.
withstand even the mighty power of Dragon God-sama. Even though Dragon God-sama might not need it, I plan to offer it to his child when they're born. I see. Any other things you want to ask? It was pretty blatant that I was suspicious of Chaos. But Chaos didn't complain. Even his expression was unchanged.
I'm suspicious too,
If it was for the
Laplace.
investigation,
I'm
he would spare no
suspicious
effort to
too.
cooperate, even giving up his utmost secrets if necessary. And finally, he said, Laplace, feel free to say whatever you need. During the meeting I was emotional, but I never doubted your loyalty to Dragon God Sama. Forgive me. Finally, Chaos said, patting me on the shoulder. I'll definitely help you avenge Crystal. If you need help, let me know. I'll try to help you in secret. I was ashamed of myself. I forgot the anger that Chaos showed at that meeting. I doubted the friendship and honor between the 5 Dragon Generals. I will not fail your expectations. Finally I said, giving him the utmost salute and left. Then I flew everywhere. North to south, west to east. Following the footsteps of Crystal over the last few decades, searching for a lead. But I couldn't find one. There was nothing amiss with the Crystal's trails. Like all the Dragon Generals, he was respected by everyone around him. A paragon of
Guys, new feature. Oh my gosh, I could delay and insert ads. Crazy. I'll delay ads. Oh my gosh, bro.
However,
crazy.
To survive in the Dragon world.
I did not know that was a feature. You could delay ads, dude.
I was at a loss. I never thought I would find nothing after searching for so long.
I can also make you all watch ads.
Once a year, I returned to Chaos.
I can torture you and save you.
But it was never good. If I had a lead, I would have calmed down. However, after reporting nothing so many times, I grew impatient. I was entrusted by Dragon God Sama.
Ad block is gone. We must resort to other methods.
Just circling near the start, how could I stay calm? I searched throughout the Dragon world in a frenzy. Stepping into dangerous places in search for any clues. Red Dragon Nest, Blue Dragon Nest, Black Dragon Nest, Gold Dragon Nest, Earth Dragon Nest. I surveyed everywhere and investigated. Killing every dragon that got in my way. Riding on Salianite, with my 2 subordinates in tow, I toured the Dragon world. Because I was always rushing here and there. After a dozen years since the start of the investigation, my fame slowly faded in the Dragon world. Although good at training dragons,
the best.
he was an incompetent mixed race that could not meet the expectations of Dragon God
Best
Sama.
boy right there.
It was humiliating, but I had to accept it.
He lasts till the end, whatever the story is.
Sama, and I cannot clear the regrets of the Dragon Generals. But I didn't care about my humiliation. I just wanted to live up to the expectations of Dragon God Sama and avenge the Dragon Generals. That was it. I flew for days, searching, investigating. Day after day. Salianite worked hard as well. That day, exhausted, I decided to rest in one of the many mountain caves in the Dragon world. Wrapped within Salianite's tail, watching the bonfire. I watched it flickering quietly, still. I was exhausted. My subordinates were exhausted. I didn't want to admit defeat, but the feeling definitely permeated our mental state. Even Salianite, who couldn't speak, looked mentally exhausted. That was when. Oh, I remember it well. I can't forget.
He remembers it well? What
right
happened?
My
What,
subordinates
bro?
were asleep, and I was dozing off, wrapped
Yeah,
in Salianite's tail.
say what happened,
That was
bro.
my first encounter. Oh, if I had the power to go back. If I could return at that moment. No, nothing would change. At that time, the bastard might have looked easygoing, but he was certainly plotting. If I bore my fangs, he would certainly have had a way to defang me. However, it's regrettable. He was right there. So regrettable.
Say what freaking happened,
I got too
bro.
emotional. Let's calm down. This is an old tale, no matter how many times I recall it,
What
the past
was?
does not change. Yes,
Don't
he's
spaz
here,
out.
the bastard, at the entrance of the cave. I still remember his first words. Hey. Cheerily, he raised one hand and said. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle. Let me help you a bit. He smiled like a good-natured person. Chapter 10 Human Gods Council. How did he look? I don't remember. I remember he was smiling, but I can't recall how he looked at all. I just can't remember his face. But for sure, he was there. A man with a face that I can't remember. I was surprised. Because until when he suddenly appeared, I hadn't sensed him at all. Salianite stood up with his giant
All right.
body.
Okay. Guys. Potential spoilers. I know now I know that the human god isn't Nan God, isn't Hirogami, but still, spoilers, potential spoilers. I don't know what's happening next. Maybe it references to something later. I don't know. Anything with Hirogami is basically spoilers for the actual mainline Mushoku Tensei series. So, for those of you who are watching just the anime or reading just the light novel and have not finished the entire story, please Don't stay here. Leave. All right, there you go. But I'm pretty sure nothing's gonna happen. But that's just a warning in case something does happen, because Lapras right now is spazzing out. He is spazzing out all over the place before even talking to this guy. So, yeah, be warned.
By him. Who are you? Who am I? I am human god, god of the human world. He called himself god of the human world. Of course, I knew that there are 6 gods among the worlds. I heard from Dragon God about the existence of human god. When human god first appeared in the dragon world was
first line.
mythology to me as well. Dragon god and the dragon race were still battling the dragons for world domination. Human god appeared in the dragon world around
I'm just picturing human god as Levi right now.
Conference of the gods and exchange information. The human world was more developed than other worlds. As the shortest lived race among the inhabitants of the 6 worlds, their civilization developed rapidly. Unique individuals and revolutionary ideas evolved more frequently for them. Therefore, the information presented by human god at the conference was particularly useful for the other worlds. At the initial conference held in the human world, Dragon God learned of the existence of language and letters. It was due to the sharing of human knowledge of language that dragon race could develop a civilization at all. That was not all. Human God generously shared various wisdoms from his world. How to build cities, how to manage a large population, how to battle in groups, and animal husbandry. None of those would have been possible for the dragon race alone. Therefore, Dragon God had great trust in human God. Respected as leader of the gods. Excuse my rudeness. Thus, I corrected my posture immediately. I stood up and
had to mute myself for that one.
I could not show disrespect to Dragon God Sama's peer, and certainly not one with his respect. No, it's fine. As you were. Human God approached my nervous self and patted me on my shoulders kindly, and sat down. I had a little business with Dragon God and happened to pass by. What was he doing here? He answered, as if reading my heart. You seem desperate to find the killer of the Dragon General. How did you know that? As I said, I had a little business with Dragon God, and he mentioned it. He was worried about you. His words pierced deeply into my heart. After searching for so many fruitless years, it felt like a thorn had lodged in my heart. When I heard that Dragon God was not angry at me, but worried instead, my chest felt like it was about to burst. I realized how powerless and diminutive I was. I was near tears. Him and I go way back. If you're troubled, I don't mind helping you a little. You know how to find the suspect. Human God laughed, knowing he snared his mark. No. Like Dragon God, I'm not omniscient either. I don't know everything, but I do know knowledge from the gods of each world. For example, your true potential. My potential. Yes, you, a mixed blood of demon race and dragon race, contain a certain power within you. Human God paced before me leisurely. A smile on his face.
A vast mana pool?
But a reassuring smile isn't always so reassuring. Remember this. It's always tricksters who practice their smiles. But I didn't know that at the time. I was so relieved. Fully trusting him. Haven't you had moments when you could sense enemies moving behind you, or detect where enemies have gone? Indeed, I had those moments before. Sometimes when fighting dragons with Salianite, I could feel movements behind me. Not just that. Even back at the demon world, I had some semblance of such ability. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to survive alone in a world brimming with evil creatures. That's the power of your demonic eye. Use the power within your eye and look again. Take another look at the crime scene, you'll surely find what you're searching for. Phew phew phew. Human God was still laughing as he slowly disappeared. Maybe he walked out of the cave instead, but it felt
he's
as if he
got
had
a demon eye.
I could only witness his disappearance. By the time I realized it, he was gone. Salianite and my subordinates were fast asleep, their bodies curled. As if nothing had happened. I also felt like I awoke from a dream. However, I knew that gods sometimes employ mysterious powers. Maybe this was one of those instances. That was why I did not disregard the dream, but gave this demon eye a try. I certainly had my suspicions. If the circumstances were different, perhaps I would have been more suspicious. Instead of wasting time on a power that might or might not exist. But I was impatient. I thought I had to do something about it. Even grasping at straws. I immediately returned to the gold dragon nest. Nothing from crystal remained, it returned to being a typical gold dragon nest. A dark red cave with ferns hanging down the ceiling. Gold dragons were mostly carnivores, but they could subsist on ferns when hungry. There, I consciously focused at the back of my eyes. What's this?
Does nobody know not to talk to strangers in this world? I mean, like, listen, bro, listen, if a guy is just there and he wants to help out, then you just do what he says, obviously. Like, what could possibly happen, all right? Like, come on. Haven't we learned this from the many chapters and novels that we've read, that if someone random pops up out of nowhere, he immediately gives helpful information and you could just trust him? Like you can obviously trust him. Like, we've had a record of like many good things happening from trusting random guys who help you at first, you know? Like, hold up. Hold. Forgot what was this. It's been too long since I've streamed. I don't remember the freaking controls for this. Anyway, let's get back to this.
And I had been unconsciously using that power. It's difficult to explain. Well, how about this? It's like an internal organ. You don't usually notice your own heartbeat, unless you pay attention, right? My demon eye is like that, except I could manipulate it at will. I didn't even know it existed until then. Maybe what human god said was a catalyst of something, and unlocked a power I had been using only unconsciously until then. My eye was a demon eye. It was different from the demon eyes that are commonplace nowadays. But if you must give it a name, it's a demon eye. In my eyes, there were clear traces left behind. Where the corpse of Crystal was, where the gold dragon's corpse was. Also signs of Maxwell and the subordinates' investigation. And, a sign of somebody else, someone different, floating in the air. I could see it clearly. Without a doubt. I followed the lead with great conviction. I jumped on Salianite and flew through the expansive dragon world like wind. Crossing 6 mountains and 7 valleys. Following the lead
That's
without
not that
announcing
much.
doubt. I was confident that it must have been the culprit. You might think I jumped to conclusions, but it couldn't be helped. It was the first lead I had. Everyone wants to believe what they have is special. I flew like an arrow. Then I reached a mountain. An unnamed mountain without any special features. Not particularly tall, nor host of any special types of dragons.
Is the ad delay still on? Oh,
a mountain
yeah.
typical to the dragon world. There was a cave on the mountainside.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
single cave.
gone.
It shouldn't have existed. Did it always exist, or was it dug out by someone? Probably the latter. After all, the entrance to the cave had traces left by something sharp. It looked artificial. I hesitated for a few seconds. A criminal capable of killing a dragon general might be in there. Could I manage him somehow? It may not be possible. Won't it be better to go back and ask the dragon generals for reinforcement? But I immediately shook my head. Until then I was in a constant state of blunder. The state of no results to show. The only way to recover from this blunder was to take the criminal's head and bring it back. I thought back then. Go rot, Scribeva. Let's go. Yes. Watch my back. I kept Salianite waiting at the entrance and jumped inside with my 2 subordinates. Looking back now, it might have been better to send one back to Chaos and request for assistance from the 5 dragon generals. But the subordinates might have shared the same thought. Neither hesitated. The inside of the cave was narrow and damp.
Bring chaos.
Moss, leaving the impression that nothing had lived there for a long time. But it was obvious to me that someone was. There were traces everywhere. No, not mere traces. A bed made of wood branches, decorated by skulls of small lizards. Seems like no one's home, but stay vigilant. Yes. I was sure the culprit was there. The feeling from the bed was the same as in the gold dragon nest. Even though I could sense him, I couldn't see him. Was he out? Or? Quiet. At that moment, I heard a voice from behind me. Scribeva's neck was cut off. He collapsed without even spilling blood.
No!
It was too abrupt. I couldn't deny my carelessness, too eager from the newfound power of the magic eye. Who the hell? It flew in the darkness and attacked toward Gorot. I didn't let the opportunity slip. In a single motion, I placed myself in its path, grabbed its arm and tossed it against a hard rock. Then, the light from the entrance revealed its appearance. I was surprised. Black skin, 4 arms.
Racist.
Red eyes. Definitely not dragon race. A demon. I knew right away. After all, something I saw innumerable times before, something I once longed for. But what surprised me wasn't that he was demon race. It was that he did not appear in my demon eye. Through some technique or by nature. Fortunately, even though I couldn't trace him, I could still follow him through his footprint and scent. I just couldn't see him with my magic eye. He yelled at me. It's in demon language.
So it's like demon god or
I had to learn
something.
Demon language.
So
But I could feel his hostility. We must avenge Crystal Sama.
I'm pretty sure the only people that can't be like affected or like you can't use a demon eye on, I'm pretty sure it's just a demon god people, right? I'm pretty sure. So that's a hint?
Go rot, watch my back. Yes. I judged that he was Crystal's killer. Extending my claws, pushing Dragon Toki through my body. Right hand before me, left hand on my chest. Same stance as Dorasama. The demon screamed something, recognizing my murderous intent. Immediately he reposed himself, facing me. I corrected our distance, and Gora covered my blind spot. The exit behind us. There was no escape. The demon screamed and kicked the ground. The battle had begun. It was a terrible battle. He was strong. Whether cut with my claws or pierced with my fang technique, it instantly regenerated, moved, and attacked again. Of course, I was overwhelmed. I was beaten down many times and vomited blood again and again. I didn't feel like I could win. At times I thought of retreating and requesting the dragon generals for reinforcements. It was certainly the smart option. Even though Dorasama taught me to never run from an enemy. It was just a temporary withdrawal to fulfill the mission. But second-guessing during the battle was a folly. Gora was killed. He had his heart ripped out and died. A brief moment of hesitation.
That's a big rip.
I thought to suggest a temporary withdrawal. I could never forget Gora's open dead eyes when he pierced her chest. I lost both of my men and my path of retreat. I kept fighting. Full of retreat. My relationship with Gora and Scribeva had been brief, but we had traveled together, eaten together. I must avenge
Oh
that
no, you ate together. Oh.
If I pulled out then, it could mean abandoning our hard work all these years. However, I was gradually pushed into a desperate situation. Wasn't it obvious? How could I defeat someone immortal? No matter how much I attacked, it regenerated. But I couldn't. Slowly, I was cornered. Lacking the power to overwhelm him. The only saving grace was my nearly unlimited physical stamina, so I didn't lose right away. That fight continued for 10 days and 10 nights. The cave caved in from collateral damage of the battle, the mountainside collapsed, but our match remained undecided. We both stubbornly hung on. Yet,
And not one time did he ask, hey, did you kill Crystal?
Maybe he was go a long time without eating. When I paid attention,
Not
he seemed
once.
shockingly thin. He had wings on its back and could fly, but nowhere near as capable as Dragon Race. So he couldn't have gone far in search of prey. No matter how powerful
Just
one
to
is,
see
after 10
what
days of
his
fighting, one's
response
strength
would be.
weaken. On the 10th day, I noticed that his regenerative power had weakened. He understood that as well. I could see I don't want to die reflected in his eyes. However, I was even more tattered and full of scrapes. It wouldn't have been surprising if I fell at any moment. Almost no strength was left. I thought that if I
Gore
continued fighting
lasted
like this,
2
I would certainly
minutes.
have been defeated.
Lapras lasted
Even though victory
10
was within
days.
reach, I was about to break first. If I lose, he will eat us me, Gora, and Scribava to regain strength. Instead of avenging Crystal-sama, becoming food to the enemy and the source of his strength. That wasn't my mission. I had to clear Dora-sama's regret. I could not waste the 5 Dragon General support for me.
Oh my
I had to meet the
gosh.
expectations of Dragon God. So
Oh.
I squeezed my last remaining strength. Something swelled from deep in my belly, just below my heart. An overwhelming force, like boiling magma. It may also have been related to the opening of my demon eye. I unleashed it. Actually, I don't really remember how I released it. Even if you ask me to do it again, I probably couldn't. However, awashed with hope for victory and hate for defeat, I let it all out. And the mountain disappeared. When I woke up, both of us had fainted, lying side by side on a nearby mountain ledge. My dragon Toki exploded. Like a suicide bomb. The energy unleashed blew apart the mountain and caused him to faint. It was a mutual defeat. It seemed like Salianite caught both of us while we were unconscious and brought us to this ledge. Salianite saved my life. As soon as I woke up, I restrained his arms and legs with a rope made of leather and dragon bone. To be honest, I was lucky to have woken up first. Anyways, I caught the man who killed Crystal. I had accomplished my mission. Chapter 11 Demon Dragon King. With the criminal handcuffed, I carried him back to Dragon Roar Mountain. He woke up on the way back but couldn't escape. These cuffs were designed to bind the dragon race. It had the power to suppress and disperse power. Even a demon could do nothing but calm back down with such handcuffs. Surrendered, or swirling in another emotion. I don't know. I was happy to have fulfilled my mission. Anyways, it's a triumphal return. Laplace. It was Szilard who welcomed me with enthusiasm. Leading a row of dragon warriors lining up before the large, center entrance of the 8 entrances of Dragon Roar Mountain. No, it's wrong to say that. They weren't warned of the approach, the dragon warriors were simply standing guard at the entrance. Guarding Dragon Roar Mountain.
It had the power to suppress and disperse power. Even a demon could do nothing but kind of like that. Okay, so we don't know what this demon actually did. We don't know. All we know is that the human god told Laplace over here to do something to investigate the crime, and that led him to arresting this dude, who then killed his friends. But did he kill Crystal? Probably not, because that's too simple. I'm telling you, man, chaos. Chaos. Anyone? Chaos. 100%, you know? Just saying.
Was also part of his job. Since I was on a special mission, I didn't forewarn of my return. That's why only Szilard came to greet me. Just like when Dragon God Sama first brought me here. You caught him. He looked in amazement at Salianite, myself, and the one we brought with us. Yes. Well done. And he welcomed me back with a look of joy. Indeed, a warm welcome. The other dragon warriors' emotions boiled over when they heard that 5 dragon generals' murderer had been finally captured. So many dragon warriors shouting with joy together was a scene I have seldom seen. Laplace. Thank you. Thank you. Szilard Sama. However, how he came to the dragon world and his motives for killing Crystal Sama. I was confident that he did it. However, when I thought about it, I realized there was a lack of evidence.
No shit. No shit. No
when
shit.
I realized that, my voice slowly faltered. Coming back so triumphantly, but what if I brought back someone totally innocent? What if it was just an unrelated case of random teleportation between the worlds?
No shit.
Not only that. Becoming a victim of my sneak attack. Oh yeah. That right, you could only speak Dragon God language. That's fine, I'll take care of his interrogation. Please. I gladly handed him over. After so long and expending so much effort, even destroying an entire mountain to capture him. I was wondering what to do if I was told that I caught the wrong person. Moreover, I was tired. I was relieved to hand over the suspect to someone reliable. It's embarrassing to say, but I just wanted to get home quickly and rest. The mission was complete. If it was no good, no good. For now, I just want to sleep. The dragon warriors took him away. His face was full of anxiety. I even thought that he was looking to me for help. A friendship that sprouted through the heat of battle? I didn't feel that. But it was in the demon race culture to befriend through battle. That was the last moment I saw him. I slept 3 days and 3 nights. After waking up, I ate. The meal with Lunaria-sama was particularly delicious. Probably because it was a meal after completion of an important mission. After that, I visited Maxwell first. He was at one of Dragon Roar Mountain's training facilities, scouting for new talented young men. I informed him I had captured the suspect, as well as the passing of my important subordinates. Hey, you've accomplished your mission, so they probably are at ease now, he said, patting me on my shoulder. After that, I visited Dorasama. To be honest, I expected her to be angry and yell at me. Dorasama told me to come back with his head, but that didn't happen. The suspect's head and body were still one piece when I handed him to Sillard. I entered Dora's room, anxious but resolved. But I was surprised. Dorasama's belly had recovered nicely. Looked like she had finished spawning safely. A face of serenity. Now that pregnancy has passed her. I walked up to her and gave her the utmost salute. The aftershock of your battle has reached even here, Dorasama said calmly. Maybe due to the shock of the battle, I suddenly felt the premature sign for spawning. As she said, she patted an egg beside her. Dragon race eggs are the size of human babies. The pain of giving birth was shared. He was delivered safely, but premature. He may grow up immaturely. Despite her words, her hand strokes on the egg were gentle. The Dorasama before me was not the fierce and prideful Dorasama of old. It may have been a rude thought. Until then, I'd only seen Dorasama as strong and loyal. Even Dorasama had a gentle side. But leaving that aside. So, how are you?
Sus.
I managed to find the criminal and captured him after a long
Dora
battle.
killed Crystal.
Well done. Although someone already reported that before you came.
I
Perhaps
got
Maxwell
it.
had also heard it in advance as well.
I figured
no
it
matter how much
out.
Dragon Race disregards the passage of time, I had slept for 3 days straight. Maxwell was probably humoring me with his response, if only Dorasama could do the same. But that obtuseness was part of her charm. I am sorry for the delay in my
The
report.
mystery has been
Don't worry.
solved.
I heard you fell into a deep sleep. It happens to everyone when their Dragon Toki is spent. It must have been a fierce battle. And apologies for not bringing you his head. Dorasama smiled wryly when I said that. It's fine. His head won't bring back the one we lost. It's a meaningless gesture. Dorasama stroked her egg again. She laughed abruptly, as suddenly struck by an idea. Laplace. Yes. Dora lifted up her egg and presented it to me. The egg was wrapped in a soft cloth, looking so fragile. If you don't mind, please give him a name.
Crystal, there's a name. There you fucking...
Who else is here? Dorasama repeated herself and heaved the egg to me. Rather than me, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have Dragon God Sama or the 5 dragon generals name him? I mean,
Crystal works for a guy and a girl, you know, so there you go.
Said that did I finally take hold of the egg. The egg was warm. When I held it in my arms, I heard
apparently works for a guy. I don't know how it does, but there was a guy who did that.
So this is life. How surprising. Have you decided? Normally, shouldn't we wait until we see the child? I don't even know whether it'll be a boy or a girl. It's a man. My child is a man. How certain? I tried to think through my confusion.
You just think it can't be.
I was a man who could do as promised. Perogius. That was the name that came to my mind. Perogius. Yes, Perogius. It's a good name. Feels like he could grow up to be a strong, smart, and generous child.
What a twist!
It was decided that day. Afterwards, I returned to my leisurely everyday life. Wake up, visit Sillard to hear his progress, feed Celianite, and go back to bed. As if I was out of work. My future depended on Sillard's interrogation of the prisoner. If the suspect was really Crystal's killer, I would have accomplished my mission. After that,
I'd
probably go back to work for Dorasama. If he was judged innocent, my search would have continued. Rather, in that case, I might be judged incompetent and dismissed from the assignment. However, I was ordered by Dragon God Sama and accepted Dorasama's request as well. I would have liked to see it to the end. No matter what people thought, I wanted to follow it through to the end. So like in a daze, I passed each day for the judgment. Those were peaceful days.
I know that name.
Sometimes I visited the training ground, but I didn't do any work. My mood was like a death row inmate. A bad premonition. Perhaps I just wasn't used to spending time waiting. Those days were the first and last time in my long life I spent just waiting. No, there were other times. For what reason? Basically, when I was on a mission. Even now, I'm here waiting for my instructions. With those feelings swirling in my heart, time slowly passed. 1 year later. The moment came a year after I caught him. After visiting another world, Dragon God returned.
Dude.
A meeting was held. The agenda was,
Perugius is here.
Dorasama and I both were in attendance. Spawning season had ended. She was not responsible for hatching the egg.
Perugius is spawned.
Until it safely hatched. Her loyalty and dedication to attend an important conference of the 5 dragon generals won out. With all other chairs occupied by their owners, I was seated on Crystal's old chair. Report. Under Dragon God's instruction, I stood up and gave the utmost salute. A report of everything I had done.
Okay,
Thus,
tell him that we don't know
human God appeared before me and
100%.
granted me wise
Okay.
counsel. There's a magic eye within me, and I could trace the suspect with it. Using the magic eye, I was able to find a trail and after a long battle, capture the suspect. As briefly as possible,
Suspect, good. We don't know
I thought anyone would be a
100%.
waste of everyone's
All
valuable
right.
time. I see, you received advice from Human God. Dragon God Sama had a broad smile when he heard those words, showing how high regard he held for Human God. After bringing him back to Dragon Roar Mountain, I handed
Oh
him
no,
over to Sillard
oh
Sama
no,
to take
he
care of
trusts
the
him
rest.
too. Oh no,
After I
oh
finished,
no.
Sillard stood up. My investigation is complete.
No,
Sillard picked up a piece of dragon skin parchment and began reciting from it. According to my investigation, the suspect is
That
Necrolean
devious
Acrolean,
fuck.
a blood relative of immortal demon king Necros Lacrosse and one of the 8 great demon kings. Those words immediately raised a commotion in the meeting. Under the order of Demon God, he teleported to the Dragon World to stop the progress of our teleportation research. That's how he caught aim of Dragon General Crystal and plotted his murder. However, due to a flaw in planning, he wasn't able to return to the Demon World and was forced to stay. Since then, he had kept hiding while collecting various necessary materials for his return. Until the aforementioned situation. It was Chaos that first grew agitated. Unforgivable. Chaos stood up, slamming his fist on the conference table.
All right. Let's dissect this real quick. All right. So we have the name, Necrolia. We can just call him Cola. Coca-Cola, a blood relative of the immortal Demon King. Okay. Stopped the progress of our teleportation research. Why? Don't know. Caught aim of General Crystal and plotted his murder. However, due to the flaw of the plan, he wasn't able to return. Dude, where did this information come from? Who okay. Sizzler picked a piece of dragon skin. Okay. So yeah, it is his investigation. Is it really that cut and dry? Okay.
The table made a tremendous noise but did not shatter.
All right.
He held back a little. How dare the demons? If they had a problem with us, fight us openly. The gall of ordering an assassination.
I mean,
Chaos's anger was plain as day. A boiling rage. I was too. Although not as overt as Chaos, I was burning with rage. War. We will hit the demons where they live and show those demon kings their true colors. Chaos exclaimed, but the other 3 were as cool as expected. Sillard. Is he still alive? Maxwell asked.
The father of Kisharika. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. Okay, I don't got family trees for every single freaking. I mean, the Grey Rat family tree right now is already like a circle. So I mean, like I don't. You see like a freaking. I mean, like you got complex family trees all over this place in this series. How am I supposed to bring up every single one and memorize every single one? So. I don't know. We just caught wind of Perugius being spawned. His spawn point is complex to say the least, but I don't know about Kisharika. I don't know. I'm not a lore enthusiast.
He was so cheery that it tested my patience. Well, then, just as well. Maxwell relaxed. But I understood. Reading between the lines, he probably intended to say if he's still alive, let me put a stop to that. Dora-sama stayed silent. However, the rage boiling from her body was not second to Chaos. It felt life-threatening to approach her at the moment. Dora, could you swallow what the demons have done? Chaos.
Swallow.
I feel the same as you. No, surely your rage is greater than mine. Chaos stayed quiet. Dora-sama's anger at that time was such that even Chaos yielded. Her hair-trigger temper was ready to explode. Sillard looked at them and said, Dragon God Sama, we are of one will. Let's invade Demon World immediately and let them receive the just reward for what 5 dragon generals have suffered. However, Dragon God Sama was wise. No, even he was troubled by the situation. Holding his mouth, he was deep in thought. There might be something more
Don't start a war.
Something that a fool like those could not fathom.
No,
it may not be
bad.
Even the 5 dragon generals did not know much about the demon race. While Dragon God Sama was quite familiar. And particularly with the demon god. That's why Dragon God Sama may have had a different opinion. After a long silence, Dragon God Sama said, we'll not go to war. His conclusion left the dragon general stunned.
Hold up your ones, boys.
If we join forces, even they. With a simple raise of hand,
he is the number one boy.
He said with a stern tone. One of the 5 dragon generals and one of the 8 great demon kings, it's a wash. An even trade. I couldn't agree. First of all, Crystal died because the demon race attacked. If I didn't find him, or if he made better preparations for his return, the criminal would have escaped scot-free. Leaving the demons to laugh at the dragon race's pain. How could it be a fair trade? If war breaks out, we will not go unscathed. The demon race is not an easy opponent, wait. Practice patience. But, I'll negotiate with Demon God about this matter. However, we were all servants of Dragon God Sama. If Dragon God ordered it, we could only obey. Understood. Everyone was reluctant. Even Dora-sama, a paragon of loyalty, seemed dissatisfied with the decision.
Dude, shut the fuck up, Dora the Explorer, okay? Okay, shut the fuck up.
No, I don't have any complaints. Dragon God says, we obey. This is about Laplace, who had exerted great efforts to bring the criminal to justice. He deserves to be rewarded for his effort. I jumped on those words. Those words were unneeded. Rewards were unnecessary. For me, doing Dragon God's bidding is a matter of course. Rather, I wanted to apologize for taking such a long time. But the dragon generals all simply responded with well done. It took a long time, but as a result I was able to uncover the demon's plot. There was no reason to decline. Yes. Dragon God thought for a moment. And came to a simple answer.
What
Well
was
then,
that?
Laplace, I hereby grant
I
you the
thought we
title
were
of
ending
Demon
the
Dragon King and
chapter
status
right
among the
there,
5
bro.
dragon generals. Thereafter, follow me and assist in our negotiation with the demon race. Wow. The decision was a shock to the 5 dragon generals.
Wow.
But there was someone even more shocked than the generals. Me. With this I would be included as the most junior among the 5 dragon generals.
Dude.
I couldn't believe it. It was too much to joke
All
about.
right. Why wouldn't you bring him to
the
the negotiations? He's a mixed blood,
It was
bro.
not me who raised the objection. It was chaos. Going against Dragon God Sama's judgment was a serious act for a dragon general.
I don't even
However,
know. I don't
he may
even
have
know,
reached the limit of
man.
his patience. I could understand that feeling. But I didn't concur with his objection. Even though if I could do it again, I certainly would. There are others more qualified. Chaos hated the demon race. Even though he did not doubt my loyalty. He could tolerate me as long as I worked for Dragon God Sama's sake. However, for a member of the 5 dragon generals to have mixed blood of the demon race was intolerable to him. The same demon blood that plotted the murder of a former member of the 5 dragon generals. Even if I could help with negotiating with the demon race. Please. Reconsider. Chaos looked to the other dragon generals for support. But contrary to Chaos' expectations, and mine as well, the others responded more positively. Isn't that fine? Certainly, he's young, but his loyalty to Dragon God Sama is beyond reproach, and he has accomplished his missions. And the strength to defeat one of the 8 demon kings. Szilard and Maxwell said. Then Chaos looked at Dora-sama. Surely you oppose this, his eyes were asking. For a long time, I had watched him develop. While he still lacks the strength to be worthy of the title Dragon General. We were once inadequate as well. Dragon God Sama's battle banner needs new blood if we're to grow our battle strength. Dora-sama said, turning to me. Laplace. It's an honor. Work harder now, more than ever. Accordingly, Dora-sama didn't object.
Okay,
no,
can we all
Dora-sama never
just
disliked me
take
in
a
the first place.
second to appreciate how much better the story is compared to Redundancy or a Jobless Oblige? Can we just take a second to appreciate that this is a coherent story that, like, is well defined, has new characters introduced, and, like, has, like, actually tries to, like, develop an interesting story throughout the course of this entire freaking novel. Like, bro, like we still have the lingering suspicion of the human god. One, we have the demon guy who's been arrested and is still yet to be interrogated. We have no clue what he's gonna say. Two, we have freaking him being promoted to do like a sort of, I guess, just a conversation with the demon gods and try to sort this situation out. We have no clue how that's going to turn out. 3, and we got all this information from Szilard or whatever the fuck. How do we know that this is a freaking good and accurate depiction of what actually happened? So, like, all those points makes us very interesting, way more interesting than anything we saw with Jobless Oblige, way more interesting than we saw with any of the chapters, any of the Food Network chapters that we got in Redundancy. Like, bro, best side story so far. That's all I'm saying.
As Dora said, it was a tremendous honor. My effort and dedication was recognized, and at the same time, it may lead to improvement of the relationship with the demons, as Dragon God said. Of course, becoming a Dragon General would benefit Dragon God's unborn child as well. All of the reasons why Dragon God Sama brought me here would be achieved. Although it may be beyond my abilities. I'll do my best. I stood up, crossed my arms before my chest and said, unable to refuse. Thus, I became one of the 5 Dragon Generals. And became Demon Dragon King Laplace. Having said that, Laplace sighed. Some subtle emotions of weakness and regret. Rostalina grew anxious when she saw him that way. She asked Laplace to tell her his life story on a whim, but maybe she asked for something she shouldn't have. Laplace may have told her something he didn't want to talk about. Laplace Sama. You didn't wish to be one of the 5 Dragon Generals. No, that's not it. Otherwise I would have refused even at Dragon God Sama's displeasure. It's just that in reflection, I was overeager for an honor that I didn't deserve. Why? Didn't Laplace Sama catch the perpetrator, and others recognized your strength? Yes, but the tasks of the 5 Dragon Generals aren't accomplished by strength alone. Laplace's words were vague, and Rostalina didn't understand what he meant. From Rostalina's perspective, Laplace was a godlike existence. More than just power. He's a great and honorable man without equals. But Laplace Sama is great. You even helped me. Are you sure? Yes. I have been saved by Master. It is thanks to you that I can live with my curse. I don't know the other Dragon Generals, but I thought no one deserved the honor of Dragon General more than Master. Rostalina certainly grew up in the long-eared village. However, Rostalina was a strange child. Her magic potential far exceeded others. In her childhood her power repeatedly ran rampant, destroying the village and killing villagers. So she was cast out of the village. She was abandoned on the edge of a large forest, crying alone.
This is the elf
She didn't have
girl?
the ability to survive on her own. What awaited her fate was being attacked and eaten by monsters. It was the mysterious Laplace who found her.
Yeah, yeah. She spams the word master. Yeah, yeah, it's her. It's her. It's the elf girl.
Thanks to that,
Yeah.
Rosalina was able to live a peaceful everyday life. I'm pleased to hear that. But as the last of the dragon generals, I do not wish to leave that name in disgrace. Laplace said with wandering eyes, focusing on something far away. The last remaining dragon general. Rosalina thought about the meaning of that phrase. But couldn't appreciate it. She didn't understand. So the only thing she knew to do was ask. Master. But Rosalina couldn't ask. For Laplace, it must be a painful story to tell. The story up until now had mostly gone well. A wild child of the demon war, educated, found gainful employment, gained
How
recognition by
does
his peers,
everyone
and became one of the
die?
chiefs of dragon race. It was
How?
mostly painless.
How?
Thus, she was sure there was only a
How?
difficult and painful ending laying
You
ahead.
gotta figure that out,
Rosalina
okay?
wanted to know. No matter
Yeah,
how
I want to
painful,
know too.
she wanted to know more about Laplace. But if Remy Seaning caused Laplace to grimace, she would rather put up with not knowing. Master, if there's
Grimace.
anything I can
The
do to help,
grimace shake.
please let me know. I'll do anything in my power to help Master. In that case. No. Laplace stopped himself mid-sentence. Then, with a wry smile, he shook his head. Well, I do have one request. What is it? With a gentle smile, Laplace stroked Rostelina's head. Go to bed for today. You have work tomorrow. Without realizing, it was already midnight. Rostelina had lost her drowsiness while listening to his stories. Yes, Master. Maybe I don't have any ability to help. Rostelina stood up from her chair and left the room, full of loneliness. She left the room, returning to her room and slept. After seeing her off, Laplace headed back to his desk.
Alright, alright. Hold up. I gotta... Alright. I'm gonna delay ads again. It's on a 10-minute timer, I believe. So 10 minutes of no ads. Alright, let's keep going.
Now reminded him of something he had previously forgotten to write down. There laid a single book. A book that summarized the most important things. He didn't put everything he knew down in writing, but it wasn't necessary to either. Just a record of the most important things. Laplace added new pages to the book and wrote, Perogius. A name he had to write down. The description he wrote included details he didn't mention in the story.
I gotta keep
Not
doing
wanting
that
to see
every
Rostelina
10
saddened
minutes,
by what
bro.
happened, he kept mum on the subject. I have a request for those who read this book. There is a child of dragon race who does not know his name in this world. Please tell this child his name. I have forgotten many things that happened, but this too was one of my missions.
Real name,
This child has silvery hair,
Perugius.
and must be a nameless man by now. Please tell him. Your real true name is Perogius. Perogius, son of Dora-sama, the great dragon king Dora. Thus I record it here, in case I die before completing my mission. Laplace said as he filled another page of the book. Afterwards, placing the book in the center of the bookshelf, in the most prominent position. If he was to pass, then whoever that came after him would certainly find it. It is Laplace's mission to convey his name, but there is no reason for Laplace to do it personally. Of course, as his godfather, Laplace did wish to convey it directly. Dora-sama. When he muttered the name, the figure who was like a mother to him appeared in his mind. Dora-sama, a teacher, a boss, and a mother. Her last moments were full of remorse. Just remembering that moment gripped his chest tightly. A hatred sprung from the depth of his heart. It was
Bro, what the fuck happened, bro? What the fuck happened, bro? We're halfway through this novel, bro.
Laplace closed the book and sat back
Basically a
in his chair.
novel.
He felt exhausted. Whenever he went down the mountain and traveled, he was reminded of the time he fought as one of the 5 dragon generals. Perhaps it's time to sleep, after a long absence. Good night, Rostelina. Laplace said, closing his eyes. It was the first time in decades where all the members of the household fell asleep together, atop Dragon Roar Mountain. Chapter 12 Dragon and the Woman. Centuries have passed. At Dragon's Roar Mountain, the peaceful days continued. For the human race, a century may seem like a very long time, but not for a long-eared race like Rostelina. Nevertheless, it was sufficient time for the young girl to blossom into a full-fledged lady. From a pretty girl to a beauty. However, on the inside, Rostelina remained the same. As innocent as she used to be. It's only natural, living without contact with anyone but Saliak and Laplace. However, her heart was far from
Fucking
peaceful.
Laplace, bro. It's like, you know, a tragic... It's like, I'm going to tell you a tragic tale. Nothing tragic happens. Just stop halfway through. It's like, you going to tell that story good? Maybe 1 century later. Bro, what the fuck?
Disappeared, and gloom occupied most of her
It's
heart.
like, bro,
It's only natural.
boy.
Those stories. Ever since Laplace told her about his time as a
The
5 dragon
biggest
general,
tease
Laplace
of
looked more
all
grim and
time.
troubled. On the
It's like,
surface,
yeah, and then
Laplace was the same,
everyone
but
died.
Rostelina could
Care to
tell.
elaborate?
It's not
No.
direct like anger or feeling grumpy, but an accumulation of negative feelings over time. Moreover, Laplace had been away from home more often these days. He used to be always home, now he's back only once a month. Rostelina knew the reason.
So stupid.
Because Laplace is trying to confirm the rumor of Great Demon Emperor Kisirika Kishiris's resurrection. The Great Demon Emperor was famous enough that even Rostelina was aware of her. She led the demons to war with the human race thousands of years ago. It was a war many centuries before Rostelina's time. A tremendous war that engulfed the entire world. The war ended in the Great Demon Emperor's defeat. But if she was resurrected, then the flames of war would start anew. She doesn't know how Laplace would act. Would he align with the human race or the demon race? Or watch from the sidelines? Whatever his decision, no doubt he has been busy preparing for it. All that effort, even though the rumor had yet to be confirmed. Ha! Rostalina sighed while bringing in the laundry. She knows Laplace is busy. Laplace was always a man on a mission. If there's a great event happening in the world, it's only natural for him to be involved. Only natural that he's too busy for Rostalina. But there was a knot in her heart. What if he is avoiding me? What if he's annoyed that I asked about his time as a dragon general? Laplace said it first. This story was a bad end. No matter how good things were going, it ends up with a sad ending. What she heard so far hasn't been so tragic. A half-dragon, half-demon orphan was found, educated, and gained status. Rather, it's a success story. If the story ends here, it'd be a happy end. But the story hasn't ended. At the end of the day, Laplace lives out at this remote, barren place, roams the world, writes his books. Something drastic must have happened. Something decidedly tragic happened to Laplace. But what? Maybe Laplace doesn't want to talk about it? And
no shit, it's been 100 years and he hasn't mentioned that story apparently.
Rostalina wants to know what came after. The reason for that paint grimace that Laplace occasionally wears. She wants to know. So she can be his support. But if Laplace has a hard time talking about it, Rostalina doesn't need to know. She can support him, even without knowing. Laundry, cleaning.
Not even gonna ask him to finish the story, bro.
It's hard to tell, since Laplace said it tastes good to everything, but Salianite sang his praises with her cooking. That was transmitted through Laplace, as Rostalina never learned to speak with Salianite. Anyhow, she tries to help in other ways. Like organizing the bookshelves. Recently Laplace would shut himself in his library writing when he returned home. He would come out after a while, complaining that he couldn't finish writing everything down. Outside of these simple exchanges, Rostalina and Laplace rarely spoke. I want you to count on me more. I always made that effort. I'm no longer a child. Oh, master, I wonder if you'll be back soon. The laundry is finished and the house is cleaned. After lunch, I'll clean Salianite's bed. Don't forget to sprinkle Salianite scales and droppings around the house. It wards off other dragons from encroaching on his territory while he's away. It's probably fine either way. It will be dinner time soon.
Yeah, sprinkle his droppings.
She had no appetite. Then, Rostalina's long ears caught a certain sound. The flapping of a great pair of wings. A sound more powerful and nostalgic than those of red dragons roaming in the neighborhood. It's Salianite. Laplace is back. Master. Without hesitation, Rostalina sprinted out. As if on cue, Laplace was there on Salianite's back. Laplace raised a hand upon seeing Rostalina. Slowly Salianite feathered his wings and landed on the field before the house. An elegant landing too refined for red dragons. Simultaneously with the landing, Laplace jumped from Salianite. Salianite yawned, as if he was tired, and went back to the back of the house quietly. He probably was exhausted from the long flight. I'm home, Rostalina. What's wrong? It's rare for you to greet outside the house like this. It's not. I always came out to greet you these days.
and a Toph's father.
Right?
Okay.
My apologies. No,
okay.
It's fine.
Seems like this
So
guy's
Laplace
confident.
Would you like dinner?
Alright.
Rostalina asked nervously. Laplace is often refused when asked. Laplace doesn't eat much. Oh, yeah. I have been flying around without eating for some time, so I'm rather hungry. Please take care of me. Yes. But it seems different today. Rostalina replied cheerfully and rushed to the kitchen. The fire in the furnace hasn't been extinguished yet. Pour water from the water barrel into the pan, and it begins to boil. Rostalina. Yes. What is it, master? In response to a call from behind, Rostalina was about to rush over. Oh no, just listen as you prepare dinner. But she stopped on Laplace's command. With her lips tight, she returned to prepping dinner. I was able to confirm today that the great demon emperor Kisirika Kishirisa has revived. No, not quite, she revived at least 500 years ago, but just now fully formed. A puppet master of war like demon lords. Soon, war. Rostalina's hand froze for a second. War will soon begin. Rostalina doesn't really understand. She has never experienced war. Many people died during the human-demon war. But Rostalina lives a secluded life on Dragon's Roar Mountain. No war, no matter how great, would affect it here. And it appears that the one pulling the strings behind the war is him. Him. The one I must pursue and defeat. The enemy. Rostalina's hand froze. I do not know his aims. But I have an obligation to figure it out and stop him. I'll find every trap he lays and destroy it. I will stop him. So I'll take part in the war. I don't yet know which side I'll be on. In front of Rostalina, the water began to boil. But Rostalina couldn't help looking back. Laplace is strong. But he is alone. The 5 dragon generals are no more. The enemy probably killed them. He may die. Laplace could lose. Master. With an anxious heart Rostalina left the kitchen. Laplace, as usual, sits in a chair with a neutral expression. However, a shadow cast over his face. We may not meet again. Rostalina had that premonition. Oh, don't worry, Rostalina. It will be a while before the war begins. Until then, I'll be with you. Whether or sensing Rostalina's anxiety, Laplace smiled and said. So, how about some food? I've been hungry for some time now. Yes. Rostalina returned to the kitchen and resumed cooking as requested. Soup, grilled meat, plus some veggies. It was completed in no time.
Grilled.
No flavor could overcome her
No
anxiety.
char.
Yeah, it's delicious today. Laplace ate the meal and said, but was it really?
Nah,
What's
boil
wrong,
the meat,
Rostalina?
bro.
You're pretty quiet today. Master. Do you really have to go to war? Hearing that, Laplace troubled for a moment. However, he soon turned solemn and nodded. Yes, I have to go. Especially if he's involved. Why? Why? That word came from somewhere other than Rostelina's convictions. I shouldn't ask. She thought, yet she did. I see. I see. I forgot. Speaking of which, I only told half the story, so you didn't know. Let's talk.
I'm gonna double check this. I'm gonna double check here. All right. Mushoku Tensei human god. All right. Let's double check here. Wiki. See, it is Hitogami. I'm freaking someone freaking like someone freaking weird told me last stream that human god wasn't fucking Hitogami. You guys fucking... I wasn't going to look at the description. I wanted to see who popped up, and it was Hitogami. You guys are fucking weird. Whoever misled me last stream is fucking weird, bro. There's no difference between man god and human god, bro. It's the same fucking thing. You guys are fucking weird. These technical terms... Yeah, face you can't remember. Oh, wonder how that looks like. It's like he has a blurry face. Oh, it's like the same in the anime. You guys are fucking weird. Fucking cringe ass. Just wait for it, dude. Like, it's obvious who it is, but someone like deconfirmed what I thought it was last stream, so I was like, huh, weird.
I'm sure you will understand if you heard everything. What happened to the dragon world? No, what happened to the world? And my mission, why I must fight it.
If that's a spoiler, sorry, but it's obvious.
Don't want to talk about that. That's not true. It's a painful and sad story, but it's a past that should not be forgotten. If I don't talk about it, I may eventually forget it. Laplace said, seemingly decided on something. Come, Sid, Rostalina. Or do you not want to hear it? Hearing those words, Rostalina swallowed.
I can't help but laugh at...
What happened in Laplace's life? What happened to Laplace the Dragon General? I always wanted to know. I won't ask if he won't answer, or if he doesn't want me to know.
5-year-old humor, bro.
Then Rostalina took her appointed seat. The seat next to Laplace, her place besides him. Okay, let's talk. The final story of the Dragon World. So Laplace began. The final story of Laplace of the 5 Dragon Generals. All right,
hold up. All right. So, resume ads and then pause again. All right, here we go.
Into the main subject, let's talk about the roles of the 5 Dragon Generals. As I mentioned before, each of the 5 Dragon Generals is entrusted with work by the Dragon
timer.
God. Dorasama trains dragons. Maxwell exterminates demonic beasts. Chaos manufactures weaponry. Szilard is in charge of the Dragon Warriors. In reality, apart from those public jobs, there are also behind-the-scene work, but let's leave that for now. When I was appointed as a Dragon General, I was also assigned a certain job. As Dragon God Sama's assistant. Or more properly, as his escort. But basically act as his personal attendant. Aside from surveying Dragon God Sama's surrounding, escort duty, offering suggestions, carrying his water, taking care of miscellaneous chores like that.
Bro. Did you guys get an ad as soon as I clicked resume ads and then try to delay them again? Because as soon as I did that, the viewership dropped. What the fuck?
A newcomer like me to always be by the side of Dragon God Sama.
No.
It was an enormous honor. Perhaps enough to displease the other Dragon Generals. Because everyone, particularly the 5 Dragon Generals,
I just find this feature funny.
Dragon God. So maybe such an honor for a rookie like me could be a cause of envy. Of course, even if they have complaints, they did not voice them. From my point of view, being an attendant was just the right role for me. There was no reason to oppose it. Thus, I traveled by Dragon God's side to the other worlds. Research on teleportation magic was not yet complete at that point, but there was another way. In every world, there was always a particular altar somewhere. When Dragon God entered it, I folled. The altar activated and took us to an empty
Human
space
God's probably the one who wants to stop them from doing teleportation
the
research.
first world I was brought.
If I had to guess.
Swirling with poison and miasma. Yes, the demon world. This is. As I stepped out of the altar and saw the sight spreading out before me, I froze. Demon world, a place of only bitter memories for me. Naturally, those negative feelings began to flood back as I reminisced. What's wrong? No, nothing. Of course, coming back now fully grown, my perspective changed. Having plenty of experience, the demon town I once so longed for no longer interested me. nor any sense of anger. I felt almost nostalgic of the demonic beasts roaming the distance. It must have been that I felt no regret. Let's go. Yes, sir. Dragon God took off without explaining where to go. Where am I? No need for such stupid questions.
Where
Dragon
am
God Sama leads.
I?
I follow. Dragon God was heading toward the heart of Demon World. A giant crater that looks like a mountain range from a distance. There were countless houses lined up inside, and a huge black iron castle in the center of the crater. The center of the Demon World, the demon capital Dalek, and the demon god castle Galek. As we approached the castle, I observed bonfires lit in a circular arrangement near the roof of the castle. Dragon God landed on the center of the circle without hesitation.
Spice.
Innumerable demons stood
Give
around
me
the circle.
the spice.
Demons of various races. Those with multiple arms, those with beast-like legs,
Mhm.
those who phosphorescence, those
Mhm.
with no eyes.
Mhm.
They didn't seem to be very happy to see Dragon God and me. They didn't display an attitude, but I could sense the tension in the air immediately. Gahahaha. Dragon God Sama. Meanwhile, from thrones of demons one step forward.
Freaking.
Among the tense crowd, he alone was unusual. He approached us with a friendly attitude, laughing loudly. MMM. But he stopped when he saw me. His smile withdrew, replaced by a solemn expression. I also lost my voice when I saw him. I knew him. Black skin, 6 arms, purple hair, his upper body completely naked. Seeing him, I instantly began to quiver. Once upon a time, yes, a long time ago. When I was still living in the demon world. The person who kicked me out every time I tried to enter the city. Yes, it's indeed him. The demon king who defeated me many times in the demon world.
That guy.
One of the 5 dragon generals, Demon Dragon King Laplace. Dragon God stepped in, after seeing both of us frozen in place. With those words, I was reminded of my position and the reason for my visit. I immediately gave the utmost salute and greeted the demon lord. I'm the Demon Dragon King Laplace. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. MMM. In response, the demon king made a small, thoughtful gesture. Gahahaha. I'm the one of the 8 demon kings, Necros Lacrosse. Remember it?
Lacrosse! That's a
Reason for visiting this
sport!
world. Attending the meeting. The gods of each world hold regular meetings together. I guess I mentioned that before. That, of course, continued on.
I mean, now it's pretty obvious from what you said, like the bodyguardi and a toast father. It makes sense now with his description of having 6 arms, having no shirt, and dude, he bodyguardi just inherited all the traits from his father. Okay, that's how it works. Kishirika's father. I mean, no, I don't think that's right. No, Nick Cross. Ah. Oh, there's a chat. There's a chat. Now it appears on screen. Bro, what the fuck is this? And there it is. What the fuck, bro? It worked that time. I mean, I remember who Kishi's father is. I mean, I don't remember.
The dragon world, heaven world, or sea world. Other gods also bring attendants with them, and some of them couldn't fly.
I don't. I mean,
being considerate of that.
You might.
Aside,
I
don't.
don't.
The gods. The meeting agenda was the various troubles that recently appeared among the worlds. The sudden appearance of demonic beasts. Yes, the topic of sudden teleportation. Every world was eager to solve these problems, but no solution had yet been offered. On the contrary, listening to the meeting while standing in attendance behind Dragon God, I could tell that the relationship between the gods have soared. It's the monsters again. They destroy one of my towns. One of my chiefs disappeared in a transfer, and thousands died when a war broke out. Humph, rumor has it that you already completed teleportation research? Sure, it isn't a cover-up. What? How can you believe in such baseless rumors? Or should I believe that you released those monsters? Sea God, a man with a large amount of tentacles growing from his mouth and squid-like slimy skin. Beast God, a man with 2 heads, a dog and a cat, riding on a white wolf.
Sea God's design would probably be cringe, you know?
On his back. Demon God, a man with 8 arms and 6 horns, spanning a height of over 3 meters. In particular, the relationship
6 horns? Why?
Every time they
Why?
met, they cursed bitterly at each other, as if they're ready
There's
to
no
stare at each
function
other
to
at any
that.
God's majesty, anger, and overwhelming power, it was terrifying to behold. Well, everyone calm down. Fighting here won't help solve anything. It's fine. The research is going well, so I'm sure we'll find the cause soon. Don't be fooled by those baseless rumors. That's right. There is no point in fighting among ourselves. If we fight, it will only cost more lives of our people. Meanwhile, only 2 were trying to stop the fight. Our great dragon god. And the mosaic-looking human god that's hard to recall. Without them, the worlds would have long cut ties with each other, or maybe even went to war already. When the gods heard the word of human god, everyone went silent. Human god commanded great respect. As founder of this conference, and due to the rapid development of the human race, he was often consulted by the other gods. In other words, he gave more than he received overwhelmingly to the other gods. Therefore, it was easy to see that everyone respected human god. Dragon God Sama too was no exception.
Oh no.
As if you are so prime and proper, dragon god. However, Demon God did not shut up. And the words that followed were enough to make me tremble. I've heard rumors that you kidnapped my son, Necrolia, tortured and killed him. The words shook me inside. This sudden statement could start a war between the demon and dragon world. Because I knew this rumor to be true. Although there's a case on the dragon god's side, but if we answered honestly, a fight would certainly break out. It's just a rumor. I don't know anyone like that. Dragon God Sama lied.
No, you're complicating the issue. Gosh dang it, no.
It's only expected. To be honest,
Don't lie, you fucking idiot. No. I was in support of your decisions before this point.
Perhaps Demon God was merely testing us, but we can't take the bait.
Wait, did he die? Did he kill him?
Rather,
the rumor was that he killed and tortured and killed him. Did he kill him? I may have missed it. Maybe. I don't know. Let's hope that chat corrects me. I don't know.
Demon God, at this man. Dragon God Sama gazed toward me standing behind him. I immediately gave the utmost salute. Don't shame the dragon god. That half-demon, half-dragon mixed child. I thought you agreed to take him away. What about him? He's now an important figure in the dragon world, a living proof that the dragon race felt no hostility toward the demons. Oomph. The genie looked at me and snorted. Glowering at me. In fact, his eyes were shining. That must have been a kind of demon eye.
Dragon race is a way of killing immortals. I'm sorry, but the last time I remember that dude being mentioned was him being like imprisoned with the handcuffs, you know. But like, I guess they killed him. Yikes. Okay.
Cheer. I see. I'll believe you. I was originally adopted for this purpose, but that was the first time it actually worked. For the time being, it would not be an exaggeration to say we avoided a direct confrontation between the demon world and the dragon world. I don't want to fight either.
Took a while for that chat message to pop up. Jeez, oh.
No, it's not just the demon god. None of the gods want a large-scale conflict to break out. Frustrated by the strange circumstance, they have grown suspicious of each other. The meeting was always tense like that. Perhaps it used to be more peaceful, but at that time everyone was frustrated and aggressive. It's a meeting for exchanging information, but few personal stories were exchanged.
Like, why the fuck
Perhaps
would he kill him?
Want to give useful information to a suspect
oh
in the case.
My gosh! Before even
situation.
talking to them.
In a way, it can be said that my mission was to
It's
improve
such
an uncomfortable situation.
It's such a good negotiation piece too. You have him in prison. You could keep him there until you talk to the demon god, dude. Like until you talk to his father. Like, bro, that's such a good negotiation tool. I don't. Who ordered this? You dumbass.
That I was entrusted with.
Dumbass.
Of course, it wasn't to befriend the other gods. Rather, it's their underlings that I should get
along with. And now you have to lie about it.
Words,
gosh dang it.
Like me. Even though their attendants here, back home they're all important figures of their worlds. If we build a relationship of trust between us, maybe we can avoid the worst in case of emergency. That was my plan. The first person I reached out to is a demon, whose world we're in a tense relationship with lately. The people of Dragon World were becoming more hostile to the demons. From the sounds of it in the meeting, it's likewise in the demon world as well. That's why I thought to offer an olive branch to the demon world, to find a way to peace. Necros Lacrosse. After the meeting was over,
Lacrosse.
A prominent giant of a man. I am the immortal demon king Necros Lacrosse of the 8 great demon kings. Necros Lacrosse looked back and was about to laugh loudly, but he turned solemn when he saw me. You are. He glared at me, his face distorting with trouble. Perhaps thinking I came for revenge. That's why I answered. I would like to introduce myself again. I am the demon dragon king Laplace, of the 5 dragon kings. Not a humanoid demon beast without a name. It is Laplace. MMPH. With that said, Necros Lacrosse displayed an expression fitting of a demon king. As I learned later, he decided then to never bring up what passed in the past. I did not begrudge him either. It would be pointless. Many things had changed between then and now.
Oh my gosh, bro,
Recently,
don't confront him.
In the dragon world. I hope we can help resolve this. Well, I have no objection to that,
oh my
but I hear that the dragon hates the demons, right? The fact that I, a half-demon and half-dragon, was selected as a 5-dragon general, is proof that rumors are nothing more than rumors. Dragon God Sama wishes for peace. If the demon god Sama doesn't want to fight either, I ask for your cooperation. When I said that, Necros Lacrosse folded his 6 arms and looked down at me, testing me with an unpleasant gaze, but I decided to endure. Perhaps determining whether I'm being true. Depending on how you think about it.
This is just a mess. This whole conversation is a mess.
After a while, Necros Lacrosse nodded heavily. Demon god Sama does not wish for war. Mysterious things have happened so much these days that things are a bit tense. Well, it's okay. Let's cooperate. Thus, I and Necros Lacrosse joined hands. I worked with Necros Lacrosse and recruited collaborators around the world. Because I only traveled to different worlds while attending the meetings of the gods, it took a long time but eventually I visited every world. Sea world, a world without land, populated by people with scales, gills, and fins. I was in awe. After all, I've never seen an ocean before. There was little water in Demon World, let alone a sea. Dragon World does have waterfalls and lakes, but nothing could be called an ocean either. Yet before me, who never knew of such a thing, an endless ocean spanned outward. A world of nothing above to reflect off the ocean left me with some terrible memories. While there's nothing above the ocean, under the sea it was truly lively. Beast world, where dense forests and mountains continue endlessly. I was surprised by that place as well. There are certainly mountains and forests on Dragon World. But nothing so vivid and green and full of life. So incredibly dense. Every step you take would send some little insects or lizards scattering. Every other world seemed so barren compared to its richness in lives. Oh, but you came from the great forest, so that might not strike you as odd. Then there was the heaven world, with its rocky masses hanging in the air where only flying creatures could live. Quite similar to Dragon World. Only that in Dragon World, the surface was above, while in Heaven World the surface was below. Salt covers the land air. With a thin, ankle-high layer of water above the salt layer. It was salty when I licked it, so maybe it was an ocean as well. The water was fully saturated with salt, so nothing could live in it. All creatures live in the sky and covered in feathers. Looking back, I think Heaven World was the most beautiful of them all. But back then, I thought creeped out, since everything I knew then was covered in scales. Finally, Human World was an endless grassland. Rolling hills covered in grass spreading endlessly. Groves of trees not big enough to be called forests, hills not tall enough to be called mountains. A widespread environment perfect for humans to thrive. The people there were so incredibly frail. At the time, I wondered how such poor creatures could really live. They're weaker than when I was first found by Dragon God Sama. Compared to other races in the world, they were like babies. However, the world was clearly more civilized than others. Tall buildings, wide roads, well-armed troops. Even though they're weak, with no natural predators they dominated their world. Afterwards, I slowly increased my number of collaborators. It took a lot of effort, but things worked out when they learned that Necros Lacrosse was working with me. Everyone thought that Dragon World and Demon World would fight to the end. After all, Dragon World and Demon World had overwhelming combat power compared to other worlds. If representatives of these two worlds both loudly declare their intent for peace. Despite being a little skeptical, no one refused. During the God conferences, I would invite their attendance and held our own meetings. About our future plans. How do we achieve a lasting peace? Inviting a variety of opinions to create constructive plans. But not everything went well. Why?
I mean, it's obvious that the dragons are gonna get fucked in the end, but you know,
they can live only for a moment compared to the dragons and demons.
We'll see how that goes.
The heaven race live comparably longer, but they also change eventually. Lifespan of the sea race varies greatly depending on the individual, so their numbers change irregularly. When people change, so do their thinking. Some exposed hostility towards other races. But I didn't give up. Working hard with Necros Lacrosse to bring them together. The gods have no intention of fighting. We should follow along and seek a path of peace. We must take the initiative and set an example for us, who are closest to the gods. Some changed their minds and others did not. Once everyone is united, we can achieve progress. Of course, it's not just meetings. We actually did a lot of things to advance the peace. I also tried various things that didn't work. Cultural exchange was particularly effective. Take residents of two worlds and ask them to work at each other's worlds for a while. If you play an active role there, it will help improve the image of other worlds. Yes, just as I did for Dragon and Demon World. Of course, environmental limitations make places like Sea World difficult for others to visit, but with the help of God, it was not impossible. Dragon World invited specialists from other worlds. While Dragon World was strong, we had fallen a step or two behind other worlds in technological progress. Food preservation, paper making, agriculture. It was faster and more effective to bring in a technician than to transmit it verbally. No, it certainly wasn't the fault of Dragon God Sama. Dragon God Sama was always bringing new technologies back from other worlds. However, technology advances day by day. By the time we, the dragon race, adopted a new technology, it was often already outdated. Our slow technological development
sounds like Dragon God is a freaking bitch who can't seem to work fast enough, bro.
Dragon World sends dragon warriors to other worlds. The dragon race is strong. From the perspective of people in other worlds, it is no exaggeration to say that we are as powerful as God. They go to other worlds to subdue monsters. I learned around this time that the power of monsters varies from world to world. Strong worlds bred strong monsters. Demon and dragon worlds are the strongest compared to all the worlds. Having fought the strongest monsters, our dragon warriors were very active in other worlds. But at the same time, feared. Well, I'll put that aside from now. Various specialists came to Dragon World. Among them, a woman from Demon World stood out the most. Demon Emperor Kirasis Callisis. Demon God's wife. She was more concerned than anyone over the deteriorating relationship between Dragon and Demon World. And visited the Dragon World on her own accord. A brilliant magician. It's magic, not magic techniques. It is difficult to explain the difference between magic and magic techniques. Ability to freely manipulate magical energy to create supernatural phenomena. Magic can do even more advanced things without chanting or magic circles. In fact, she was the one that invented the magic circle. It is no exaggeration to say that she was the source of all the magic known today. She did her best to serve Dragon World. Dragon World's rudimentary research into Ki made enormous progress under her guidance. In Dragon World, the demons were said to be barbaric and stupid. However, many people changed their perceptions after meeting her. Intelligent, competent, and calm. She reminded people of Lunaria Sama. Their personalities were quite similar. Before I realized it, she was getting along particularly well with Lunaria Sama. They must have found a kinship as fellow wives of gods. Kirasis Callisis and I. Thanks to the efforts of two of us from Demon World, the hostility towards Demon World gradually diminished within Dragon World. Even Chaos, always so hostile to demons, restrained himself. My hard work paid off. It was going well. Meetings with other races have gradually become more peaceful cultural exchanges. Sudden
Okay, so
teleportation and
how are
monster
things going
appearances
to
still
get
occurred,
fucked up?
but we no longer suspect each other over it. Dragon God Sama also praised my work. Well, one good thing followed another. And even happier news came. Lunaria gave birth. The son of Dragon God. Chapter 14 Birthday Festival, and also,
Okay.
truth is, then there was no custom of holding festivals in Dragon World back then. Perhaps having a long lifespan, we didn't feel the urge to hold grand celebrations. However, it was a special time. The entire Dragon World was in a festive mood. It was only expected, the child of Dragon God Sama, whom everyone worships, and Lunaria Sama, whom everyone adore, was finally born. Sillard announced that a parade would be held at Dragon's Roar Mountain. Maxwell traveled all over Dragon World to collect dragon meat. Even the dragon's ongoing training with Dorasama was treated well every day. Chaos made fireworks, an invention of human world, to excite the parade. People from all over Dragon World have gathered, hoping a glance of the son of Dragon God. It didn't last just a day or two. It would last for 10, 20 years. The long-living dragon race also celebrate for a long time. It's not a day or two. The festival lasted for decades. The life of the Balor is long, so the joy lasts long. It might have lasted for nearly a century. Everyone was jubilant. I had never seen Dragon World so overjoyed. Dragon God Sama and I were a little late to the festival. Because we're at the meeting of the gods. Even though, when Dragon God Sama returned, the thrones welcomed us with a joyous chorus. Surprised, I didn't really understand what was going on, but Dragon God seemed to caught on immediately. With one great flap of his wings, he darted toward his home. Of course, I followed. When we arrived, the family came out to welcome us. Welcome back husband, Laplace. Lunaria Sama and the servants. And held by Lunaria Sama like a precious jewel, Dragon God's son. Husband, the child has been born. Indeed. Dragon God Sama looked unexpectedly hesitant toward his own child. The expression on his face was neither
What's
laughter
the
nor tears.
name?
Yet the feeling of happiness
Give
was
the
so conveyed.
name
Will you
drop.
hold the child?
Name
Yes.
drop.
Dragon God received his child from Lunaria Sama. It wasn't awkward, but his hands did tremble a little. How strange. Although everyone of Dragon World I considered my own, but it feels a little special to be holding this child. Phew phew phew. Husband, please give the child a name. Dragon God Sama looked seriously toward Lunaria Sama when he heard her. May I? Yes. I felt nostalgic seeing that. Yes, when I was adopted, such an exchange took place as well. That's right. However, Dragon God Sama stopped himself. It's unusual for Dragon God to be lost for words and not give an answer immediately. What is it? I can't think of one. That's no good. Didn't we agree that husband would grant the child a name? I know, but I can't do it now. Give me some time. Yes. The name of the child was not determined immediately after birth. Dragon God Sama was not typically hesitant. He was always a decisive person. But there was a chasm between naming someone like me and someone who's part of yourself. After that, Dragon God Sama worried for a long time. He even asked me for an opinion. Of course, I couldn't give a good answer. It was preposterous for someone like me to have an opinion. It can't be helped.
Preposterous.
After all, that
Dude,
was the
it's
son of Dragon God.
preposterous for an idiot
By
like
chance he was
me to
named
have
using
an
my suggestion.
opinion, bro.
Such a fearsome thought would make my hair turn white. Leaving the naming issue aside. After holding the baby for a while, Dragon God Sama returned him to Lunaria Sama. After receiving her child, Lunaria Sama looked toward me, who was watching over from a corner of the room. Laplace, come, why don't you hold the child? Looking at the worried Dragon God, Lunaria Sama abruptly said. I was shocked. What a fearsome thought. Me? Are you sure? Of course, it's your younger brother, after all. I was adopted, so it's technically true. Even so, I never presumed to carry myself as a son of Dragon God. Because I wasn't really Dragon God's son. I no longer considered myself the family pet, but I knew my station. If I forget the grace that gave me so much happiness and start behaving outrageously, I'd kill myself. However, Lunaria Sama asked me to hold him.
Holy shit, bro,
She said he was his younger
chill.
brother. It would be stubborn and inflexible of me to refuse. Yes. I held the child in my arms. He's warmer than the average dragon race. No, that's just how babies are. I held him gingerly, worried that the child might feel uncomfortable. The baby had the looks of Dragon God Sama. He had Dragon God Sama's silver hair, fearless face, even similar scale colorings. Although he had less scales than normal, probably due to the human blood mixed in. There were almost no scales on his face or other conspicuous places. Now that I thought about him, I also have fewer scales.
No
because of my mixed
shot,
blood.
right?
No, I shouldn't be so disrespectful towards son of Dragon God Sama. When I held that child,
No
I naturally felt a
okay.
sense of awe. This
Okay.
person will surely carry Dragon World's future on his back.
No,
My role?
no, that can't be Orsted, right? No,
Must be to help him and protect him.
no.
I sensed my duty that moment. After that, the 5 dragon generals came one after another. Sillard, Maxwell, Chaos, and Dorasama. Everyone was impressed by the child. And they left with a solemn expression. Perhaps they felt the same as I did. It's not just the dragon generals. The gods of other worlds also came. Typically, gods do not appear in other worlds. But this was a special occasion. Human god, demon god, heaven god, sea god, and beast god all came to give their blessings. It was a spectacular moment. Indeed, because the gods of the other world who rarely appeared, all came to bless the birth of a child. It was absolutely majestic. Again, everyone in the dragon world was awed by the auspiciousness of his birth.
They're holding
When
off the
festival was
name. It's
nearly
probably
over,
Orsted,
as the
right?
festive atmosphere
Oh my
finally began to settle,
gosh.
she came. A demon race woman with black-purple skin and white hair. Demon Emperor Kirasis Callisis. Lunaria. Congratulations. Kirasis. I was wondering when you would come. As I said before, Kirasis was on good terms with Lunaria-sama. When Lunaria-sama recognized her, a smile bloomed from her face. I didn't realize they were so intimate. At that time, I was often away from home. However, they must be close to be happy to see each other. I rushed over as soon as I heard that you were giving birth. Then you're a bit late then. Research was going well these days. I was going to come earlier, but things were going so smoothly that I wanted to see how far I could take it. How'd it go? These researchers at Demon World are great at investigating the details. They're rough at first, but quick on the uptake. They're quite refreshing to work with. Don't
Yeah,
Demon
and then
World
as
have
soon
excellent
as they
researchers as
find
well?
like that
Ha 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 ha. You
dead
sure are great at telling jokes. Demons are a bunch of rough idiots.
that dead
There's no
boy,
refining those ruffians into true researcher.
things are gonna go to
Kirasis was a
shit.
woman with a boisterous laughter. No, not just Kirasis, other demons as well. Pretty much all the members of Demon Lords boost a great laugh. Kirasis laughed and turned to Lunaria-sama's child. Will you show me the baby? I want to see that brilliant child between the great dragon god and my best friend Lunaria.
Will you show me the
Fufu,
baby?
certainly,
Stab.
Please. Oh, amazing. What a beautiful child. As expected of the prince of the dragon race. I can see him becoming a smart and wise man in
Can
the
someone
future.
hand me a
It may
proper
sound silly, but
dagger
that's
so
how
I could
Kirasis
stab
talks.
this
Even as the
baby?
smartest and kindest of all the demons, Kirasis wasn't good with words. Will this be a smart child? Oh, my eyes can't fool me. All my children are idiots. They had the looks of idiots, but this child is different. Yufufu, is that so? Huh? Is it alright to talk down her own children like that? Especially as the wife of demon god? Wasn't that blasphemy? No matter how intimate their relationship, it seems sacrilege to speak ill of child of a god. Truth is, it's not a terrible thing for a
Oh
demon to
my
be called dumb and full
gosh.
right. A simpleton won't betray you. The saying goes. Of course, being smart isn't a bad thing either. For Demon World, there are good smarts and bad smarts. That's why Kirasis didn't intend anything bad. Dragon God Sama's son will become an excellent person, in a different way from my own. It's a difference in values. Well, Lunaria. I'll be back. I don't know how long I'll be around, but as long as I'm here, I'm looking forward to the child's growth. Yes, please come again. Of course I'll. Until then, so long. Fa ha 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 ha. Kirasis left with another boisterous laugh. That's the way she is. That was the child's birth. He was blessed by all. Loved by all. That's why I... No, I'll leave that till later. If I explained out of order, you'll just get confused. Anyway, it was a blissful time at Dragon
Name
World.
drop, you
Relationship
freaking
with Demon
ass.
World was steadily
Name
improving.
drop.
There was no sign of conflict between the other worlds
Where's
as
the
well.
name drop?
Thanks to Kirasis Callisis, research on monster appearances and sudden teleportations has progressed dramatically.
Bro,
It was
come
a
on.
peaceful time. Until that day. Yes, the peaceful era suddenly came to an end one day. Yes, that day. Like a nightmare. I remember clearly. On that day, I was out with Dragon God Sama to the Demon World. We attended the meetings as usual, then I discussed future plans with Necros Lacrosse. The agenda was about future personnel exchanges using the recently completed teleportation circles. Once the teleportation circle is completed, the cause of the teleport incidents will be known. At least, it would create an easy method for people caught by the teleport incidents to travel back to their original world.
Bro's
Give us a fix,
pre-ordering,
if not
bro. What,
fundamentally solve the
what do
problem.
you mean by
The path
that,
forward was
man?
bright. When I reported this to Dragon God Sama, a person who doesn't often smiles praised me warmly.
He's investing.
Well done,
Stonks. Stonks,
Without
bro.
you, it would have
Stonks.
taken longer. You are my son. I felt ascended to heaven right there. I was full of confidence and swagger then. Proudly puffing my chest and spreading my wings, boasting that I was worthy of the 5 dragon generals. But happiness came crashing down. I returned to Dragon World with Dragon God Sama. I went home to report to Lunaria Sama. My nostalgic home. Haha, I was expecting to be welcomed back. That I was finally made a member of the family. I was finally able to say, I'm home. Oh, but... Oh. It was a scene I could never dream of. I still wish it was all but a dream. After I said, I'm home. No one answered. I heard only a voice. A baby crying. Wailing. In other times, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Babies cry, that's what they do. Even I cried as a child. However, I sensed something wrong then. This felt different from the usual crying. I hurriedly moved to Lunaria Sama's room. And saw it. The bloody room. The mutilated remains. A tragic scene. At the depth of the room, what I dreaded the most. Lunaria Sama. In a pool of her own blood in the middle of the room. Her body in the fetal position. Still clutching to protect the wailing child. Chapter 15 Funeral. Dragon God Sama let out a voiceless sound when he saw Lunaria Sama's remains. AHH. Ah. His eyes wide, mouth agape, looking toward the room in disbelief. I too. I could believe what I witnessed either. Lunaria Sama is dead. In a pool of her own blood. The one who accepted me as her own, dead. Who? Why? I don't understand. She didn't hold grudges with anyone. Everyone in Dragon World loved her dearly. No one would thought to murder her.
I did not expect
Yet,
this.
I could hear the baby wailing nearby.
I did
A howling
not
cry. Voice of losing
expect
someone irreplaceable.
this.
The son of Dragon God is crying. It brought me back to reality. Ah. I saw Dragon God Sama. An emotion I never before seen on his face. A voice never before heard out of him. Anger, pain, resentment. Wearing a torrent of emotions. Confusion, anxiety, shock. Voicing a whirlwind of emotions. I've never seen Dragon God Sama so emotional. He crouched down and held Lunaria Sama in his right hand, and his child in his left. Lunaria Sama probably did not die a quick death. There were scratches everywhere on her body. There was a potentially fatal wound on her neck, 3 on her chest, 2 on her abdomen, and 8 on her back. Truly terrible. The murderer went way overboard than necessary to kill her. Even though Lunaria Sama was human, as a scion of human god, she was full of kindness and compassion, completely unattached with conflict. Yet such a gentle creature resisted so vigorously. After so many fatal injuries she still stood unyielding to the enemy. Why? It was obvious. She curled up like a turtle to protect someone. To protect son of Dragon God Sama, her son. Lunaria Sama resisted the attacker and was murdered for it. But she did protect him. Despite the numerous scars on her back,
She did protect
proof the child yet lived.
him.
After killing Lunaria Sama, the murderer probably ran.
Boy.
The dragon god muttered blankly. Speaking to himself, as he reassessed the situation. Maybe he had the same thought as I. The identify of Lunaria Sama's murderer. WHYYYYY. Dragon gods roared trembled the whole house, the whole city shook,
Why?
Who killed her? The murderous intent permeated the whole dragon world. All living things trembled in horror. Quivering in the wrath of God.
Obviously,
From the smallest
Laplace
lizard
killed
to the
her.
flying dragons, to the dragon
Obviously.
race ourselves, we all shook in horror. I was no exception. My whole body trembled and sunk in place. I understood that Dragon God Sama would not hurt me. I couldn't control my unconscious fear. A ray of light shined from the body of Dragon God Sama. What I perceived as light. But it was a fist. A fist carrying a dragon god's unspeakable rage passed by me. When I turned around, there was a huge hole in the walls. Through it the city of chaos was visible continuously. The great space at the back of the cityscape became an open cavern. With a single blow, Dragon God Sama blew off a solid chunk of Dragon Roar's mountain. It was embarrassing to say this. But I leaked a little. At that moment I could have been
Pissed
erased like
himself.
those stones.
Oh no.
It wouldn't be strange for Dragon God Sama to leap out of the house to unleash his fury. But that did not happen. Because there was one person who did fear God's wrath. His child. After Dragon God Sama picked him up by the left hand, he was no longer sobbing. Although still snorting from his nose, he raised his head to look toward Dragon God Sama. As if relieved that he had arrived. Dragon God Sama saw the child and calmed down slightly. He understood. That
Yeah,
he still
dude,
had
it's just a
something to
prank,
protect.
bro. It's just a prank.
Class. Dragon God Sama
Kill your
called my
wife,
name.
bro. It's just a prank.
Yes, I'm here. Assemble the 5 dragon generals. Find the murderer. Yes. I didn't ask for a plan for the search. I didn't suggest discovering the motive first. Dragon God was angry. A rage never seen before. The 5 dragon generals were ordered to convene and hunt the criminal. So we obey. The dragon generals gathered immediately. It's only natural following a direct order from Dragon God Sama. I rushed to each of the 5 dragon generals to convey the order and collect them. They'll rush to every command of Dragon God Sama, no matter what, that's the 5 dragon generals. Moreover, with Lunaria Sama's murder, it would be odd if the 5 dragon generals didn't. What? Lunaria Sama was murdered. When I reported the circumstance to the 5 dragon generals, everyone had a painful look. No one in Dragon World hates Lunaria Sama. Especially considering the... When General Goryu heard about the matter, everyone looked down with an analgesic look. There is no one in the Dragon World who hates Lunaria. Considering Dragon God Sama's loss, everyone suffered for him. Lunaria Sama's body had countless wounds. This suspect is obviously a person. I made my report. Dragon God Sama remained mute after the 5 dragon generals assembled. He seemed to have calmed down slightly from before, but slowly a terrifying murderous intent oozed out from his corner of the room. After my report, Dragon God Sama finally spoke. Find the criminal and drag them before me. Every one of the dragon generals trembled at that voice. Even I was terrified. The wrath of the Dragon God Sama. I never saw him like this before. Even when Crystal, one of the 5 dragon generals, died, he wasn't this enraged. We obey. At once the 5 dragon generals answered and their looks transformed. If it's a command from Dragon God Sama, we descend to the depth of hell. The wrath of Dragon God Sama is also our wrath. We are all determined to find Lunaria's murderer. Go. Yes. At the command of Dragon God Sama, the 5 dragon generals scattered all over the dragon world. Each looking for the culprit in their own way. I, too, want to find them in my own way. Laplace, stay. However, I was prevented by Dragon God Sama. It was a surprise.
No, it's not Dragon God Sama. It's Dragon Goad. Go. 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 No, he likes saying the word go a lot.
After all,
you know?
I have a magic eye. The ability to trace the criminal from the
It's only word he's able to
These
say
traces
now.
do not
Go.
disappear immediately, but do dissipate over time. No one should have been more qualified than I was. I also had the track record of catching the criminal who killed Crystal. Why? I also have Lunaria Sama's death.
And
But I
he's
had a
got
more
the demon eye,
important
bro. I don't.
Let's mourn for Lunaria. At that time, I finally understood that the dragon god was not just angry. He was sad. If you think about it, it's a matter of course. To be honest, I knew very little about Dragon God Sama's feelings. I didn't realize how much he loved her. Dragon God Sama was always a bit distant. As if he's always keeping a reasonable distance with Lunaria Sama. But that wasn't the case. Dragon God Sama truly loved Lunaria. He just had a different way to show it. Understood. To me who gave the most salute, Dragon God Sama quietly said. Thanks. Funerals at Dragon World were a special affair. The closest member of the family was responsible for carrying the dead. This person was typically the deceased spouse, siblings, parents, or for those without immediate family, friends, colleagues, or even their immediate superiors. The dead was picked up from where they lie and carried to the center of the town. Every town had an altar at its center. It's an altar to pray for a safe rebirth for the recently dead. Also where other loved ones can make their eulogy. I don't remember the details, but the message was, may you be born under Dragon God Sama again in your next life. After the eulogies were raised, the dead were brought to the edge of town. Circle around the perimeter once in a clockwise direction. Dragon God Sama holding Lunaria Sama, while I carried the son of Dragon God Sama. With great care we completed the ceremony and circled the city. Other dragon race stretched open their palms and crossed their hearts when they saw who was carrying the dead. The utmost salute of the dragon race. We raise a fist to the living, but not to the dead. That was the way of the dragon race. In a normal situation, you only salute when you witness the body. But all the city's denizens came to attend Lunaria Sama's funeral, assembling in its inner perimeter. Everyone loved Lunaria Sama dearly. They all wished to witness her one last time. After circling once, we arrived at a small round building. A building made of stone. On its walls engraved many names. Several stone tablets stood as well, also engraved with names. Names of those that passed in the dragon world. Dragon God Sama carried Lunaria Sama into...
I forgot. I blew my nose earlier. I used a AI generator thing to use the to make the freaking background for the thumbnail, so it's not up. But I can pull it up if you want. I mean, like, I doubt you would. It's just AI generated. It's just for the thumbnail, bro.
But we are not immortal. We all die eventually. He looked pained when he recognized Lunaria Sama. How could Lunaria Sama have died? What tragedy? He muttered, teary, as he carried her name on a stone tablet with a dragon bone chisel. Names were typically engraved into the walls in order, but special people like Lunaria Sama were carved into stone tablets instead. Of course, crystal was also carved onto a stone tablet. This was a graveyard. A dragon race graveyard. A facility to remember the dead. When the old man received Lunaria Sama from Dragon God Sama, he went into the back of the building. I walked behind him with Dragon God Sama. There was a dark hole there. The hole is so deep that it seems to continue to another world. But, of course, it doesn't lead into another world. This hole leads to the summit of Dragon Roar's mountain. That is, the sky. Pray for those who have become souls a good fortune in the afterlife, and for them to return to these mountains and come under the guidance and blessings of Dragon God Sama. The old man chanted a long eulogy. I don't remember the wording in detail. But it was longer than those chanted back in the city. After finishing the chant, the old man gently placed Lunaria Sama's remains by hole. Usually, it was dropped into the hole like that, and the funeral was over. The hole leads to the sky, and if you jump out of the hole, you will be eaten by a giant black snake, a red dragon, a blue dragon, or worse. Dragon race has a long lifespan, but we could still die of old age out of battle. Once upon a time, that was considered disgraceful. It was thought as an honor to fight and die for Dragon God Sama. But Dragon God Sama did not think so. He believes all dragon race are equal under him. That is why he came up with this funeral method. He gave those who died of old age or illness the same as a warrior's death. And like a great warrior, their names are engraved. They lived and died for the dragon race. However, such funeral rites were not suitable for Lunaria Sama. Therefore, a funeral rite of the human race would be held after this. Dragon God Sama picked up Lunaria and returned to the mansion. There, in the garden beside the mansion, he laid the corpse of Lunaria. Then, with a pained look, Dragon God Sama raised a flame from his hand, and wrapped Lunaria Sama with its blaze. Lunaria Sama's remains were burned in an instant and turned into pure white bones and ashes. Together with the dragon god, we buried the bones and ashes into the ground, and planted a small sapling above it. This is the funeral of the human race. Is it different now? But at that time, that was the funeral rite of the human race that passed to the dragon world. Dead bodies of living things can turn into monsters where they lie. Therefore, it must be burned and buried. With the sapling planted above. The sapling will grow by the power of the dead. While the tree lives, the living will never forget the dead.
I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back in a sec. I gotta charge my headphones, so you will hear a Windows notification sound. Do not worry, that is me. That was me. All right. I'll be back in a sec. Oh yeah. Fuck it. Let's test this feature. Add. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Yo. All right. Try and get this cord out of the way. Gosh damn it. There we go. All right, back to reading Corpse Funeral. Burned and buried. He said human because they can regenerate and not regenerate. Brain monsters. There you go. Yeah, cool.
This was how the human race, whose lifespan was shorter than trees, mourn their dead. I was introduced to Lunaria by human god.
Oh,
After
fun.
we buried Lunaria-sama, Dragon God Sama shared how they met with me. I just silently listened to the words of Dragon God Sama. At first, it was just an experiment. Is it possible to have children with another races, and if so, what power will they have? An experiment with consequences for all the peoples of the world. These experiments have been carried out many times, but one day human god said, what would happen if the gods have children together? Thus human god brought Lunaria for this. As she was human god's daughter, and all the other gods are male and could not have children. I did not love Lunaria, but she did her best for Dragon World. She used her power as a scion of daughter to enrich the Dragon World. To me, all the dragon race are like children. All the dragon race are important. I wanted each and every one of them to be happy. When Lunaria gave me a child, I finally realized that she seemed more special than the dragon race. I didn't realize it. But by the time I noticed it, I had come to love Lunaria. Dragon God Sama said with a nostalgic face. Lunaria Sama never changed. A person full of grace. Even Dragon God Sama came to love her. Laplace. Yes. I can't forgive the one who killed Lunaria. I'm still trembling with unprecedented rage. Yes. Even if we turn other worlds into enemies, will you follow me? It goes without saying. Everyone, not just me, will follow the Dragon God Sama until the end. Even to our own destruction. Dragon God Sama stood up in silence. His eyes were sharp and his body radiating murderous intent. There was no sadness anymore. I was fearful. Even though I knew that murderous intent wasn't aimed at myself. No living thing would not find it terrifying. Our revenge. It has begun. Master. When he came to, Rostalina was standing in front of Laplace. Studying Laplace with a worried look. What's wrong, Rostalina? The story isn't over, but had you heard enough for today?
Don't interrupt.
Oh, no.
Don't
wish to continue.
interrupt.
But Laplace-sama, perhaps you should have a night's rest first. Why do you think so? Because. Rostalina took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped Laplace's face. It whisked some stuff running down his cheek and darkened. Yes, at some point Laplace had begun to cry. Tears pouring out his face, sobbing through his words. His speech was becoming so muddled, by the end of the story, it was hard to make out his words. Oh, I'm sorry. When I remember that time, it became like this. Laplace loved Lunaria-sama, didn't he? Well, she was my mother. Even though we're not connected by blood, she stood by my side.
Dragon. Well, dragons are normal dragons
so gently,
too.
listening to my stories. A goddess of compassion.
There are like two different kinds of like dragons, you know. You got like the real dragons, and then you got like the dragon people, which are basically, yeah, like as you said, humans with wings, but also scales. And also they're OP. But you know, we it's fine. Don't worry about that.
On that horrible day. Even now. Woo. Woo. Laplace cried. With a hand covering his eyes, he bent down, his shoulders shivering,
Dude,
with a slight
don't
sob.
go Ric
Cried.
Flair on me, okay?
Rostalina quietly watched, as a man twice her size sobbed in front of her. She was troubled. Because this was the first time she saw Laplace cry. But after a while, she ran to the kitchen, drew a glass of water, and returned. Slowly, she stroked his back, and offered him the glass. Fufu, thank you. Rostalina. Now that I thought about it, you're always there to comfort me. I was tired of an empty home and happy to have someone to welcome. No, it's okay, master. I don't need you to thank me, and I'm grateful that I could be of help. Well, let's count on each other. Laplace said so and straightened up in his chair. His eyes were red and engorged, but his tears had stopped. A clear voice came out of his mouth, no more muddled by sobbing. Let's continue the story. I'm sorry, but I may shed tears several times from here as well. Yes, I'll have some water ready. Haha, you sure are considerate. Next. Laplace looked toward the void again. Remembering the past he did not wish to recall. Chapter 16 The Anger of Dragon God. The search for the criminal has begun. For me, every big incident always started with a search for criminal. I said so, but it's still the second time though. Then, the existence who sneaked into the dragon world, passing through the eyes of the dragon tribe and went to the dragon god's mansion, and on top of that tried to kill Lunaria and eventually the sun. Is he going to be hard to find? It certainly is easier than finding a demon in the whole dragon world. After all, one who could do this is very few in number. Unlike Crystal's case, it was a daytime incident and happened in the town. Besides, I also have the power of the demon eye. There is no reason for me to not be able to collect evidence.
Yeah, dude, try it, bro.
Evidence was gathered in no time. Easily, it's gathered. It's not befitting for a case where a person that could be called as the most precious person in the dragon world is killed. It was so easy that it was strange that no trace was left on the scene.
It took you a while to use that demon
eye. It was a
eye.
sloppy hiding method that could be found immediately if you searched for it intentionally. It's too easy that I don't even need to use my demon eye. Me too, I should have some doubts about that. Unfortunately, people don't wonder much when things are going well. That time I think it's natural for it to work because I acted according to the correct procedure. By collecting evidence, the suspects were narrowed down. But when I narrowed it down, I was stunned. I reviewed the evidence again and confirmed it many times. But no matter how much I looked up, the list of suspects didn't change. The meeting was held almost after the information was gathered and the suspects were identified. Are these the suspects? We, the 5 dragon generals, gathered in the meeting room where the dragon god was waiting and presented the contents of each investigation. All of the 5 dragon generals had the same suspect on the list. Yes, everyone came to the same conclusion as I did. The list contained the names of 4 people. Fudoria Dordia, Nartakil, and Paidon Ballad, Kirisith Calicis. The first 3 are probably unfamiliar names to you. However, with the name of the last person, I think you somehow got the idea. Yes, they are inhabitants of another world. At the same time, they were the engineers. Those who make things, I had spent many years adjusting and inviting into the dragon world. They had gathered in a building and had a meeting a few days before Lunaria was killed. Also, on the day when Lunaria was suspected to have been killed, a suspect who was suspicious of his behavior was witnessed. For that matter, they have disappeared since that day. What Silards explained is the same as I find. But I wanted to deny it. It's impossible for them to do that. They came from the
Alright,
dragon
demon
world.
race
They came for all world peace.
shenanigans.
But I didn't have anything to deny the evidence lined up there.
Demon
Isn't it
race
proof that Kirisith Calicis is on
shenanigans.
good terms with Lunaria? No, it's the opposite. It can be said that she approached Lunaria because she was trying to cause this incident. What's wrong with Laplace? You look pale. Silard's words trembled my wings. If they really committed the crime, it wouldn't be strange for me to be a suspect as well. I devised a plan to kill Lunaria, and for that reason, I invited them into this dragon world. And I didn't have any words to deny it. Even if I didn't mean it, there was no substitute for me to invite them. Silard said to me, who was terrified. Laplace, I'm not suspicious of you. It was a reassuring word. Looking around, the other 5 dragon generals were looking at me with the same eyes as Silard. It's a reassuring line of sight. You are more gracious to Lunaria than anyone else. Everyone acknowledges your loyalty to the dragon god. You cannot cause that tragedy. Thank you. At the same time I was relieved, I felt proud. I'm being treated by this prideful dragon general as an unquestionable companion. Maybe they tried to make use of you. The criminal knew what you were doing and approached you. They probably were trying to aim Lunaria's life and put the blame on you. But why Lunaria-sama? Anyway, I wanted to know the reason. Who killed Lunaria for what purpose? Are you trying to kill the child? I wanted to know the reason. It's just a guess, but people in other worlds probably don't like the dragon world to have any more power. In particular, the dragon god married a human god's daughter and had children. I think this is why. What's dangerous about it? Don't you know? The human race is the weakest, but the speed of cultural development is unrivaled by other worlds. And although the speed of cultural development is slow, we are the strongest race in the individual. The connection between the human race and the dragon tribe is if you become stronger, you can overwhelm other worlds and take the initiative. It's stupid. Did they think that dragon god was joining hands with human god with the intention of taking over the world? It would not be strange for anyone to think that way. Silard's reasoning didn't convince me. At least, all the gods I've seen were only thinking about their own world.
It's probably because they found out that you killed that dude.
No one really wanted to fight.
It's probably that. That's probably the reason.
The wise gods would of course realize it. This is why I was convinced.
That one dude that was like the son of the freaking demon king, demon general. I forgot the dude's name. Fuck. It's the guy that Laplace faced for 10 days. Probably since he killed that guy. That's probably the reason why this whole thing started, but they probably figured that out. But it's probably what you get for lying to their face, dragon god dude. Like, come on.
The current situation will not continue. The upper one may look down on the lower one and treat him like a slave. If you've taken the lead in avoiding that, it's not unreasonable. But if that's the purpose, it's a bad move. There's no point in killing Lunaria herself. That's right. Then, the murder of Lunaria might have been secondary, and the real purpose might have been to kill the child. What do you mean? The son will be the king, / rule over, of both the dragon race and the human race. No, he could be the next generation's god. Peeps refer to gods as human god, dragon god, etc. He might be referring that the kid could be the god of the whole 6 race instead. The title of the son of the dragon god makes the dragon tribe obey allegiance. The title of Lunaria's son makes allegiance obey the human race. There is a possibility that the dragon race and the human race will join hands under the sun. Therefore the assailant tried to kill the son. However, Lunaria showed more resistance than expected. He couldn't manage to kill the son. Of course, I would have considered killing Lunaria from the beginning. Even if you kill your child, it doesn't make sense if you give birth to your second child. I don't care about the reason. It was the dragon god who blocked the words of me and Silard. After looking through the list, he looked at Silard with his sitting eyes and said, Silard, what is this? That is a list of suspects. What I ordered you. The criminal. Oh. Silard realized his blunder. It is not the suspect that the dragon god told me to look for it. The criminal. In other words, we were not able to complete our mission. Normally, dragon god wouldn't point that out. But, dragon god on that time is different. He has a face that basically says that if we don't bring the culprit now, we'll have ourselves torn to pieces. I beg your pardon. In an instant, Silard gave the most respectful bow. With a look that's willing to die, he has advised the dragon god. From now on I will travel through each world, find the criminal and drag him here. Wait. Dragon God sent a keen eye to Sillard, who tried to scream and jump out of the conference room. Sillard was trembling. The anger continues. No one can take his gaze head on and stay calm. Even if it is the 5 Dragon General. Sillard is the criminal among the list. I think it's highly possible. The Dragon God seemed to be thinking about something. Is it another reason why the criminal killed Lunaria? Or is it a way to find the criminal? However, nothing came out of his mouth. For a while, he looks on the list with the looks that seems to want to burn everything. As if he wouldn't forget the name on the list even if he dies. At last Dragon God raised his face as if he realized something. Did you realize something? We saw the face of Dragon God with that in mind. However, Dragon God looks back sharply on something behind us. Do you have any business? The Dragon God said that and finally realized. There's a lone man was standing all along. His presence was so thin that we're not sure whether he is there or not. Only on place around him, somehow it looked a little distorted. It's as if he has always stood in our blind spot. Is it that strange that I came? He had a slightly different atmosphere than when I met him before. It seems that he's being angry somewhere in his heart. Well, it's nothing surprising. Do you think that I will just stay silent if my daughter gets killed? Yeah, he's the human god, he's the father of Lunaria. You're probably planning on taking revenge, don't you?
What the
Please,
fuck?
I want you to let me in.
No.
Us human race indeed does not have the strength, but we have the wisdom. I beg on you, let me help you on this. Can I? Nah, your help would be useful. Can you let me see the list? The human god says so, and without waiting for a response, he picks up the list on the table and looks at it. He reaches his chin and making a pose that's saying he's thinking. As expected, this foreworld, huh? Do you have something in mind? Without thinking I said so. Then the human god turned on me as if he just listened to me. Yes, I think you're aware that this foreworld is in a terrible state with each other, yes. Yeah. But, these foreworld has been quiet for a while. But, that is. Yes, it's because of your courage to become the bridge among the world, we had made a path among the worlds. After getting complimented, of course, I would be proud of myself. However, the continuation of his word is something that was the opposite. But, because of that the studies regarding monster and metastasis become known. It was something that I don't have any clue about. Regarding monster and metastasis, the subject is being studied all over the world. That itself is something that I aware of. About demon races research content, I had gone to inspect it a few times myself. However, in fact, at that time, I was ignorant of how far the research of the dragon world had progressed. To be honest, I thought that the dragon world was similar. I only heard reports that there were research results once in a while, and I didn't know how much results were actually achieved. No, if you think about it now, the report may have been hidden to some extent. Well,
What the
let's
fuck
talk about
is...
that a little later.
What the fuck is he babbling about, bro?
Surprised. The dragon race, whom all this time had nothing but power, having this length of technology. They thought that perhaps, it's actually us who's been the mastermind of the transfers of magical beasts. What the hell is that? No one answers my question. But Dragon God, and 5 Dragon General all have terrifying expressions. It's a face that realized something horrible. Why did Lunaria get killed? Probably Lunaria-sama accidentally knew what they knew, and they too at the same time know that fact. It was known that she knew the secret. After that, while considering their future fate, it's not weird to kill her now. I still don't know what they are talking about. However, it's not weird for Dragon God and 5 Dragon General to be
neither
involved with
do
monster
I,
and
bro.
metastasis.
I don't get it.
I see, they stole our research
My
and concluded from the
pea-sized
progress
brain
that it's
doesn't
caused
get it.
monsters and
Smooth
metastasis,
brain.
and also killed Lunaria-sama and tried to get their hand on my son. The Dragon God quietly said so. However, his voice makes the room's temperature seem dropped. It was a terrifying word. It's as if the Dragon God's anger leaked out of his mouth. This is rubbish. At last Dragon God jumps from his chair and said that then he off to the exit while being angered. Where to? Going from the top. No one could understand the meaning of the word. Both me and Sillard. Dora, Maxwell, and Chaos. No one understands. When Crystal was killed, he insisted on a peaceful resolution of the matter, and he was very accommodating. Now, though his anger was obvious, we all assumed he was aware of the consequences. Maybe if someone had tried to stop him then, things might have turned out differently. But it was impossible. To us 5 Dragon Generals, his word was absolute. Do you know what that means? It means that every word he speaks, every action he takes, is true and right. It always was, everything he had been saying was true and everything he had been doing was right. That's why the other Dragon Generals didn't notice. But I should have noticed. Me, who was closest to him, even though I'd spent the least time with him. To notice that even he loses his head with rage. Chapter 17 The Day of One World's End. The World of Beasts. It is a world where huge forests grow endlessly and mountains are connected. People who imitate various animals live. Dragon God boarded 5 Dragon General in such a world. He sighed. When we arrived in the beast world, there were over 10,000 troops that appeared in front of us. The time is night. The beast tribe's army was shining its brilliant eyes from the woods, surrounding the shrine at the top of the mountain. It was as they were waiting for us. At that time, we didn't really understand what it meant. Why were they gathered around the mountain? Why did they look at us with murderous intent? I didn't even think about it. We belong to Dragon Race. We are a combat race. We could only accept the hostility and the murderous intent as it was. They're our enemies. They killed Lunaria-sama. That's why they gathered here to greet us as we come for revenge. Or, if you looked more closely, you might have seen that the faces of the beast people were colored with astonishment. It was as if they had been startled by an unexpected arrival. However, it was only a small discomfort, now that I thought about it. Bring out the one who killed Lunaria. The dragon god shouted at the astonished beast tribe. It's an angry voice. A voice that made us 5 dragon generals tremble echoed throughout the beast world. All the beasts trembled. They knew they are being glared at by a great and mighty being, they're faced by an absolute opponent. We don't know. However, someone did not tremble by the voice of the dragon god. A person of the same rank as the dragon god. Yes, it's the beast god. He was different from the last time I saw him. He certainly does have the 2 heads. But he wasn't on his white wolf. He stood on his feet. Even though when I saw him at the meeting, he was always riding his white wolf. It's Fudoria. The beast god heard the name and made a suspicious look. Fudoria is on your place. He's gone. I don't know where he is. Hide. Do you want to blindly accuse him? If you won't let him out, I'll crush the whole world. Try that if you can. It was exactly this that I couldn't talk about. If you think about it, it seems that it wouldn't have been a fight if we had more calm discussions here. Whether it was a dragon god or a beast god, I didn't want to have a dialogue at that time. Find out and kill him. That was the only thing I had in mind. Well. The dragon god spread its wings, and the beast god exposed its fangs and maintained its position. The battle has begun. Dash. The battle between dragon generals and the beast tribe's army continued for 3 days and 3 nights.
Not as long, bro. Get good.
And 5 dragon generals crushed all the obstacles. The beast tribe is a strong race. They have a keen sense of smell, eyes that can see through the night, and can traverse rough roads without slowing down.
Get good, beast.
Furthermore, they use sound magic. Direct TL has control over voice. Their magic shakes the enemy's ears and can even lead to death. But to us dragon generals, it was nothing. Their claw, fang,
skill issue. True. It really is a skill issue.
Their voice just bounced back. Our hit on the ground blew away the mountains. Our nailscapes.
One guy lasted longer than all of you.
Beasts were blown away and died. It was a massacre. The 5 dragon general killed hundreds of thousands of beast race. Or if we were more numerous and had strength as a colony, they would have done so too. TN, the author here is trying to say that if the 5 DG and the beast race conditions were reversed, in terms of quality and quantity, then the beast race would have done the same. None of the beasts can hurt any of the dragon god generals. There was an overwhelming difference in strength. The beast tribe also had warriors who were escorts of the gods, like us, but they did not become opponents. Then, while we were crushing the beast tribe, the dragon god and the beast god were fighting. The rank as a race was overwhelmingly higher for the dragon god, but their rank as a god is the same. The beast god was never inferior to the dragon god. The two were moving so fast that it was difficult to answer if someone asked what kind of battle it was. Because of the speed, shock waves were always generated around, and the wind generated by the shock waves created an airflow, creating several tornadoes. The tornado sucked everything from the land that became a sea of blood and rained a big tree and blood on the beast world. The main weapons of the beast god were claws and fangs. He bit and yelled at the dragon god at a speed that eyes could not follow. However, it was not enough to penetrate the scales of the dragon god. The dragon god, on the other hand, also has claws and fangs. He faced the beast god, tore it with his claws, and beat him with his fist. But again, this is not enough to cut off the beast god's fur and damage his flesh. A situation where no decisive hit is given to each other. However, the damage must have accumulated. The morning of the 4th day. It was settled. It was quick for a battle between gods. When I saw it, the beast god was biting firmly on the shoulder of the dragon god. The fangs pierced the scales of the dragon god and spewed blood. Finally, it was the moment when the beast god hit the dragon god with what could be called a decisive hit. However, that decisive hit was what the dragon god wanted. The dragon god grabbed the right and left heads of the beast god that had bitten, and put a whole body of dragon spirit on his body, and split it open to the left and right. He tore it in two. The dragon god then slammed the two of what was the beast god into the ground.
We don't even
Tremendous
know
shock
if
and
they
flash.
were the
The
real
overwhelming
cause of
mainstream
this
of energy
whole
struck the beast
thing,
world.
bro. Come
I was
on.
blown away. It was enough energy to blow away not
Curse
only me but all
you,
of the 5
human
dragon generals.
god. You did
He was
this.
blown away, struck on the ground, but soon got up and jumped up. What I saw there was a huge crater. The dragon god slowly crawls out of there. He spread his wings and emerged into the sky. And he shouted so that he could hear the whole world. It was a scream of anger that could not be voiced. On that day, all the creatures of the beast world were imprinted with fear and hatred of
Straight
the dragon
A's,
race.
bro.
The dragon god went
Easy
wild.
clap.
He rampaged, and rampaged. If you don't come out, I'll crush the whole world. There was no falsehood in that word whatsoever. 90% of the beast world was destroyed, and disintegration began. Most of the creatures living in the beast world have died. At this point, it wouldn't be possible for Fudoria to live. That much destruction has been done. Laplace, I'll leave the rest to you. Relieved to see now the already disintegrating beast
Fantasy
world.
manga? I don't know,
Dragon
man.
world. He hands me a jewel. The jewel is covered in blood. The moment it landed on my hand, I understood that it was a jewel with the power of God. If you use it, it is possible to cross the boundary. Let's call it a god ball. Probably when the dragon god killed the beast god, it was extracted. With the god ball in my hand, I was bewildered. I didn't know what I was supposed to do when I was put in charge and told to see things through. The remaining people were running around in search of a safe place. However, where's a safe place when this world is about to end? I can only watch them in pity. As a result of the dragon god's rampage, the beast world is nothing but destroyed. Then, is he telling me to run around and kill all the remaining people? No, I wasn't ordered to do so. The beasts who continued to run around in this already destroyed world, they knew it clearly. I don't want to die. I want to survive. However, this world is disintegrating every second. Their annihilation was inevitable without my help. I had no choice but to watch helplessly as the world collapsed and people ran for their lives. What was on my mind was a question. What's in my heart is dubiousness. Is it necessary to do this much? Was it necessary to destroy everything? The game should have been settled when the beast god was defeated. I didn't know where Pudoria disappeared after all, but I think it wasn't necessary to kill them all. I think there was another way. Beast race isn't all bad. I desperately shook off that idea. What the dragon god did. It must have some deep meaning. I even thought it was a sin to doubt. Good grief. There was someone that's talking to me. It was standing behind me before I realized it. I have no idea when he got there or when he was approaching. After I turned around, there was a god with an unmemorable face. Yes, it's a human god. It's pitiable, isn't it? He said that as if he has seen through me. No, perhaps he really has seen through me. That time his power is still unknown to me. No matter how much you suspect that he killed Lunaria, not all of these people are bad. Most of them probably don't even know what happened. Suddenly God's dead, and suddenly the world ends. There's nothing to do but to despair. They didn't do anything. They didn't know anything. Human God stood behind me, looking at the beast and whispers to me. I thought I was being blamed. That I did nothing but look. I can't stop this tragedy. But, it seems it wasn't like that. After a while, Human God said something. Still, this is too pitiful. When I turned around, Human God smiled at me. Keep this a secret to Dragon God, okay? After he said that, Human God disappeared from view. Where did he go? Where is he going? I was pondering, but after a while I realized something.
Hey, yo, what?
People were running away in a certain direction.
Hey, yo,
A
what?
certain direction. That's the direction Dragon God goes to. Do these guys plan to
Hey,
take
yo.
revenge on him?
Hey,
But
yo,
Dragon God
what?
is long gone to the Dragon World. And they shouldn't be able to cross the boundaries. But they're certainly heading there. To the direction we came. To a shrine that's used to cross beyond the world boundaries. Then, the people disappeared into the shrine. To the shrine that should only be available to God. Well, I could also use it with this God ball though. Anyway, the human God moved. Human God saved all the remaining beasts. From the destroyed world to his world. The human world. The dragon God may have intended to destroy all the beasts. And as a dragon general, I should have followed it. Maybe I should have hindered the actions of the human God. However, I couldn't. It's good enough for me if Lunaria-sama's death got avenged. I didn't mean to destroy the beast world as well. That's why I stand still. I stand still looking at what human God is doing. Until the last survivors of the beast race move into the human world. To be honest, I was even impressed at that time. How merciful this God is. Will he give that mercy to the beasts, even if his world is full? Even though the beast race may have killed Lunaria-sama in a planned manner. I don't intend to disrespect the dragon God whatsoever. For me, I remembered Lunaria's death as a deeply sad and angry memory. However, at the same time, I would have wanted him to show generosity and mercy. Of course, I didn't intend to directly make such a request directly to Dragon God. Even now, it seemed that if we consider how Dragon God felt,
Dude, just tell him, bro.
But still,
Just tell
I wanted
him.
the beasts to be given salvation. Even for just
Oh
a few
my
times, we
gosh,
exchanged technician
bro.
and dragon. That's why give them a little bit of mercy, please. But, it was not Dragon God who gave it, it was human God. And seeing his figure, I really thought that this God is really a trustworthy one, I didn't have any doubt. Without knowing that it was his trick. Anyway, this is how the beast world is destroyed. The few remaining beasts were accepted into the human world. Only a few % survived, but still only a few % of the world's inhabitants. I didn't know the exact number, but it wasn't small. Nevertheless, the human God accepted them as refugees. To put it the other way around, more than 90% of the beasts have died. Including the beast God. It was the biggest disaster since the beginning of the sixth world. But such a catastrophe was only the beginning of the tragedy that was to follow. Chapter 18 Teleportation Research Dragon God Sama annihilated one world after another. Sea world, heaven world. There was no room for negotiation with either.
Whoa,
All other
bro.
worlds declared we cannot forgive Dragon World after the destruction of Beast World. What we didn't know at the time was that they also had their own reasons to fight. There was no cause for standing down.
Cheers.
By the time we arrived, Heaven and Sea
Coffee
World were
and
already lined up and ready
donuts?
for battle.
Hey,
Sea Race's
yo.
army dyed the sea black. Heaven Race's army blot out the sky. However, that show of force meant little before us, the 5 dragon generals. It was a massacre, just like Beast World. The 5 dragon generals cleared the riffraff, while Dragon God Sama
My
faced off with their
gosh,
gods
bro.
and showered
Can
the world with
someone
his wrath
tell
until it
this
collapsed.
man that he's being a little bit more upset than he should? Like, oh my gosh, bro. Dude, this Dragon God's just like wrecking shit, bro. Plus, you should probably tell something. It's just like, hey, bro, this is a bit much, don't you think? It's a bit much. He's like, nah, rampage.
The few
Okay,
survivors
bro.
poured into the human world under the
Like,
human god's benevolence. We were victorious, one battle after another. But even we did not
you
escape
can
the
even
battles
say
unscathed.
what the human god
Dragon God
says.
Sama's
Like,
body was
it's
tattered.
pitiable. Like, you don't
Five
even
wound
have to
received.
tell him that the human god saved like all those beasts. You can just say like, the human god doesn't agree with what you're doing right now, and his daughter died. So, I mean, his wife was assassinated, but I mean, Laplace could still say like, "Hey, bro, your father-in-law or whatever, he's kind of like he's not as angry as you, and he kind of thinks it's kind of stupid what you're doing right now. Just saying. Just saying. We all grieve in our own way. But the problem is, no one's telling the Dragon God he might be wrong. To them, it's like, oh my gosh, it's blasphemy to think that he's wrong. It's like, I mean, like, even Laplace knows, like, this is a bit much, don't you think? Like, dude, he's literally just pulling an errand, bro. He's literally a giant crybaby right now, dude. He's literally pulling an errand.
From Beast God, he bled. Poison from Sea God ate away at his leg. The beam of light from Heaven God blinded him in one eye. Dragon race was indeed the most powerful race. That was a fact. But the gods were of similar rank. They were equals from birth, even if us their children.
He turned into a psychopath,
even though the dragon
bro.
generals were covered by battle scars, we could still fight.
Jeez.
After all, there was still one world left. Yes, a race said to be equally powerful to the dragon race. Indeed, Demon World. I was worried. War with Demon World would not be a cakewalk.
Dude, like, oh my gosh. They had a list of like 4 suspects. They had a list of like 4 different suspects that they could have just gone to those worlds and be like, hey, yo, here's the list. Bring me one of them. We're bringing all of them over here, and we're going to interrogate each and every one of them. You had 4 names. 4. I mean, like, you don't need to destroy entire worlds for this shit. That makes no sense. Who wants it? Everyone expresses sadness in their own way. Dude, oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, dude, yeah. Dragon God did nothing wrong, bro. You did nothing wrong.
Dragon God Sama himself may die. Should we really continue
This guy
to persecute
did nothing wrong.
Until Demon World was fully destroyed? Of course, I felt no attachment to
You
World.
literally had a list
Rather,
of just
I hated
4
Demon
guys.
World, the world that rejected
4.
me. However, after witnessing the destruction of 3 worlds,
Dumbass.
Beast World, Sea World, Heaven World, I felt a great revulsion.
Not
Was it all
Sea
necessary?
World.
A collapsed world. Survivors with no escape. The desperation they all wore. If we lose, Dragon World would share that fate. No, our fate would be far worse. If Dragon Race tried to escape from our collapsing world, who would accept us as refugees? Human World? Maybe Human God would accept the Dragon Race. He has supported us. So the human race might be considered our ally. Even if Dragon Race loses, maybe they'll protect and shelter our survivors. But the human world already sheltered survivors of the 3 worlds we already destroyed. I heard they had been granted lands, recuperated, and settled into considerable territories. Yet they would never forget the suffering, pain, and humiliation they endured. If Dragon Race refugees flood into the human world, they would certainly want us eradicated. Of course, I didn't plan on losing either. I had no plan for Dragon Race to be treated that way. But the opponent this time was the Demon Race. Losing is a possibility. I felt turmoil.
Oh
to
my
request Dragon God Sama to
gosh,
stop.
bro.
If Dragon God Sama could calm down
Guys,
and request
man.
Human God to intervene and mediate. After all, we still haven't identified Lunaria Sama's murderer. Shouldn't we calm down and identify
After
the true
all,
suspect first?
seriously,
Let's not complicate
bro,
the
what the
situation.
fuck?
Wouldn't that be better? I thought so then.
Yeah.
What I should have done. But I was so blindly worshipful of Dragon God Sama then. Of course, I worship Dragon
Dumbass.
God Sama even now. But back then, the thought that Dragon God Sama might be wrong would never cross my mind. I wouldn't consider it. That was the
Dumbass.
circumstance for the 5 Dragon Generals.
Oh my
Only the most
gosh.
faithfully loyal to Dragon God Sama can become a 5 Dragon General. We must affirm all of Dragon God Sama. Expecting us to restrain him was
The
impossible.
5-man
That's what I thought
army,
then.
bro.
But I was lost. As we watched Dragon God Sama relentlessly ready for the next battle, the 5 Dragon Generals were all a little lost. I couldn't talk about it with anyone either. Who could I talk to? If Lunaria Sama was alive, or she might have shared her wisdom. Now I thought about it, she was the only one of all of Dragon World who could have advised Dragon God Sama. But if she's alive, this war would have never happened. Her death instigated the war,
Laplace,
after all.
you can
Nothing could be done.
advise him.
A dead end. Stewing in my thoughts, I passed each day with only Salianite for comfort. However, one person did take note of my sentiment. Dora-sama. One day she invited me to her house. Thinking back, it was the first time I went to her house. A simple abode unbefitting of a dragon general. Only a handful of servants, the minimum of material necessities. Meeting her servants saddened me. I had almost forgotten due to the shock of Lunaria Sama's death, but many of her servants were also killed in the incident. Baby Perogius was resting at the back of the house. Not yet old enough to open his eyes yet. He had neither claws nor fangs, sparse scales, even the wings off his back were still tiny. A frail creature that would make your protective instincts blossom. Was it because he's not yet grown? Dora-sama saw me watching Perogius and asked. What's wrong? Worrying about something. It was a gentle voice. Not an interrogating one. She was trying to comfort me with kindness. Our times as teacher and student suddenly rushed back to me. I almost cried. After my selection as a 5 Dragon General, I didn't speak much with Dora-sama. But she was always watching out for me. Truth be told. By the time I realized it, All the words I had locked away in my heart came spewing out. I readied myself to be punished for my insolence. But Dorasama listened quietly. Even when I raised my voice, Dorasama didn't change her expression. When I finally finished, she answered in a quiet voice. It's only natural that you don't understand the will of Dragon God Sama. Not trying to push me away. Rather, it's a voice of regret. Come, I'll show you something interesting. Dorasama said, leaving the house.
She was the one who killed
As we flew out of the city, Dorasama didn't say a word. I didn't ask
Dora
where we were
killed
going either,
her.
but simply followed. We flew for about an hour, until Dorasama landed atop of a mountain. An ordinary, nameless mountain. Dorasama folded her wings and spoke for the first time. Here. Here. I replied like an idiot. I saw only a mountain. Dorasama noted that I didn't notice anything special about this mountain. Without
Austrian
answering me, she
painter
quickly
did
walked
nothing
toward Boulder.
wrong. Dude,
With a hand
that's
on the
like,
boulder, she
that's
chanted,
basically what they're
"Distance."
thinking about
At the
with,
end of the chant, the
with
boulder
Dragon
suddenly
God,
disappeared.
bro, I
In
swear.
its place, a cave wide enough for one person to pass through. A secret passage. Dorasama silently stepped into the cave. I followed. Inside the cave was a narrow passage. It was dim, but the passageway seemed to be well maintained. There was a room at the end
That
of
was
the
me.
passage.
Don't worry
A
about
room
it.
created by carving out the narrow cave, with ceilings too low for flight. Basically, the size of a typical house. Desks were lined up in the room, with various stationaries and bundles of papers placed on them. And there were a lot of dragon race. Sitting by the desks, on the ground, some standing where they worked. Everyone focused on their work. This is Teleportation Research Lab. Teleportation. I knew before that dragon race was studying teleportation research. But I didn't know where and when, and how far along. Despite being a 5-dragon general. Once you know this,
Griffith
your
did
worries will
nothing
clear up.
wrong, true.
Dorasama said and walked about the room. All researchers are here. AHH. Watching them with admiration, I noticed something in particular. Everyone's scale colors are rather faded. Many no longer have any webbing in their wings, many others have lost their fangs. To my surprise, only old people work there. Only the elderly. That's right. Only the dragon race who have reached the end of their lifespan gathers here. I didn't ask why, but I could guess. Because teleportation magic is dangerous. If an experiment fails, the whole mountain may disappear. That's why only old people ready to die could do the research. Of course,
My
there might be other
gosh,
reasons
that's
as well.
dark.
Old people are more suited to research than hot-blooded young ones.
Jeez.
In fact, this was the case in other worlds as well. In Demon World, since the immortal demons tend to be idiots, those with short lifespans tend to be researchers. Everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Today, the 5-dragon general, Demon Dragon King Laplace came to inspect your work. Just work diligently as usual, as you were. When Dorasama finished, everyone welcomed me with the utmost salute. It was a powerful salute. Despite their age, I could appreciate they were all dragon warriors once. Welcome, young one. Apologies for our lack of courtesy, but please enjoy your inspection. I appreciate it. With a little hesitation, I decided to answer him respectfully. Although I may be a dragon general, they had served Dragon God Sama with honor before I was born. I thought I should be respectful. Come, I'll show you. I followed Dorasama around the laboratory. Dorasama briefly explained the research being conducted in the laboratory. But to be honest, I had no idea what they were doing at that time. I'm well versed with magic now, but back then I couldn't distinguish one magic from another. The old men were developing what we would now call magic circles, but to me back then it only looked like weird patterns and scribbles. Even though I didn't understand, I
A
tried
bunch
to
of
memorize them.
Nanahoshis. A bunch of
Ever
them.
since coming to the dragon world,
Bunch
I
of
was learning
old
constantly.
Nanahoshis.
No matter what. If I knew the logic behind it, I could reproduce it. If they let me study the vast amount of research materials from the past, I'm sure I could catch up to them. But it was a rude awakening for me. Their research wasn't so trivial that a beginner could grasp it at a glance. Do you understand? No. Just as well, they'd lose their positions if you catch up to thousands of years of research just like that. Looking back, that place was certainly ahead of its time. Focused on teleportation and summoning magic research. The great magic of the early days was more magic than magical technique. Much was still undiscovered. Only a few things were understood at a practical level. A mountain of wisdom written on those dragon-hide parchments. If only a bunch of those have survived, the current magic system would have changed significantly. If anyone understood them. Afterwards, Dorasama demonstrated summoning magic. Summoning magic at its earliest form. At its most native form. But it isn't much different from now. A way to summon creatures from other worlds. She summoned a small fish from Ocean World.
Wasn't there a
Just a
demon
powerless
king?
fish.
I don't know what you're
After its
referring
collapse,
to.
Sea World no longer had any inhabitants, but some living things clinged on. Seeing the fish reminded me of the first time I visited Sea World. I'm used to it now, but back then I was quite excited to see a fish for the first time. To realize such creatures exist in other worlds. Fish have an unusual shape, don't you think? A strange creature that could only survive in water. You don't think so? There are fish in our back pond? Ah, yes. Well, I lived for a long time in worlds without the sea. But don't you find blue dragons odd when you first saw them? They have a form that could only live in the sky. Dragon God Sama kept the research results a secret from the dragon race. Do you know why? No. I don't. He's worried. Unlike the monsters and teleportation incidents, there's no way to counter it. It'll only cause unnecessary trouble if announced. Dorasama said. Well, probably other reasons as well. Such as the research won't produce immediate results. If they presented their findings and more teleportation incidents occurred, it'd create more pressure for the research team. Why? Couldn't you tell me? Because you were appointed as a 5-dragon general responsible for contact with other worlds.
That's because, like, if they have green hair, they have a higher connection with Laplace. That's like the green hair like myth thing in the Mushoku Tensei universe, and like right? No. Okay. Someone told me no. All right. Correct him.
I was rather shocked. As five
I don't
dragon
know.
general, I thought I stood as an equal with the other four. But
Was
only I was
after
not
he got
informed of our
sealed.
secret
Yeah,
missions.
I know that, but I thought he's talking about Rugiad right here. So I'm thinking he's talking about the Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation series. That's the Laplace factor. That's like you have a higher connection with Laplace and potential of being as violent as him, as powerful as magic as him, or more powerful in magic, or like potentially be reincarnated, potentially be a reincarnation of Laplace. Laplace was he was a demon god, I believe. And this is Laplace right here. Don't 100% know what's happening. What happened though between then and here. So, or back in the future and here. I don't know 100%. I'm not a lore expert.
Perhaps, until then, I was a security risk or a potential traitor. Don't look like that. It's not like we're concerned that you may betray us. Then why? It'll only hinder your work, if our research revealed the culprit behind the monster and teleportation incidents. Some things were better not to know. I understood that immediately. Some demons are capable of reading minds too. Don't be sad, let me explain the situation. Dorasama patted me on the shoulder and proceeded to explain her research. It seems that the 5 dragon generals each have their own area of research: teleport, summoning, magical beasts, and barrier magic. Crystal's focus was teleportation. Dorasama inherited his legacy. She became the expert in both summoning and teleport magic. Summoning magic calls creatures from other worlds. Teleportation magic is the reverse, sending them to another world. Fundamentally, they're the same. Animals. What about people? Sure. Dorasama said definitively. That's what other researchers have misunderstood, that we're using summoning and teleportation to sow discord between the 6 worlds. We neither plan or intend to. Quite the contrary, Dragon God Sama specifically forbids the summoning and teleportation of people. Yes, Dragon God Sama made summoning people a taboo. Of course. If you can call and send people between worlds, it basically meant the dragon race was responsible for the teleportation incidents. Therefore, restrictions were written into the foundations of summoning magic to prevent summoning of people. Buried so deeply into its innermost layers, turning into a black box. A level of complexity that even I couldn't analyze. Even users of summoning magic could not understand its roots. Perhaps only Dorasama could unlock that black box. Do you know why we kept teleport and summoning magic a secret? Because it'll be abused if known. Yes, if it's for Dragon God Sama, we the dragon race is capable of anything without regard to the consequences. I heed those words and nod. Let's suppose someone got in Dragon God Sama's way, and for whatever reason Dragon God Sama could not outright kill
I
them
just
himself.
read that comment and I shake my head,
I'll
bro.
deal with the consequences. If I can absolve Dragon God Sama of the sin, I'd do it without any hesitation. Therefore, Dorasama refused to share teleport and summoning magics with the 5 dragon generals. Conversely, she also didn't know much about barriers and magical beasts. But the possibility exists. Thus the suspicion from other worlds that we're the culprits cannot be absolved. Of course, 5 dragon generals would do no such things. The only thing we could do was figure out who's the culprit behind the monster and teleportation incidents. No. Results of the research showed that the incidents weren't caused by magical techniques. Its fundamental principles are different. How? We create the phenomenon using magical circles, but there's no traces of such in the monster and teleport incidents. Research had progressed. We could now teleport and summon. And understood the reason behind the monsters and teleportations. The cause. We called it Dragon Toki. Dorasama explained. Power permeates the 6 worlds. In Dragon World we called in Dragon Toki, in Demon World they called it magic power. A power possessed by every living creature of the 6 worlds. People, fish, beasts, birds, even dragons. The monsters and teleportation incidents were both a result of this power. When a large amount of power is absorbed, creatures turn into magical beasts. More powerful creatures transform into more powerful magical beasts. People were no exception. But unlike other creatures, their appearance does not change significantly, only they wield greater magic and special powers. My demon eye, the overwhelming power of the 5 dragon generals, they're all phenomena of this power. This power maintains a natural equilibrium within the 6 worlds. If the power diminishes significantly in one world, it'll be retrieved from another to compensate. This transference not only caught up with trees and animals, but also people. As a result, teleportation incidents occur. People were spirited away. But we hit a dead end. We didn't figure out the cause of the imbalances. Why did the incidents occur more frequently? Then a breakthrough. According to the researcher's hypothesis, he said that at a certain time, the power of the 6 worlds suddenly declined, creating significant imbalances. The worlds absorb power from each other more to compensate, creating teleportation incidents. Because of the power gradient within each world, magical beasts appeared more frequently as well. So the theory goes. The most promising theory so far. However, why did the power of the 6 worlds suddenly diminish? There must be a cause. We only got so far with our research when the war began. We also missed the opportunity to tell you as well. I haven't had the chance. But the end result was a method to travel to other worlds. Laplace. Do you know why the Dragon God allowed you to negotiate with other worlds and invite their specialists into Dragon World? No. When the research progressed a little more, Dragon God Sama intended to share these technologies with the 6 worlds. Its cause, remedy, as well as methods to prevent the incidents from reoccurring. Once again, I was touched by Dragon God Sama's grace. He was not only considering the Dragon World. He wished to save all the worlds. Dragon God Sama was truly gracious.
Yeah, sure. Gracious, yeah.
Do you understand now?
Until his mind fucking broke as soon as his wife died. Yeah, sure. Gracious.
Him of his beloved. His wrath was just
gracious, man.
This war was inevitable. A just desert. My hesitation has disappeared. To tell the truth, I didn't understand half of the explanation about summoning at that time, but my concern had dissipated. In the next battle, I decided to take the lead. After an utmost salute to Dorasama, I left the research lab and flew away satisfied and resolute. Re-energized for the coming battle with the demons. But I was a fool. If I were a little smarter back then, with a bit more knowledge of summons and teleports, I would have asked Dorasama. If the power theory was true, then wouldn't our destruction of other worlds create further imbalance? Wouldn't more magical beasts and teleport incidents occur? If I just said those words, maybe it won't have been such an end. The wise Dorasama would certainly come to a new conclusion. But I was such a fool back then. And the battle with Demon World began. Chapter 19 Destruction of Demon World. The battle with Demon World was particularly fierce. The 8 great demon kings matched strengths with the 5 dragon generals. Dragon God Sama and Demon God were also equally matched. We were no longer in perfect fighting shape, and Dragon God Sama was wounded. We could no longer destroy a world with just the 6 of us. Even though we intended to walk the path of peace. Yet Dragon God Sama plunged us into total war. He called upon all the dragon warriors and brought the full force of Dragon World to bear. Of course, all the Demon World's fighters came to meet them. Dragon warriors could win by force, but demon fighters win by numbers. It's an even match. Dragon race invaded. Although we devastated several cities, the demons were numerous and tenacious. Unable to land a decisive victory, we withdrew. Then the demon race retaliated, launching a counter-offensive against Dragon World. Because of the unique topography of Dragon World, the demons' offensive faltered, so they also retreated and left behind their share of destruction. Such back-and-forth fighting raged on for years. I command the dragon warriors from the front line. Dueled the 8 great demon kings countless times. Necros Lacrosse had been strangely absent for the entire war. A missing member of the 8 great demon kings. Did they hold him in reserve, or was he preparing to attack when we least expected? I had no clue of his whereabouts. The war raged for decades. The necessity of war begets technology advancements. During the course of the war, we the 5 dragon generals developed many new magic and technologies. Dorasama created spirits using summoning magic. To counter magical attacks from the demons, Sillard invented barrier magic. Chaos forged magic swords from the bones of demons. Maxwell developed Dragon Gate as a method to weaken demonic power. A revolution in magical knowledge, relentlessly thrown into the battlefield. Of course, the demons were no slouch either. No, while there were many idiots among the demons, there are also wise ones. They invented many magic to counter the dragon race. A beam of light that can instantly vaporize dragons, magic spears that amplifies the wielder's power, poisons that corrode the victim in a painful death. Many unique techniques were created, through methods unknown to us. It was total war, with the apex pinnacle of technology and magic. Much of them were lost.
Yes, nothing to advance technology like war.
What do you think was the end result of so much technological advances?
Oh
Population
my gosh.
decline. For dragon race and demon race both. It's the natural consequence of war. Demon race and dragon race
Meanwhile, the human world was just like chilling during this entire
2 armies
time.
colliding head-on, numbered in the tens of thousands each, yet only a couple deaths on either side. It was a small miracle. But as technology slowly advanced, the casualties mounted. The dragon race's tombs were filled with the names of those fallen in the battlefield. Too many have died. Let's stop this war. Wars among the human race would often end this way. But neither the dragon race or demon race would ever consider it. The turning point was something else. We were troubled by our decline in fighting strength. It was the injuries to Dragon God Sama and 5
teleportation
dragon generals
magic being banned. I think it was mainly because I think there were random incidents of people from other worlds being missing, and that was potentially the cause of teleportation magic. So just banning it outright probably prevents them from being accused of random people disappearing. Also, I'm pretty sure it's a bit taboo to send like people from other worlds to other worlds, because like sending, like, for example, sending a dragon dude to the human world, I think is a bit taboo. I'm pretty sure, because it's just like general hostility towards other types of people from other worlds sort of deal. I think that's the main reason. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure the reason why is because they were scared of being accused for that stuff, but also because of racism. Smile. Did not want to redo the Dragon People event. They did not want to read. So, like, for example, let's say you know that like the demon world was researching teleportation magic, and you had no evidence at all of how Crystal disappeared or was murdered. You would come to the assumption that they were teleported by the demon race because of their research into teleportation magic, right? Pretty sure someone's bound to like fix my assumption in the comments, bro. Like, again, I'm not a lore expert, but from reading this, I'm pretty sure it's like a political thing with teleportation and not like a spawning of like a cause for war sort of deal. Or maybe it might be a potential cause for war, but like it's not as like dangerous as like summoning someone or something, you know? I don't know.
Us into total war in the first place. As our numbers declined, we fell into a precarious situation. Then human gods suddenly appeared. Popping up from
Actually, no,
usual,
I'm being confused. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, that would be if I'm pretty sure if Crystal disappeared, that would be summoning magic. That would be summoning magic. It's a logic thing. Colon. You're not gonna finish. You're not gonna lead the colon with anything. Okay, whatever. They don't want Rudy's ancestors to see a female dragon. Oh no. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's pretty obvious from like the present world that Lapus is telling the tale from, but it's pretty clear that a lot of dragons died during this whole thing. So, I don't think you could see a female dragon at the moment. So, Dragon People Creation 2.0, Keck W. But I'm pretty sure, like, if we were like assuming like the crystal's like disappearance was done by some form of magic, I think the only possible way would be summoning magic, because I'm pretty sure teleportation would have to be you're at the magic circle and you are transported somewhere else. Summoning magic is you have a magic circle and you're bringing something to you. So that's probably summoning magic. So probably the potential accusations is probably the reason why summoning magic is banned, I'm pretty sure. Teleportation, yeah. I'm trying to think. I think it might just be weird for people to transport across different worlds. Except the gods. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Designated teleportation circle would be okay, but an unknown port of entry into a serious is a secure. An unknown entry port of entry, it would be a serious security threat to a country. Not just that, this is between like different worlds here, and I'm pretty sure. I think that's the reason why it's like banned in the Mushoku Tensei world, like preventing people from using teleportation magic. But in regards to like the 6 worlds here or whatever, I'm pretty sure it's like the only people that are allowed to like go between worlds was gods. I'm pretty sure. Too OP war wise. I mean, yeah.
The 8 great demon kings are appearing on the front line.
Flank them.
If you defeat and reduce their numbers, you can turn this war around. We won't be having such a tough time, if only it's so easy. If the 5 dragon generals all gang
Reaper
up on
just clicked E.
It'll be no different than an ordinary monster hunt. 5 dragon generals were the strongest warriors of the dragon race. We always fought alone. It wasn't necessarily out of pride or honor. Simply there was never a necessity otherwise. Dragon generals could always defeat every enemy single-handedly. A blind spot. When I spoke to the others of this, they all wore bitter expressions. But with how the war had progressed, it dawned on everyone that special tactics were necessary to turn the tide. So they accepted my suggestion. We provoked one of the 8 great generals, lured and isolated him. Then all 5 of us attacked at once. No enemy that could withstand the full might of the 5 dragon generals. That demon king died, astonished and in despair. In this way, one by one, we eliminated the 8 great demon kings. Without them, the demons lost their momentum and the dragon race pushed back. Yet even in the end,
that's a big blow.
did not show. Finally, Demon God appeared on the front line. When he spotted us, Demon God began to grow in size. 5 meters, 10 meters.
10 meters ain't that much, bro.
His growth continued unabated. Only when his head pierced the clouds, and his feet were the size of walls did he stop. At the same time when he stopped, eyes appeared everywhere on his body. The eyes caught sight of the 5 dragon generals, and engaged us in battle.
Yikes.
You may assume that giants in stories were lumbering beasts. But not Demon God. He still moved about in his usual swiftness. He fell upon us, with punches the size of mountains and kicks like falling meteorites. It was too much even for the 5 dragon generals. Even when we dodged a punch, we would be blown for tens of kilometers away by the aftershock. There was too much of a power gap between gods and generals. We were not his match. It was then I truly realized the power of gods. If I had fought Beast God, Sea God, or Heaven God, it would have been in one-sided slaughter as well. Luckily, if Demon God appeared, Dragon God Sama would not stand on the sideline either. Dragon God Sama, who had been preserving his strength until this moment, appeared in Demon World in perfect form. The final duel began. I was worried. It wasn't that I don't think Dragon God Sama could defeat the mountain-sized demon god. But the wounds he suffered in other worlds had yet to heal. However, it seemed that I worried for nothing. The golden light shone from the Dragon God Sama's body as he began to move faster than light. Demon God's punch and kicks had difficulty connecting. On the rare occasion when they did land, it was Demon God that was blown away. Dragon God Sama was overpowering. But when a body part of Demon God was blown off, it would immediately regenerate. Demon God would launch into another attack, so Dragon God Sama failed to gain an upper hand. Every blow between the gods was accompanied by roaring sounds, making our skins crawl no matter how far away we were. With a slight delay, the shockwave came and blew us away. But we witnessed their battle anyway. We couldn't look away. It was the 4th time I witnessed a duel between gods. Each was a terrible catastrophe, of world-shattering destructions. This battle was unusually long. Dragon God Sama's unrelenting destructive power failed to break Demon God. Neither could Demon God strike a decisive blow against Dragon God Sama. Thus they attacked and defended, for 10 days, 20 days. Nobody could approach them. All watched from afar like we did. A fight that could go either way. But Dragon God Sama was the victor.
Dude, they were just watching on the side like with popcorn, just like, yeah, how long is this gonna go, bro? Yeah, we're on like day 19 now. This is getting a bit much, don't you think? Yeah. Hey, Dragon God, dude. Can you hurry up a little bit? Thanks, man.
100 days. A divine light
it's like, this is very entertaining and all, but
it didn't immediately register for me what was happening.
We kind of want to go.
But screamed out, it dawned on me. It's a magic circle. A magic circle, the size of continents, was under Demon God's feet. I couldn't see how Demon God looked from a distance. But from his gestures I could tell he didn't expect it either.
Boy.
He never thought Dragon God Sama would pull off something like this. Demon God's body began to rapidly collapse, starting from his feet. Because of his size, from the distance it appeared as if a mountain was slowly weathering away. It's hard to tell whether it was quick or slow. After the light subsided, Dragon God Sama returned, holding a small jewel in his hand. Dragon God Sama. We rushed to him. Dragon God Sama was covered in wounds. In addition to the wounds received from other gods, Dragon God Sama had nearly exhausted all of his Dragon Toki in the battle against Demon God. So weakened that I no longer sensed the usual divine aura around him. With Dragon God Sama looking near collapse, the 5 dragon generals were all terrified. Oh no. Dragon God Sama, for the time being, let's hurry and return to Dragon World. We lent a shoulder to the Dragon God Sama, who could only moan in response, and flew. Then Dora-sama suddenly turned around. Beyond her were the terrified demon masses, petrified by the death of their god. And the world collapsing around them. Indeed, this world could not withstand a battle between gods either. Seeing all this, Dora-sama tossed the jewel toward me. Laplace. You stay and witness Demon World's end. Yes. Witness the end of a world. Is it a courtesy? In both the sea and heaven world, someone remained to witness their end. Of course, it's not mere courtesy. There's also the responsibility of finding Lunaria-sama's murderer before the world's total collapse. Even though I barely did anything the first time, at Beast World. It couldn't be helped. You would freeze too. Watching a world end. It was too shocking a scene. To witness something as vast as a world collapse. Like the flow of a great river, an unstoppable end that you can only stand by and watch. Irreversible. The demons are a strong race, but as the world collapses, nothing can be done. Like people of the other worlds, they all tried to flee in every direction. But after a while, they all collectively moved toward one. The legacy to another world. Yes, human God made his move again. It's a shocking sight to bear. But after witnessing it so many times, I had become resistant to it. I flew about the collapsing demon world to complete my mission. I was looking for someone. Necro Lacrosse. Even at the end, one of the 8 great demon kings never appeared. He was also a close associate of Kirasis Callisis. If we met, maybe I could learn something useful. Why wait until now to find him? Because there was no way for me to come to Demon World. I had long returned Beast God's jewel to Dragon God Sama. I couldn't even think to petition him. Because I already bore the responsibility of inviting those criminals into the Dragon World. Even if I suggested it, Dragon God Sama probably wouldn't permit me to go. As a result, I never had a chance to meet Necro Lacrosse again. After flying for a while, I spotted something. The largest city of the world, the demon capital Dalek. The biggest castle, Demon God Castle Galek. The castle was ablaze. The castle that shouldn't burn, was engulfed with an unusual, black flame. What insane individual would set fire to the residence of a god? I found that suspicious and approached the castle. However, with the smoke thick in the air, I couldn't find the entrances. Therefore, I landed on the grounds. Before, I always entered from rooftop, so it was an unusual sensation to stand
I
before the
entered
front
from
gate.
rooftop.
Several guards were fleeing from the castle as I landed. When they spotted me, they screamed and ran away.
Oh
Walking away
my
from
gosh.
them, I headed inside the castle. It was tremendously hot inside the castle, with many demon corpses littered about. But the heat did nothing to the protection of my dragon Toki. I looked about the castle that was engulfed in flame. Of course,
What the
no one
fuck
remained in the
is
burning
he
castle.
gonna do with that
glorious
gem that he
castle Galek
has
was
though?
deserted.
That's...
I couldn't find the arsonist, he must have already felled. Thinking so, I left the castle. Then, we met. A 6-armed black giant emerged from the stairs leading to the basement. Necro Lacrosse. Just the person I was looking for. You. The face I haven't seen for so long looked rather thin. Could immortal demons lose weight? He had a baby in his arms. Laplace. Please. Let us go. Before I could respond, Necro Lacrosse continued, hiding the baby behind him. I know why you would betray us. But this kid knew nothing. The child is innocent. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend his words. I have betrayed them. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? The one that murdered Kirasis Callisis and engulfed the worlds in the flames of war. Was you, Laplace. Wait, Kirasis Callisis was murdered? When? What's the point of pretending? You plotted the whole thing. I don't know what you are talking about. Tell me, Necro Lacrosse, exactly how did Kirasis Callisis die? I listened to the visibly agitated Necros Lacrosse about the circumstances on their side. Everything started the day Kirasis Callisis returned to Demon World. Necro Lacrosse didn't know the precise reason, only that she was allowed to return for a while. Demon God nodded at his wife's words and did not inquire further. Kirasis Callisis was near childbirth around that time, so everyone assumed the dragon race had allowed her return in consideration. Kirasis Callisis gave birth to a healthy child. The birth of an immortal demon is rather unusual, even their physique remained unchanged during pregnancy. But that's a bit of a tangent. Shortly after giving birth, Kirasis Callisis was found dead. Demon God went on a rampage, searching for the criminal. Fortunately, this criminal left behind a trail of evidence. Silver hair and scales. Remains of a dragon race. That night, all the dragon warriors stationed in Demon World had
Oh
disappeared.
my
It's a story I've heard somewhere
gosh.
before. And it proceeded as expected as
No
well.
shot this was
Dragon race did it?
planted.
Laplace, of the 5 dragon generals, took revenge on the demons. But here the stories diverged. Upon hearing the story, Necros Lacrosse strongly rejected the accusations from the other 8 great demon kings. Laplace would never do such things. Rather, it's probably a plot, planting evidence to incriminate the dragon race. We should calm down and investigate further.
Oh
The
my
demon king
gosh,
did
he's
settle
way
down,
more
and was
level-headed
about to
than
engage the
Dragon
dragon
God.
race for
Jeez,
details.
what the
It was
fuck?
just then news of the destruction of Beast World at the hands of the dragons came. At the same time, the suspect of Kirasis Callisis' murder was captured, a dragon race. Under intense torture, the man testified, I was ordered by Laplace, and Necro Lacrosse was also an accomplice. Necro Lacrosse was quickly captured and imprisoned. Necro Lacrosse turned rather depressed. Incredible how much faith he had in me. Even if he feared that I might take revenge for his past transgressions. After that, Necros Lacrosse didn't know about the situation in Demon World. Well, the story ended the same. Demon Race chose to fight and engaged with Dragon Race in battle. Necros Lacrosse could only wait in his pitch-black cell. However, when Demon God died, the world began to crumble, so he knew something terrible had happened. He managed to break free and escaped outside. When he saw people fleeing in every direction, he hadn't figured out what's going on yet, only realizing that the castle was set on fire. A black flame. Seeing that strange flame, Necros Lacrosse realized that the newborn demon child was still in the castle. Fearing the worst, he rushed into the castle and the baby's room. As he feared, no caretaker remained with the child. So he took the child with him to escape, and that's when he unexpectedly met me. I feared you were the cause of everything, but I can see from your face that you're truly innocent. It wasn't me. So much information left my head swirling. If everything he said was true,
Why are
then we
they
were
so
framed.
level-headed?
Why?
What the fuck,
For what?
man?
At least,
Don't do
Necros
this,
Lacrosse wasn't
bro.
lying. He's a man who could tell no lies.
The
He
fuck?
doesn't have the brains to make up a story like this. I'd like to talk in detail, but I have to keep this child alive. If you're truly not hostile, please, let us go. I slowly slid my body aside, letting them through. Demon God's child. When he grows up, anyone would expect him to become Dragon God Sama's enemy. But I couldn't stop them. After listening to Necros Lacrosse's circumstances, it's impossible to take the life of that baby. We already destroyed their world under false pretenses. To kill the child in fear of revenge was not righteous. Head to the teleport shrine. The path to the human world is open. Thanks. I owe you one. And Necros Lacrosse was gone. In his bosom a baby too young to open his eyes. And I returned to Dragon World. Burying the information I gained from Necros Lacrosse deep in my heart. Thus, Demon World collapsed. Chapter 20 Rupture. By the time I returned to Dragon World, Dragon God Sama was already bedridden. It was a dreadful sight. Blood gushed from his shoulder, one eye wounded shut, one of his feet wilted. In addition, a great gash on his hand from his battle with Demon God. A body littered in wounds. That's the best I could describe Dragon God Sama's condition. Wounds inflicted by another god would not heal quickly. Only after a long time, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, would it slowly heal. Ah, Laplace, well done. Despite being covered in wounds, Dragon God looked rather content. In spite of the pain, his heart must have found peace now that his revenge was complete. Whoever the criminal was, whether he still lives, now that their worlds were all
This
destroyed,
demon I could
those
tell
questions
if
had all become
Laplace's
moot.
line.
Demon
I
world
know,
fell
but
silent.
even before then, when like the evidence was like, when there was like evidence that a dragon did it, like the demon god was level-headed, and like even like this guy was like hesitant to accuse Laplace of this shit, even though like the other demon generals or whatever were like accusing him. Even after like the suspect said like he was ordered by Laplace. Like this is like crazy shit. Like oh my gosh. This demon I could tell if Laplace is lying, but like yeah, I guess that's true, but like
As expected.
before that even.
Then you should get some rest. You must be exhausted. In that calm face there was a shade of anxiety and regret. Maybe Dragon God Sama did regret having done so much. This wasn't what Lunaria Sama would have wanted. If things just settled as is, maybe in 10,000 years he would have found another path. No, I'll rest after making my report. What is it? But that opportunity was forever lost. I reported to Dragon God Sama the knowledge I gained from Necros Lacrosse. I found Necros Lacrosse in the collapsing demon world. According to him, Kirasis Callisis. Dragon God Sama listened to my report without any reaction. Probably was wondering of the purpose of my report. But as the story progressed, his expression changed. Grim, shock, and concern. By the time I wrapped up, Dragon God Sama looked full of trouble. That was all I have to report. Dragon God Sama. Deep in thought, Dragon God Sama did not respond immediately. But my report was over. I guess I should go get some rest as Dragon God Sama had ordered. As I was thinking that. Yes. It's him. Dragon God Sama suddenly murmured and stood. He got up and was leaving the room. Where to? I hurried to ask. Dragon God Sama replied. Invade the human world. I thought that was preposterous. Why? Human race was the victim here. We should also be grateful for them for cleaning up after our mess. Unless the culprits were the human the whole time.
Oh my gosh, thank you for finally questioning him. Holy shit.
There was no reason for it.
Seriously.
If Lunaria Sama had lived, then the human race and dragon race would have stood united atop the 6 worlds. Moreover, human god welcomed refugees from all the dead worlds. Unless that too was for the human race's benefit somehow. In that case, wouldn't my work as a diplomat have sufficed? Eventually, there'll be people of various races in every world. All the destruction would be counterproductive. If the human race was the culprit, their actions didn't make sense. I was troubled. I couldn't understand the reasoning behind Dragon God
Does he like figure out that the human god has something to do with this?
The wise Dragon
all
God
this?
Sama already realized the truth after hearing my report. Despite the scant info, he was able to piece all the clues together. Through that, he concluded who's responsible, and who the true enemy was. Of course, this was because Dragon God Sama knew more than what was in my report. But back then, I didn't understand. Laugh at my stupidity if you like. However, I just couldn't believe that the human race could be responsible for the whole sequence of events. Why didn't I notice? But at that time, I didn't understand.
My gosh, bro.
Moreover, he had planned ahead, for a long time. Convene the 5 dragon generals, our battle is not yet
How
over.
did he conclude? How did he figure that out?
Until that moment, we did everything as Dragon God Sama ordered. So perhaps he thought a detailed explanation
How
was
the
unnecessary.
fuck? How the
Dragon God
fuck,
Sama
dude?
wasn't wrong.
From that?
We should have followed his orders. But back then,
You didn't
all I
tell him
wanted was an
everything.
explanation. I thought it was absolutely necessary. Only if. That's it. Everyone begin your preparations. Dragon God Sama gave the order to attack human world as soon as the 5 dragon generals assembled. Just the order. With no explanation.
What the
Then,
fuck?
he
Okay,
immediately
that
dragged
makes
his
no
injured body
sense.
from the
Why not
conference
give
room.
the explanation,
Dragon
bro?
God Sama seemed to be in a rush. So we didn't have a chance to ask anything. And the order was too much of a shock. Preposterous. Wasn't this war to honor Lunaria Sama? For what purpose would invading her homeland serve? I don't know, but Dragon God Sama must have his considerations, but... The 5 dragon generals were all in shock. Only natural. They thought the war was finally over. Now it's time to heal the wounded, rebuild, mourn the dead, and look forward to a new future. To suddenly be told the fight was not yet over. Moreover, the opponent this time was our ally. An ally we had no reason to fight. What could be Dragon God Sama's reason for this? Human world has long stood by us. There must be a reason to attack and destroy the human world. To continue the meeting without Dragon God Sama was unusual. Normally, once Dragon God Sama gave us an order, we all went our separate ways to fulfill that order. However that day, we continued our discussion. There were many reasons. Human world was Lunaria Sama's homeland. Human God was always an ally for the dragon race, and he had helped us many times. Take me for example.
Gosh, bro.
But I realized that the other dragon generals received his help many times as well. Destroying human world should be trivial compared to the other worlds. But the war was a tribute to Lunaria Sama. All those factors put a break to our usual prompt actions. The discussion got heated and stalled. That's because we didn't understand Dragon God Sama at all. Laplace. What on earth did you tell Dragon God Sama? After a while, Szilard asked. So I answered honestly. What I heard in Demon World. What happened in Demon World? Upon hearing that, Szilard said, I see, with a confident look. I'm confident that you were deceived. Fooled? Me? Yes. To save his own life and protect Demon God's daughter, Necros Lacrosse conceived a convenient lie to instigate war between human and dragon world. I didn't think Necros Lacrosse would lie. However, if he could, then it would fit. Until told by Szilard, my idiotic self never believed that Necros Lacrosse would conceive a lie to save his own skin. I was convinced that he couldn't lie. Since he long fought for peace between the worlds, maybe seeing his own beloved world destroyed changed him. It's only natural that he would want to sow discord among his enemies. Perhaps he never entered battle, because he was plotting behind the scene. If so, his usual ineptitude might just be a foolish act to throw off any suspicion. When people's thoughts are in turmoil, they would rather trust an outsider's opinion than their own intuition. Necros Lacrosse never lies. But that fact faltered against the thought that he may lie. There wasn't any definitive proof otherwise.
He may lie.
Maybe. So.
He might.
Normally Dragon God Sama won't be fooled, but if it's your report, Dragon God Sama would trust it because of his trust in you. When I was told that, I couldn't respond. The reason that Dragon God Sama trusted the report was because of his trust in me. By giving Dragon God Sama false information, this had become my responsibility. As the 5 Dragon Generals, we are Dragon God Sama's limbs.
Limbs, there's his limbs, bro.
But this. My next sentence forced the 5 Dragon Generals to make a decision. But shouldn't we try to stop Dragon God Sama this time? Every one of the 5 Dragon Generals held their breaths. No matter the bad intelligence, we had received our orders. Dragon God's decisions are final. To disobey is to deny Dragon God Sama. If only we had tried to convince Dragon God Sama before he made his decision. To deny God is to deny your most earnest beliefs within your heart. It's an act of great courage. Have you ever had to resist your deepest urge? It was my first time. All right. I agree. The first to concur was Chaos. He was the most heartbroken by the loss of each of his comrades. Despite his warlike nature, he celebrated the most for the end of fighting. Of course, if war was necessary, he wouldn't object. Rather, he would rush to the front line faster than anyone else. But a pointless battle. Indeed. No matter how weak the human race is, the human god is a god as well, and Dragon God Sama remains heavily injured. He should recoup. Maxwell agreed. He did not wish to Dragon God Sama labor so. Dragon God Sama may die if he continues fighting. Not that Dragon God Sama would lose. But if he was further injured,
the Dragon God's mistake.
As the most loyal
He
among
did
us,
not
it was the most
explain
difficult
the
to disobey
shit.
a direct order from Dragon God Sama. If it's for the sake of Dragon God
Gosh
Sama,
dang it,
she
man.
consented eventually. Because her loyalty was stronger than anyone.
You
If it was
lack
for
an
Dragon God Sama's own
explanation.
sake, even with great reluctance we must stop him.
You don't have
That was her will.
explanation. You're
After making
gonna.
our decisions, we went
How
to
the
Dragon God
fuck
Sama.
are they downing him
At
now
first,
after
we
all
tried to
this?
persuade him with words. Human God was always on our side. The intelligence from Demon World was an impossible lie. We were
4
concerned
names,
with the state of
bro.
Dragon God Sama's health.
4 names,
Let's not
5
invade the human
worlds.
But it didn't work. Dragon God Sama won't
Ooh.
listen. No matter our explanation, Dragon God Sama won't heed our concerns. Human God is no longer human God. I don't know what he's plotting, but I have to kill him. I didn't appreciate the meaning of those words then. Because human God seemed the same as the first time I met him. Rather, it was Dragon God Sama that changed. Dragon God Sama, who was wise, benevolent, loving, and peaceable, had become the physical incarnation of war. We don't want to fight the human race. Dragon God Sama, please rescind your order. Then we tried to abandon the fight. We refused to fight. So Dragon God Sama had to too. It doesn't matter. You may stay, I will go alone. However, Dragon God Sama would not relent, leaving us behind with those words to head toward the human world. Please, reconsider. No. Why? Human God has always been by our side. Didn't Dragon God Sama trust him as well? Isn't our current prosperity due to the efforts of the human race? Human God was the culprit of this war. Where's your evidence? In the human world. You know the word, pestering. It was exactly that. We tried every method to persuade Dragon God Sama. But we couldn't. The conclusion was always the same. Dragon God Sama refused to listen, adamant on attacking human world. At the very least, why are we invading the human world? Why must human God be killed? If Dragon God Sama explained the details of these questions to us, we might have understood the wisdom of his actions.
My
And it wouldn't
gosh.
have ended that way. However, I think it was unavoidable. We, the 5 Dragon Generals, were expected to obey Dragon God Sama. No matter how wise and talented, Dragon God Sama must have found it difficult to handle our objections, when everyone had obediently followed his orders for hundreds of thousands of years. Explaining himself would not come naturally to him. For example, what if the broom you use every day suddenly said, I don't want to clean anymore? Do you explain to the broom why cleaning is necessary, or that the purpose of a broom is to clean?
Bro, that's a stupid freaking
Or do you just find
explanation.
another tool to replace it? I think it was the same situation for him. Dragon God Sama was too
Just
reliant on the loyalty of the 5 Dragon
Say
Generals.
your
No, that was
thoughts.
incorrect.
Like, I don't.
Dragon God Sama trusted in us, the 5 Dragon Generals. He believed we would never bear our
Oh
fangs
my
against him.
gosh,
Dragon
bro.
God Sama must have believed that if he stubbornly proceeded, we would eventually relent and obey him again. But we betrayed that trust. If Dragon God Sama won't relent, then we'll have to stop you by force. The face of Dragon God Sama when Szilard said that was, even now, heartbreaking to me. I have never seen Dragon God Sama looking so shocked. I even wondered if we did something irredeemable. But even if we lost Dragon God Sama's trust, we thought it would be okay. We were prepared for that. Even if we lost our positions as Dragon Generals and were banished from Dragon World. As long as Dragon God Sama lived. That's what we thought. Just try it. But even that failed to change Dragon God Sama's mind. Killing human god was that important. We just didn't realize it then. If we had a little bit of time. Even if it's a waste. If Dragon God Sama explained in more details why we must invade human world and kill human god. If only one of us had the wisdom to understand it. I can't help thinking that. No, even then, this battle would have been inevitable. I knew. He took a long time to prepare for this.
Yeah, true. He didn't even say like destroy the human world, but like he said kill the human god, which would destroy the human world, but he said invade. I don't think he said kill the human god. I think he just said invade, right? Let me check.
But the human world already sheltered survivors of the three.
Fuck. I messed up. Yes, support us. Okay. Well, I'm way far back here. Yep. I'm way far back here. Okay. So right here, he said the human god was the culprit of this war. Did he ever say in the human world, Dragon God Sama adamant on attacking the human world? At the very least, why are we invading the human world? Why must... He didn't say that, right? Human god is no longer a human god. I don't know what he's playing by. I have to kill... Oh. I'm an idiot, alright? I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. But I'm pretty sure this would mean destroying the human world, which he said he would invade it. I mean, I guess he could invade and then destroy it. I don't know, man.
Do you force the broom to clean by force? The face of Dragon God Sama when Sillard said that was, even now, heartbreaking to me. I have never seen Dragon God Sama looking so shocked. I thought, just try it. But even that failed to change Dragon God Sama's mind. Killing human god was that important. We just didn't realize it then. If we had a little bit of time. Even if it's a waste. If Dragon God Sama explained in more details why we must invade human world and kill human god. If only one of us had the wisdom to understand it. I can't help thinking that. No, even then, this battle would have been inevitable. I knew. He took a long time to prepare for this. Still, I wonder. If something was different, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Such foolishness. That was how the battle began. The most miserable, stupidest, most meaningless final battle. Chapter 21 5 Dragon Generals. Betrayal.
I wonder who won.
Seems to be recorded as such in the history books. Well, it's mostly right. Even though it was for the sake of Dragon God Sama, it was still a betrayal. Without doubt, it was betrayal. However, there was one big mistake. Specifically, only 4 Dragon Generals participated. Because I didn't fight in it. Someone needed to clean up afterwards. When Dragon God Sama and the 5 Dragon Generals fight, some among us would die. Perhaps all of us. That would decapitate Dragon World's entire leadership. Who would lead the Dragon Warriors, kill the demonic beasts, research the arts, or assist Dragon God Sama then? Thus, I was asked to stand down. A vital, but shameful role. Why would I feel ashamed? You don't know? The 5 Dragon Generals disobeyed Dragon God Sama's orders. The only punishment for that was our destruction, until not even a claw or fang remained. Leaving aside whether we succeed in preventing Dragon God Sama from invading the human world, our betrayal was an undeniable fact. Even if everyone survived, punishment would be unavoidable. Only death could make up for it. Yet I alone escaped responsibility.
Pay attention to the order of fatalities, alright.
I already disobeyed and plotted against Dragon God Sama. Yet, I alone would keep my position among the Dragon Generals. Nothing was more shameful than this. Even for the future of Dragon World, it was an inexcusable act. But as the most junior member, I accepted my role. By the way, we didn't begin the fight immediately. Dragon God Sama and the 5 Dragon Generals. If we fought, we could easily have wiped out a mountain or two. Preparations must be made for the battle. Stop Dragon God Sama. Easier said than done. A few punches and kicks, restrain, and lock him up somewhere. Do you think it would be that easy? The power required to resist Dragon God Sama could wipe mountains off the map. Of course, no structure could lock Dragon God Sama in place outside of an appropriately large magic circle. It's like babies challenging an adult. You may not have interacted with babies much, but even when sick or injured, it's hard to lose to a baby that could barely crawl. There was such a power gap between Dragon God Sama and the Dragon Generals. That's why 4 Dragon Generals worked together to confront Dragon God Sama seriously. The same tactic that defeated the Demon Kings. No, even more power was needed. Preparations took a fair bit of time. Dragon God Sama agreed to wait. You may think it's strange, perhaps Dragon God Sama wanted to give the 5 Dragon Generals a chance to hand over responsibilities and evacuate the dragon race. Whatever the reason, he waited. Maybe Dragon God Sama couldn't win by himself in human world, or perhaps he was waiting for Dragon Generals to reconsider after a while. I don't know. While the other Dragon Generals prepped, I was by Dragon God Sama's side, helping him evacuate the population of Chaos to elsewhere. I didn't know where exactly the fight would take place either, but Chaos was the center of our world. The possibility for collateral damage was high. I spent the days leading the evacuation effort. Everyone was troubled. Nobody would believe that 4 of the 5 Dragon Generals would revolt against Dragon God Sama. Some people even said they want to stand and fight with Dragon God Sama. But Dragon God Sama quieted those voices and stopped them. Ordinary dragon race wouldn't have a chance in a fight between Dragon God Sama and the 5 Dragon Generals. Dragon God Sama must have wanted to avoid any unnecessary casualties. After the evacuation was complete, I went back to Dragon God Sama. As well as showing my continued loyalty, it was also a quiet check to prevent him from abruptly taking off to human world. He remained silent in his thoughts. Dragon God Sama didn't talk with me, nor act in any way dangerous, only quietly pondering about something. At any moment, it felt as if he would ignore me and abruptly head toward the human world. I could only imagine what he thought about at that moment. But Dragon God Sama was wise. Perhaps at that moment, he already peered through the fog to understand the mastermind and his true motives. Or perhaps, he already predicted the worst-case scenario. Anyways, the day had finally come. I received the word from the Dragon Generals that the preparations were complete. Upon receiving the news, Dragon God Sama looked at me. What are you going to do? I will fight alongside Dragon God Sama. I felt the weight of duty. Inheriting the will of the 5 Dragon Generals, not leaving Dragon God Sama alone. As the last of the 5 Dragon Generals, I shall carry on their legacies. Dragon God Sama stared at me for a while, then slowly shook his head. I won't allow you to fight. My first reaction was to protest and ask why must I stand by. Just in case, go protect my son. Instead, Dragon God Sama gave me such an important task. Protecting the son of Dragon God Sama. Dragon God Sama must have thought that even the strongest dragon warriors could not protect him right now. If you think about it, perhaps Dragon God Sama feared that even his child may become a target, while he was preoccupied. Don't let any harm come to him. Yes. Back then, I didn't realize how important of a mission protecting that child was. I thought of him as Lunaria-sama's legacy, being entrusted by Dragon God Sama what he treasured the most in the world. That's what I was protecting. I thought. Thus, I rode Salianite and evacuated far away with the child. Soon after, Chaos disappeared. Long-range bombardment from Maxwell's Dragon Gate artillery wiped Chaos from the map. Beams of light sped through the air and landed Chaos. They struck all at the same time and formed a ball of light, and just like that an entire mountain was erased from existence. The highest peak in Dragon World. The most historic city. I was shocked. I wasn't sure how the 5 Dragon Generals would fight. I never thought such a historic and well-defended city would be so wantonly destroyed. I really thought for a moment that the Dragon Generals had betrayed Dragon God Sama. But with a little thought, I understood their thought process. It goes without saying that the 5 Dragon Generals did not intend to kill Dragon God Sama. They simply wanted to stop him. Force Dragon God Sama to remain in Dragon World instead of leaving for human world. If Chaos was destroyed, it needed to be rebuilt. A great deal of effort and time to return our people back to their regular lives. If this reminded Dragon God Sama that Dragon World must be prioritized over the human world, then regardless of the outcome of the battle, it's a victory for the 5 Dragon Generals. Perhaps a bit of trickery.
Okay. This is a really good fucking side story. So much so that I think it should be put in. The anime should adapt this as quick as possible, in my opinion. This is a really good story so far. Can we all just appreciate that for a second? So much better than Food Network, so much. Anyway, let's go.
But the 5 Dragon Generals were already prepared in case of failure. The fight would be futile, if after defeating them, Dragon God Sama went to human world anyways. When the debris and smoke cleared from Chaos' destruction, only a single existence remained. Dragon God Sama. He was wholly unscathed. It was too far to see his expression, but he's clearly looking toward the source of the light. Beyond the light of sight, something huge emerged through the clouds. A giant mass of rock covered in dragon scales. Its surface was covered in purple wires attached to iron stakes. A floating rocky mass common in the heaven world. A nucleus of concentrated magic energy, its movement powered by layers of magic circles. It's covered in dragon scales and outfitted with magic turrets of demonic origin, a full-fledged fortress. Its name? It didn't have a name. If I should give it a name. Chaos Breaker. I would call it that.
Chaos
because
Breaker.
that scene and that moment of Chaos' destruction was forever seared into my eyelids. Next. 4 large beings, as well 44 small beings were on board the fortress. The 4 rebellious dragon generals, and the familiars they summoned. Spirit summoning developed during the war with the demons. Dragon race was reputed to be powerful, but not known for delicate or versatile works. Spirit summoning was a technique to overcome that weakness. These were created to counter Dragon God Sama, each with unique abilities, more powerful than those used during the war. When they identified Dragon God Sama, they flew around the fortress in formation. However, Dragon God Sama already made his move before they're fully deployed. Slowly raising his hand, he pointed a fingertip toward the fortress. At that moment, something invisible emitted from his fingertip and flew toward the fortress. An overwhelming torrent of power. Even a dragon general would be in serious trouble if they got caught in it. But before it arrived on target, the fortress distorted. A huge field of distortion. That torrent of power was deflected by the field into a distant mountain, erasing it. The combined forces of 44 spirits blocked Dragon God Sama's attack. Dragon God Sama fired off one torrent after another. However, The spirit's distortion fields parried each of them. Didn't you think it was too easy a way to counter Dragon God Sama? I thought so too. No matter how weakened by his previous battles with the other gods, 44 spirits shouldn't be able to prevent his attacks. But that stalemate didn't last. As the fortress approached, the light of the spirits began to
It
diminish.
all depends on like how this story ends that I want to like.
Anyways, by the time the fortress
on
made
my
contact with
take
Dragon
on
God Sama,
regards to
the
how
spirits
this
lost
should
their
be
power and
adapted,
disappeared,
but
one after another. The distortion field disappeared as well, leaving the fortress exposed.
we'll see.
Even though it was vulnerable, it was still covered in hard dragon scales. Slowly,
Jeez,
Dragon God Sama pulled a sword from his waist. A sword forged by the 5 Dragon General, Mad Dragon King Chaos. A genuine god sword that could withstand the power of Dragon God Sama. Dragon God Sama stood posed
again,
with the
this
sword.
is so much better than anything
I had
else in the
witnessed the power
side
of gods
stories,
many
I
times,
swear.
but it was always against other gods. Other gods were always capable of withstanding those strikes.
2-hour
But the
movie,
slash from Dragon
probably.
God Sama seemed to distort the world. Everything felt out of place. In fact,
Two
everything was
2-hour
carved in
movies?
halves.
Okay,
The
dude,
sky, the
listen,
clouds.
listen, bro, listen. I'm gonna wait to give my take on this till after we're done here, because we are 90% of the way done here. It literally says 90% at the bottom here. Hold up, does it? Oh yeah, fuck, hold up. It literally says it right here. Let me, right there, 90% at the bottom. So, take a chill pill. All right, we'll wait. I'll wait to give my take on how this should be adapted, because it really depends on the ending.
The dragons flying off in the distance, the ever-approaching fortress. All sliced in two. What are dragon scales against a god? What's the point of defenses on a wooden stump? The huge fortress was
Because the
split in half.
order matters
The
too.
upper half, losing power, fell toward the sky. Its lower half remained floating. Its core probably survived the attack. The dragon generals landed on the falling masses. Then quickly took off. Their appearances were very different from what I remembered. Their physiques were about 3 times larger than they should be. So thickly covered in scales that even their face was tightly covered. Their nose and mouth sticking out, with horns grew from back for the head, looking almost dragon-like. The demons had developed a mysterious technique to transform the body with magic. Dragon race evolved it further, transforming the body to a more primitive form and gaining an explosive amount of power. In exchange, the user's lifespan was greatly diminished. The transformed 4 carried unfamiliar weapons as well. A spear. The dragon generals were all armed with god spears created by chaos. Normally, dragon generals do not use weapons. But not when the opponent was Dragon God Sama himself. Without a weapon, you can't even scratch him. The 4 flew with tremendous speed, dancing around.
Lapless, how do you know about the parts that you weren't there for? You're guarding the dragon god's child. How do you know about this? Boy, were you looking out a window? He was looking out a window.
Dragon God Sama. They probably intended for close combat all along. Both the fortress and spirits were made to counter Dragon God Sama's long-range attacks. Physical strength raised with arcane techniques, attacks strengthened by God Spear, as well as all the techniques devised in the Demon War to weaken Dragon God Sama. Concentrating all the wisdom and knowledge of the Dragon Generals in order to hurt God. The Dragon Generals launched a terrible onslaught. Every attack, shockwaves rang, lights flared, and the whole Dragon world trembled. The onslaught of General Goryo was terrible.
Maybe the battle was so big.
Burst, and the whole
Dragon CCTV, true. That's probably how he was watching.
Dragons, even tens of thousands of dragon
Security
race got caught up in it. The
cameras.
Dragon Generals gained the power to hurt God. But only the possibility of. Because even with that power, it wasn't enough to overwhelm Dragon God Sama. One-on-one, it wouldn't be a fight at all, but with all 4 of them they barely made a match. Barely. Just barely. Even though they're inferior, the power of the 5 Dragon Generals managed to reach Dragon God Sama. The power to reach God. Even if it's just barely, they arrived. They proved that the efforts of man could even reach the gods. That proof was why I... No, let's put that aside. In any case, Dragon God Sama and the Dragon General battled for a long time. The Dragon God Sama who was near death and full of wounds. The Dragon Generals who finally reached the realm of gods. The battles between those 5 continued ceaselessly. I was always watching. I thought it was my duty to witness it. The battle continues for days. Maybe it wasn't for that long. A fight between gods could last for years. Only a few days. Yes, 6 days. The Dragon Generals probably intended for the battle to be decided quickly. Probably. No matter how much they prepared, how much their powers have developed. If it became a war of endurance, they had no chance of victory. So they wanted it to be decided quickly. Maximum offensive, for that 1 in 10,000 shot at victory. 1 shot. Out of 10,000. Unfortunately, this wasn't that shot. The 7th day. The light and shock of the battle subsided. The battle was decided on the fortress that was carved into 2. I approached the fortress to witness the outcome of battle. I witnessed a dreadful sight. 4 men and women collapsed on the ground. Goes without saying that they were the Dragon Generals. They were all on the edge of death. Sillard lost his left arm, half his face burned. Chaos without an eye and a large hole on his belly. Maxwell's claws were all smashed, his wings torn, on his knees. Dorasama had it the worst. Her right arm and lower body were both gone, she's barely clinging on. A complete victory for Dragon God Sama. But there was something strange. There was an extra arm growing from Dragon God Sama's chest. Szilard or Dora-sama's lost arm. No. There were no scales on that arm. A flesh-colored, featureless arm. Surrounded by fog, difficult to recognize. Everyone, including Dragon God Sama, was looking at the arm stunned. To be precise, the owner of that arm. Behind him, the god that struck landed a deadly blow against Dragon God Sama. Human God. Human God had punched through Dragon God Sama's chest,
Oh
grabbing his divine
my
jewel. Chapter 22
gosh,
Dragon World's End. I
bro.
wondered why. How could it be possible? I thought Human God was always on our side until that very moment. Or should I say even then? Human God Sama. Why? I quietly muttered. My mind in turmoil, a whirlwind of emotions. Maybe because Dragon God Sama was about to invade the human world? So Human God Sama saw him an enemy. That said, even if he had always been our ally. He advised and helped us. He even assisted us to avenge Lunaria Sama's death.
I didn't
Human
think
God
it'd be
always busied
this
himself for the sake of the
involved,
worlds.
bro. What the
Human
fuck?
God turned to me then. Wearing a nasty, hateful grin. Ah, yes. Haha, this. He. I believed that Human God was going to make up something plausible, initially. Something appropriate for his station and won't break character. But he couldn't resist the laughter. He took too much pleasure from the situation. His whole plot went so well that he couldn't help but ridicule us. Ha ha ha. Phew phew phew. A disgusting laughter. It sticks to your ear and never fades. No. Everyone did a great job. Thanks to you guys, I was able to fulfill my goal. To us who were still stunned, Human God said. The one and only time I heard the truth from him. After that, I met others deceived by him and subsequently led to their ruins. Apparently he took great joy in sharing the plot in such situations. Telling you well done, patting you on the shoulder. Thank you. What are you talking about? I asked, like an idiot. If I just thought about it a little, I would have realized the truth in Dragon God Sama's words. What else? The war between gods and destruction of the worlds. Yes, he was the mastermind. Everything was his work. The breakdown of relationships, the murder of Lunaria Sama and other dignitaries of the worlds. Perhaps even the teleportation and magic beast incidents. No, those were probably incidental. But he surely took advantage of them too. Indeed, I merely planted the seeds bit by bit, because Dragon God was naturally prudent. I never expected it to work this well. Especially Szilard. You sure did work hard. You never doubted a word I said, just as I expected. Szilard's eyes widened, his body trembling. Without your efforts, Dragon World would never have destroyed the other worlds. I just need to say 3 magic words, for Dragon God, and you conveniently believed my every word. To think you loyal dogs would go this far to help me strip Dragon God of his fangs. Preposterous. You said that you wanted to help stop Dragon God Sama. Ha, ha 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 ha. Human God laughed. Indeed, wasn't my act splendid? The best I could hope for was for Dragon God to invade human world by his lonesome, but foo-foo, phew-phew-foo, ha 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 ha. He laughed even joyously, amused by Szilard in
Peak?
his
It's not peak.
Thanks
Shut
to your
up.
effort, Dragon God
This
showed
is
a critical
not
flaw.
peak. All
I was
right.
able to kill that most
It's
troublesome Dragon
okay.
God, completely
It's pretty
unscathed.
good.
Preparing
It's
for a
not
large
peak.
scale
Shut
assault
up.
on your own master? How moronic. What were you guys thinking? I merely fanned the flame a little, and you went this far? You're killing me with laughter with your so-called loyalty. Oh Dragon God, I pity you for having such loyal vassals. AHH. Ha. Ha. Now that he mentioned it, Szilard's behavior had been strange. It was a little unnatural for Szilard to be the first to advocate for war. It was also Szilard who first suggested to stop Dragon God Sama. A long time ago, it was also Szilard who killed the Demon King without a direct command from Dragon God Sama. Szilard, the most resolute of the 5 dragon generals. He was deceived. Dancing to human gods' tunes, he instigated the war between the worlds and drove Dragon God Sama to death's door. Szilard screamed by this realization. Dragon God Sama. With his remaining arm, he cut off both of his legs. Plucked out what remained of his fangs and gorged out his eyes. And finally, thrust a fist into his chest and pulled out his heart. Forgive me. Then he held it up and squeezed. With a pop, his heart burst. And Szilard's arm fell limply onto the ground. Szilard followed Crystal, the second dragon general to die. The dragon general with green silver scales and ephemeral eyes who won fame fighting against the demon race and christened the Holy Dragon Emperor. To atone for his sins, he ended his life with his own hands. As his last act of loyalty. Having been deceived by the enemy and driven Dragon God Sama to his death. He had no other way to atone. Oh, how miserable and stupid to choose suicide because you've been fooled. Foo-foo, phew-phew-foo, ha 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 ha. Yet human God mocked that loyalty. Just remembering it makes me seethe. Oh, how he laughed. At the loyalty of Szilard to Dragon God Sama, the pride of the 5 dragon generals. But we couldn't say anything. Certainly we were stupid, miserable fools. Deceived by human God's lies and Szilard's words, we drove Dragon God Sama to his death. The reality was too stark. Too heavy to bear. I was filled with frustration, yet unable to refute anything. Don't laugh. It wasn't a dragon general that stopped human God's laughter. Szilard was a loyal vassal. Do not laugh at him. Oh, you're still alive? Lizards sure are tough, huh? It was Dragon God Sama. Even with the divine jewel scooped from his body, he somehow clinged on. How exactly do you plan to order me around in this situation? Szilard's judgment was correct, and I would have done the same in his situation. Everything was my fault. Don't laugh at Szilard, laugh at me. What are you talking about? I've been laughing at you the whole time. Dragon God swelled with murderous intent. Even near death, Dragon God Sama still had an overwhelmingly intimidating presence. His anger had peaked. In response, a cold sweat dropped from human God's forehead. Human God. No, the thing in the shape of human God, answer this. Why you are in no position to ask me questions. Who are you? Why did you want war? Why did you want to kill the gods? And why did you kill Lunaria? Those weren't mere questions. Those were demands. The 5 dragon generals would have immediately stood straight and vomited out everything we knew. Those were orders. But human God did not answer. No intent to obey. Instead, he squeezed Dragon God Sama's divine jewel, tightly. And with a loud snap, the jewel shattered. Ugh. The next moment, Dragon God Sama spit a large amount of blood from his mouth. Every time he defeated a god, he also took out their divine jewel. It had the power to cross between worlds, but also the source of the god's divine
In
power.
the shape of
Still
human
acting so high and
God,
mighty.
I know.
What a joke.
I don't
lost.
know what
You lost to me.
exactly that means.
Human God shouted and tramped on Dragon God Sama on the ground. Over and over again. Why kill Lunaria? Why the war? It was to kill you. More powerful than anyone yet wary of war. So cautious and without flaws. You're in this state now all because of me. There was no power left in Dragon God Sama's body. But his breath had yet to fade. Rather, that feeling of intimation only increased. What the hell are you? Damn it. Even human God felt intimated. The collapsed, dying Dragon God Sama still intimidated human God. Feeling the brunt of anger and murderous intent. Losing his most beloved, tricked into fighting other gods, even having his own vassals turned against him. All of Dragon God's wrath now focused on him. It's useless to glare. You're already dead. I'm the one and only God. With that said, human God stepped away and floated into the sky. With an arm raised, palm pointing facing up. A force converged in that palm, forming a tremendous ball of light. Destruction, Dragon World. There was no time to stop him. No, even if there was, it couldn't be stopped. The ball of light fired off from human God's hand. It flew high above, as if to absorb all of Dragon World. Explosions, lights, and shockwaves blasted the land. By the time the light subsided, the world had begun to collapse. The earth began to crack and darkness creeped into the sky. It was a little different from previous ones, but still a scene I had witnessed many times. A scene of a world's end. Haha, goodbye, Dragon God. May you perish here. Human God slowly flew away, mockingly. I could just watch. If I had another chance, I would have attacked. I couldn't forgive the violence of tramping on Dragon God Sama. I couldn't forgive the insolence of insulting the 5 dragon generals. But I was too shocked to do anything. Me, Chaos, Maxwell. What did we do? What just happened? Of the 5 dragon generals, only the recently deceased Szilard fully grasped the situation. Only that something terrible and irreconcilable had happened. We knew. Laplace. Dragon God Sama's voice brought me back to reality. Dragon God Sama. I'm here. I staggered my trembling body to Dragon God Sama's side. Dragon God Sama was still alive. His divine jewel crushed, covered in scars and wounds from other gods, but yet he still clinged on. Chaos, Maxwell. Dragon God Sama. It's fine. We failed to obey Dragon God Sama's order. Please forgive us. No, it's unforgivable. Only death could atone for our sins. Please order it. I forgive you. Everything happened because I did not explain the situation to you. Dragon God Sama forgave Chaos and Maxwell. So easily. Even though we betrayed him. But I have one last mission for you. Yes. The end of Dragon World approaches, and we're out of time. I need time to devise a plan to kill human God. Earn that time for me with your lives. Make some time. I didn't know exactly what that entails. I thought about it often, but I never figured out exactly how one can delay the end of a world. But they accepted their final order without hesitation. Yes. Chaos end. Maxwell took off flying, circling above Dragon God Sama. Dora, where's Dora? Dragon God Sama called out to Dora Sama. But Dora Sama was in bad shape. She could no longer move on her own. Laplace. Yes. Without further instructions. I went beside Dora Sama to witness her final moments. Dora Sama. Ha. That voice. Laplace. What happened? I can't see anything anymore. Dora Sama was dying. Probably in her last moments of consciousness. But she still struggled to understand. She probably realized something terrible had happened. Fading, but she desperately wanted to know. Human God. I explained everything that I saw. That it was all human God's plot. How he instigated the war, how Szilard took
Damn you,
responsibility and committed
human
suicide to his own.
God.
That Dragon God Sama was near death at the hand
Damn
of human God.
you.
That the dragon world was collapsing. Everything. Well. Then I can only make
Oh
up
my
for it with my life.
gosh.
But I'm already near death. Dora Sama said to me, her hollowed eyes looking upwards. Laplace. I have a request. Please ask anything. It's not an order. It's a request. It's unavoidable I'll be judged as a rebel, but my son. Perogius. Please help him escape. I beg you. Escape? Where to? To the future. The method in the teleport research lab. Please, Dragon God Sama. I didn't understand the meaning of Dora Sama's words. But I do understand what she means. To leave her be. In the end, Dragon God Sama's words were true, and we were wrong. That's great. Betraying Dragon God Sama was a mistake. That's wonderful. Those were Dora Sama's final words. She was always doubtful. To stop Dragon God Sama by force. She always had her reservations about that. That's why she was relieved in the end, knowing that Dragon God Sama was right. Then she died. The third to die after Szilard. Even more important than her own son, her final thought was loyalty to Dragon God Sama. She was loyal to Dragon God Sama to the last. After
Dora
growing
the
witness to Dora-sama,
Explorer
I returned to
died.
Dragon God Sama and conveyed her
Wow.
final words to him. After pondering for a bit, Dragon God Sama said, Laplace, carry me to the teleportation laboratory. Yes. I carried Dragon God Sama with one hand and flew. Of course, I carried his son with my other hand. A few minutes of flight while avoiding falling debris. We arrived. The secret location Dora-sama brought me to once. The teleportation research laboratory. Dragon God Sama. Those terrible wounds. The elderly researchers had remained already near death and already made their peace, they're unperturbed by the world collapsing about them. Seeing the gravely injured Dragon God Sama concerned them more. Dragon God Sama did not answer, but simply said, the time has come. Casting their worried expressions aside, they immediately led us to the laboratory's innermost chamber. At the terminus was an altar and a
People are
monument,
going crazy
the boundary of
inside.
the world. An altar that functions as a gate to another world. The stone monument was engraved with sophisticated magic circles. 3 divine jewels were placed before the altar. Laplace, place my son here. Following his instructions, I placed Dragon God Sama's son on the altar. After I distanced myself from the altar, Dragon God Sama stood before it. While I wondered about what's going to happen, Dragon God Sama
There's a kid with a bike on the middle of the street. I was wondering if he was going to get off the street. Thankfully he did. Jeez, He was just a kid with his bike on the floor, and he's just like looking out in the distance, adjusting his helmet. I'm like, bro, get off the street. What the fuck? Thankfully he did. Didn't need to say anything, bro. What the fuck?
began to draw magic circles onto the child. Far too sophisticated for me, but I understood that it was a technique written on the stone monument. Dragon God Sama seemed to understand it just by glancing at it for a few seconds. The collapse of the dragon world cannot be stopped. I will die. We have lost. Dragon God Sama said it plainly, as if merely confirming the facts. Even so, he must be killed. Human God killed Lunaria Sama. He made us dance in the palm of his hands to destroy the other worlds. Even caused the 5 dragon generals and Dragon God Sama to battle amongst ourselves until our own mutual destruction. Unforgivable. That was not human God. Human God wasn't such a man. Hitagame, let's call him that. I do not know why Hitagame pretended to be human God, or where human God had gone, but I'm certain of his machinations to destroy us, that he indeed has divine power. To defeat him, you will also need God's power. Dragon God Sama stared intently at me. After this, I'll go to human world and challenge him to one last battle. Not at your current state. I know. My death is unavoidable. I have no chance of winning, but I must have my vengeance. As Dragon God Sama finished, he picked up one of the divine jewels and pushed it into his chest. Blood streamed, but Dragon God Sama's body began to shine. A little power seemed to have returned to that dying body. Yet my revenge probably would end in failure, that's why. Dragon God Sama picked up one of the divine jewels and placed it on the chest of the child. It fell within. My child will reincarnate. The blood of Dragon God Sama and human God flow through his child. A demigod with great potential. The power of gods. I shall grant to my child my every technique, and to him the ability to remain concealed until he could defeat Hitagame. But that will not be enough. He must find out what happened to human God, and how Hitagame obtained divine power in the first place. Until then, defeat is inevitable. Dragon God Sama looked toward me, picked up the final divine jewel, and offered it to me. I give you a mission. Yes. I received it and offered the utmost salute. It was for Dragon God Sama that I learned the utmost salute. It was my final salute to Dragon God Sama. I'll send my child 10,000 years into the future. In the meantime, I want you to find Hitagame's true identity, his whereabouts, his weaknesses. Find a way to defeat him and convey that to my child. Yes. After Dragon God Sama granted me my final mission, he applied various techniques to the child. Complex techniques. I still don't understand what was applied. Just that their abilities for countering human God. At the minimum, Hitagame was similar to human gods. I waited for Dragon God Sama to finish, as the world collapsed outside. He continuously embedded magic circles about the child without pause. Dragon God Sama probably foreseen this ending. That it would end like this. He probably realized what's happening when the dragon generals broke away. If you think about it, Dragon God Sama could have just headed to human world and ignored us. However, Dragon God Sama probably realized he couldn't win, even if he did. Hitagame probably already had traps set for him if he left on his own. That's why he looked for another way. As dragon generals made our preparations,
this is actually
he probably was
very
thinking of a way
interesting
the whole
here.
time. Finally, do you have any last questions? Dragon God Sama asked as he finished embedding the last magic circles. Slowly, I shook my head, but suddenly I thought of something. A question I had
I
to
see
ask.
the end, bro. Name drop.
The name of your
Name
child.
drop.
This was the end. There won't be another chance. This wasn't something for me to decide. It was Lunaria Sama's wish for Dragon God Sama to grant this child a name. Dragon God Sama paused briefly. However, it must have already been decided. Orsted. Without any hesitation. This child's name is Orsted. Dragon God Sama pronounced. Just like that, Dragon God Sama's child, Orsted, was sent to the future. Dragon God Sama and I flew out of the collapsing laboratory and headed to the human world. Dragon God Sama went
This is
ahead,
so
leaving me
much better,
Our final
dude.
words exchanged were, "May
Holy
the fortunes of war be
shit.
with you," and
This is
everything shall be
so
left to
much.
fate.
Is
That
this
was
a
the last I
side
saw of Dragon
story?
God Sama.
Should this
I
even
jumped
be
onto Sailor
considered
and I,
a side
dodging the falling
story?
rocky masses, and flew to the
Oh
altar.
my
While I
gosh,
flew,
bro.
I sensed a great presence disappearing behind me. 2. It was Chaos and Maxwell. Those two, who literally put their lives on the line to resist the collapse, had passed. The fourth dragon, Chaos. The last dragon, Maxwell. Maybe the order was inverted, but that's how I memorialized them. Thanks to their efforts, I managed to escape from the collapsing dragon world. By the time I arrived at human world, the battle had already begun. Due to the battle between gods, the human world was beset by natural disasters. Tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, thunder, and lightning. Fear and loathing swirled around the world. Intimidated by the divine, all living things of this world came to innately fear the dragon race. But more than that, I was shocked. Because human world has transformed. So much so that I no longer recognize it from when I was last here. The human world of old was an endless grassland and streams. But now there are rivers, mountains, oceans, wilderness, and deserts. As if the 6 worlds has all condensed into one. Perhaps the collapse of each world had caused their magical energy to disperse into the human world. Maybe this unbalanced world from my view is what's objectively balanced. I landed on one of the mountains, straddling Salianite. The highest peak in the world. As I bear witness to the end of the battle. I didn't know where exactly Dragon God Sama and Hitagami were fighting. I could only pray for Dragon God Sama's victory. It might be a remote possibility, but I hope my wish could be answered. Eventually, the battle was over. The thunder and tornado subsided, the roaring sound faded. Only the rain continued to fall quietly. For 7 days and 7 nights. On the 8th day, the sky was blue and clear. There was no wind, the sea was calm. There was no longer the presence of any god. Neither Dragon God Sama nor Hitagami. However, I knew. Dragon God Sama was no longer there. Thus, Dragon World was destroyed. Chapter 23 Thus, toward a new story. That was the end to my story. Laplace said and took a breath. Relaxing his tense shoulders, clenching
We
his
only
jaw.
have 3% of this
His
left.
face remained pale and grim.
Only
Anger,
3%,
resentment,
man.
Impatience did not disappear. Those terrible
I might
memories
need
must
to
have been painful recall.
rename this whole video,
So,
this
what
VOD,
happened
bro.
after that? Rostalina asked nervously. Afterwards. What happened after the master arrived in the human world? What of the survivors? That's quite a few questions, Rostalina. Laplace laughed helplessly and answered. Dragon race has mostly died out. Of course, some managed to escape the dragon world. But because the collapse came more swiftly than other worlds, comparably few managed to escape. Rostalina was a little relieved, but quickly noticed something. But then. Where are all the dragon races? They're all killed. WY. You don't get it? Even though Hitagami was the mastermind behind it all, it was our hands that destroyed the worlds. Hatred.
Hold
fear,
up, I know
anger of the dragon.
exactly how to change the name. Hold up. Worlds collide, baby. We'll do that. Worlds collide. Mushoku Tensei. Old Dragon's Tail Reading Part 2. We'll do that. There you go. That'll work. Alright.
Race permanently scarred the other races. What if the dragon race came for the human world next? Indeed, fear of the dragon generals spread to this world as well. Well, there were few survivors. Did Laplace help any of them? No. I did not. Why? Because I had something I must do. Laplace was given an important task. A request from Dragon God Sama on the verge of death. A mission more important than the survival of the dragon race. After Dragon God Sama's battle, I searched for Hitagami, but I couldn't find him. Perhaps Dragon God Sama, having no chance at victory, somehow struck him a great blow or sealed him. Do you not think it's possible they destroyed each other? There was a time when I thought of that as a possibility.
You sealed in
But after a
between
while,
all the
Hitagami started to interfere with
worlds.
me indirectly.
A space
It's proof that he's
between
alive.
all worlds.
As the
Oh
last
no.
surviving dragon general, Laplace diligently fulfilled his mission in the human world. Search for the missing Hitagami's whereabouts, his true identity, weaknesses, and how to kill him, to hand over to Dragon's godson Orsted, when he eventually arrives in the future. What is the true identity of Hitagami? For what purpose he did those terrible things? Unfortunately, I haven't figured out that yet. I can guess at his goals, but he remained an enigma. But I have a hypothesis. That is. Laplace answered Rostalina. When I came to the human world, it was a great shock. What once was an endless flat plain has become filled with forests, mountains, and trees. Inhabitants of all the worlds live here. It's as if all the 6 worlds were weaved together. The world you're now familiar with. Moreover, Hitagami said, I'm the one and only god, as he struck the fatal blow to Dragon God Sama. Thus Laplace came to a conclusion. I think he wants to become the one and only god, for the one and only world. So he caused the destruction of each world, absorbed them, and killed their gods. The remaining question is, how did Hitagami gain the power of the gods in the first place? Laplace then put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, peering at Rostalina. I told you before. In the beginning, there was one god. The creator. He died, but no one knew what happened after he died. Dragon God Sama said so, and Lunaria Sama as well. So where did you think the creator died? No idea. I suspect he died in the world of nothingness. World of nothingness. It's an empty space that you pass through when you move between the worlds. The creator died within that center. So one day, he found it and took the corpse for himself. Perhaps he used the divine power from that corpse to replace or capture human god, the weakest among them. AHH. Of course, this was mere speculation. It remains unclear to me what his true purpose was. For Laplace, the details of Hitagami's origin are irrelevant. Whether he was human god, or if he had good reasons for murdering Dragon God Sama. He researched and theorized, but his purpose remained the same. Kill the one that murdered Dragon God Sama and trampled on the pride of the 5 dragon generals, Hitagami. So where is Hitagami now? Of course, in the world of nothingness. How can you be so sure? Because I had searched everywhere in the human world. Perhaps Hitagami was sealed in the world of nothingness. Or placed within a barrier with the last of Dragon God Sama's power. Or perhaps Hitagami put himself there in fear of Dragon God Sama. Regardless, something great must have happened. Does this mean you can't go find Hitagami as long as the barrier remains? I've already found a way to
Everything
unlock
makes
it, but it
sense
requires
now.
enormous magical power and a significant amount of preparation.
Everything.
Even if I do, Hitagami may be released. If I lose then, it'll ruin everything.
Not everything,
Laplace
but
said
you know, most
Perhaps he
of
wants to break
everything.
the seal and fight Hitagami. Perhaps he wants to avenge Dragon God Sama's death
Lord
and the 5
Dump.
dragon generals' regret. But he never did.
This is the
He
true
proceeded,
Lord Dump.
slowly and steadily. One by one completing the elements that guarantee Hitagami's demise. Laplace Sama had it hard, hasn't it? It's painful to remember the old days. But for the sake of guaranteeing a future without Hitagami, it's not so. One day, Orsted Sama will arrive and fight against Hitagami, with everything I have prepared for him. The martial arts, magics, the techniques, weapons, and knowledge I created. No, not just Orsted. With the remaining dragon race, with Perugia Sama, fighting together against Hitagami. My heart pounds just imagining that moment. With a smile, Laplace said. He has been ready. It was tough at first. To start with nothing, except the mission to defeat Hitagami. But thousands of years have made progress possible. He worked on many things. He passed Dragon Race's magic and techniques to the fast-growing human race and studied the secret techniques of Dragon God Sama and the 5 dragon generals. When the human race developed and improved upon his teachings, he learned from them and shared his newfound knowledge. He prepared countermeasures for the side effects of the magic circles used on Orsted. That was not all. In the event Hitagami's death had adverse effects, he prepared for that as well. For the descendants of the 5 dragon generals, he hidden in various corners of the world treasures made from fragments of Dragon God Sama's divine jewel, and records of his research results in ruins all over the world. Doing everything he can. Not just now, but for the long term. Preparing for every hypothetical. It was no longer so painful. Because the darkness has passed and the future is bright. But Rostalina could feel it. A sense of distance. Laplace's war. There's no place for her there between Hitagami and the dragon race. It made Rostalina very sad. Laplace Sama. What is it? Is there anything I can do? Laplace was taken aback by Rostalina's words. But soon with a soft smile, he stroked her head.
Nah.
You're always helping me, with cleaning and washing. Not only that, your presence soothes my heart, that has been lonely since I came to the human world. It's fine as long as you're here. It was just a whim when Laplace picked her up. Of course, there was also a possibility that something useful may come of it. An enormous magical power lay dormant in her body that's hard to come by. However, he didn't plan on using her. Laplace is a person too. After living together for so long, feelings have developed. She's the only one who could heal Laplace now. I don't like that. I also want to help Laplace. I don't think we can fight together, but isn't there anything? Something that will benefit that child in the future. Laplace never asked Rostalina for anything. He hasn't thus far. Just to wait for him to return. Surely she could do more than simply soothe his heart. Waiting can be hard as well. Laplace knew firsthand how hard waiting can be. He had been waiting for a long time for Orsted, son of Dragon God Sama. As preparation dwindled, when there's nothing else left to do but wait, he might have found himself a little restless as well. I understand. If you insist, I'll have your help. Thus Laplace said. Is there anything I can do? Oh, but it may be painful for you. What is it? I will do anything. I'll need to remove those magic circles I placed on you and restore the curse in your body. Rostalina's face turned a little pale, hearing that her curse would return. Plunge back to the darkness she once bore. There was an instinctual fear against that. Then I'll use the demon's arcane technique to gradually reshape your body, so that you can become a store of enormous magic powers that can be passed on to others. Others? Yes. Orsted Sama was vested with a number of abilities to defeat Hitagami, so his magic power would deplete as a result. If the magic consumption is higher than we anticipated, it may exceed Orsted Sama's ability to recover. So my magic power would be useful there. That's right. It'll take a long time for the arcane technique to change your body to an ideal state. Maybe a century or 2. You won't be able to live like you used to. If everything can be done in my sleep, I think I'll be okay. The changes to your body would affect your mind in a variety of ways. With the passage of time, it'll even obscure your memory.
Fuck?
You mean, my personality? Even my memory of Master might be lost. Yes. Of course, as long as I make periodic adjustments, your memories can be maintained. Then, I'll entrust myself to Master. So you will bear it? Yes. Rostalina's response left Laplace a little grim. Realizing their current lifestyle was over. Her voice would disappear from their household.
I'm trying to connect the dots here. Leave me alone.
A sense of melancholy. However, Rostalina chose for Laplace's sake, for Dragon God Sama's sake, Laplace could not refuse. Because Laplace was a dragon general. He could not refuse someone who wished to work for Dragon God Sama. Well. Then come. Let's get ready. Laplace said, forcing a smile on his face. An underground cave in the depths of Dragon's Roar Mountain.
I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to connect the dots here. Be patient.
Giant magic circles constructed of stone. The entire cave was a giant magic tool. In its depth, there was a girl. Her body dipped in
I'm a
waters with
bit
a faint shine,
slow-minded at the
her eyes
moment,
closed,
alright?
asleep. Then the saint overthrew the Demon King and returned to his beloved. Laplace was sitting in front of her and speaking quietly. A story from long ago. A heroic tale of the human world. Well, that's it for today. When the story was over, Laplace slowly stood up. I'm heading to battle again. You can't tell what Hitagami is thinking, but nothing good could come of it. I must go now. Laplace said, placing a hand over Rostarina, then slowly covering her sleeping pedestal with a transparent lid. Laplace patted the lid as it became completely submerged with shining water. Let's continue the story once I'm done. No worries, because no story is as miserable as those of Dragon Worlds. Laplace said so and turned his heels. I'm going, take care. His footsteps fade with each step. When Laplace left, the lights in the room began to fade. Eventually the footsteps disappeared, and the room was engulfed in darkness. Rostalina was unconscious. But Laplace's story surely reached her, deep within her consciousness. She would wait. Waiting for the day when the arcane adjustments ends and she can help Laplace. In the darkness, waiting. Always, waiting. Document outline.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Feel free to give me hints. Anyway, jeez, man, that was so good. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, that was like a good maybe an elf, dude. Like maybe an elf. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, jeez, man, that was really good. It's like one of the better stories from Mushoku Tensei. It's like one of the it's like if I had to compare it in terms of quality, it's like probably like Laplace is the father of Orson and stop. Oh my gosh. What the fuck, bro? No. He's the godfather, bro. He is the godfather. Which character loses all of her memories? Main side character. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, it's her, Elnalise? No shot. No shot. No shot. No. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. All right? Stop. Stop it now. Fuck, she's sealed in like a liquid thing. In a labyrinth. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking hell. It might be. Fucking hell. It's very much hinted at who it is. Yeah, I know. I just connected the dots, alright? Fucking hell, man. Hold up. I'm missing a chat box here. Give me a second. Where my chat box at? Where my chat box at? There it is. Add source chat box. Bane and Baba Booey. Hold. All right. No, hold. All right. It's about how Laplace is a hero of ODT and the villain of Mushoku Tensei. Yeah, I have no clue how that actually like goes about, but that's crazy. I'm gonna turn on the music, some music again. That is not a good fucking song. To match this. You know what? We can go silent here. We don't need music. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm done with Mushoku Tensei. I think that's okay. My brother really did a good job picking out his clothes there. Look at that. Look at those cabinets, bro. Fantastic. Anyway, yeah, dude, that was insane. Man, that's Ellen Elise, 100%. I can't believe I didn't connect the dots till now. It like her origin story, how she was found, being in a labyrinth and all that. Being found in a labyrinth, memory wiped, blonde elf, red eyes. Yeah, that's her. Never connected the dots till now. Yay. Anyway, fuck. Trying to think. This is like, I'm lost for words, man. Yeah, that's it. That's the final side story of Mushoku Tensei, and that's like the final thing written for Mushoku Tensei. I have finished it. I have finished it all. Have you figured out who Hitogami is? No. Another thing that my brain is slow to pick up on. Anyway, if it isn't obvious already. Fuck. Yeah. I am very shy. You read Roxy Get Serious? No, I have not. I guess that's the only piece of Mushoku Tensei media I haven't read, but like I'm not interested in reading it, so it's still continuing to like I don't. Now it's just a sequel left and nothing more. Basically, we don't count Roxy Get Serious. That's a manga. Stop it. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. All right? We don't talk about it. An Era side story. To be fair, I do have a lot of volumes to read, okay? I've read volume 1, the light novel volumes to read. I've read volume 1 and volumes 7 through 14. Okay? Granted, I do have light novels to read, but you know how slow I am with stuff like this. So it took me like around 3 months to finish old Dragon's Tale since starting it. So you know how slow things get. Yeah. Great. This is probably one of the better I'll consider this a volume. One of the better volumes of Mushoku Tensei. I am calling this a volume. Fuck you. This is volume 27. This is volume 27. Shut the fuck up if you think otherwise. It's kind of its own side story. You don't really need much context before volume 15 to get it. And yeah, it's so good. And the Paul Gray. Stop it. Stop including all this side content that no one cares about, bro. No one cares about the Paul Gray mini video game, alright? No one cares about that. No one cares. Just finished the light novel version of Redundancy. Oh, you can read Japanese. Good for you, man. I am jealous, but I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel about that. Anyway, fucking hell. No Google Translate. Ah, I see. I guess that's a way to read it. I guess that's a way to read it. Yeah. So always waiting. Well, you're not waiting. You weren't waiting. You eventually broke out. Eventually, you You eventually broke out. I wouldn't say you're always waiting. You're always waiting. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that one. Yeah. So definitely one of the better volumes. If I had to, actually, fuck. Can I see if there is a ranking, a tier list of Mushoku Tensei stories, volumes? Tier list maker. Let's see if someone made it. Because I finished the story now, and I could probably, let me try to find one. Mushoku Tensei novels. All right. Light novels. All volumes. All right. This will be fine. You know what? We're not using this reading scene anymore, so we'll just replace you with hold up. I need to window capture, add source, add a new source, sure. And this will be Bane. And you can't see me. I'm gonna move this a little bit back. Maybe a little bit more back. All right, here we go. All right, we finished all of it. Yay. So, to be clear, to be perfectly clear, Volume 1, I read the light novel of. Volumes this through this, 2 through 6, anime. 7 through 14, light novel. Okay? Understand. This is not all consistent. Bear that in mind. The rest was a web novel, okay? The rest was a web novel, all right? There are spoilers on the Mushoku Tensei covers. Yeah, there are. So for those of you who haven't read Mushoku Tensei web novel or haven't finished the series in any way, I guess if you're a light novel reader, you could probably read. Actually, probably not when I talk about the last volume. But for those of you who finished the web novel, congratulations! You can watch this VOD, unprotected. You can go in here unprotected. You're safe. This is a safe space for web novel readers. Okay, web novel readers, you're safe. Okay, you're safe. Now, for those of you who just watched me read Old Dragon's Tale and nothing else, and just wanted to see my thoughts on Old Dragon's Tale with reference, let's use this volume as S tier. I think that's not going to be a surprise for web novel readers. And we'll say we'll just use like a spectrum here. Volume 6A, volume. Okay, it said see this tier list. Okay, so with this, we can raw dog this VOD. Okay. With this, I'd say Old Dragon's Tale is an easy A tier. I don't think it's S tier. I think it's mainly because we spend so little time with all the characters that I can't grow too attached to them. But as its own story, it is very good. Adds context to a lot of the volumes here. All right. So it'd be in the A tier, probably top of A. I'll order these. I'll make sure they're in order. Okay. All right. Now this ranking will change. I'm gonna show the covers again. Now this order will change. Probably will. More than likely will. Once I read once I read the light novels, all of them, all the light novels. But till then, this is the one we're gonna have to stick with. So I'm gonna increase the size of this here and put it here. Okay. All right, we're good. All right, so I ranked three of the volumes here to I'm gonna change it so that it captures my mouse here. Give me a second. Show cursor. Okay. It's not showing my cursor. Fuck. I need to be able to like capture cursor. Oh wait. Wait, it's supposed to. What the fuck? There it is. Okay. There, I have to click on the actual window in order for the cursor to show up. Okay. So I ranked these three. Volume 6, in terms of the anime, A tier. Pretty clearly an A tier. I don't think the turning point really matches up compared to most. This is the only time I'm going to go out of order. Volume 1, good start to the story. Nothing fantastic. B tier probably. 15, I'll talk about that when we get there. All right. Volume 2, easy C tier. Easy C tier. Actually, this contains Turning Point 1. Turning Point 1 was, I think Turning Point 1 probably prevents it from being a D tier in my opinion. I don't like, there's a lot of cringe scenes and there's a lot of cringe parts, cringe scenes in those episodes of the anime. And looking back on it, it was definitely a slow point. Not really much to chew on in terms of lore or like introductions to like the world and stuff. Not really much to chew on there. Let me double check to see if anyone texted me. No one texted me. Good, just emails. Not really much to chew on in terms of the grand story. I don't think so. If you disagree, let me know. But try to convince me otherwise, because I feel bad putting it in C tier. But honestly, Turning Point 1 carries. Overall, exploring the demon world, it's not nearly an A or an S. I don't think. I don't think it's nearly an A or an S in retrospect to like everything that we've seen so far, but it's definitely better than like any side stories that we've seen in like Redundancy and shit. Redundancy is like so bad. So like seeing like slice of life content in a new world with a new protector or whatever to guide, that's pretty cool. I'd say that's a solid B tier. But Volume 4 and Volume 3, let me double check. Let me double check when these volumes ended so I get a clear grasp of everything. Yeah, oh no, I'm spoiling myself on the light novel that I already watched the anime version of. Oh no, when does it end? Again, if there's light novel exclusive content, bear with me. Again, I'm ranking like the anime content here. Before we knew it, the three of us had become A-ranked adventurers, and at long last we reached the city of Windport, the southern tip, on the very southern tip of the demon continent. Okay, so they reached the port area there. Okay. I mean, I guess after that, let me see where this one ends. Obviously, you get the Demon Eye here based on the cover, but I'm just double checking to make sure where this ends. Guardian Fits and Lost. Okay, so that's a side story. They had the Guardian Fits side story here. Volume 4. Jeez, that's a long one. The Holy Sword Highway. Search across the Blue Worm Mountains. So right there. Okay, so right before they reached Millis. Okay, cool. There are some light and character perspectives. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of things that are exclusive to the light novel, but again, this is like I'm rating my personal experience of Mushoku Tensei, and that's anime first, light novel, then web novel. You get the idea. I'm ranking my own personal experience here. This will change. This will likely change after reading the light novels, but right now, these two kind of blend together in their own little space. This volume's a lot darker than volume 3. Volume 3, I'm pretty sure, has a lot more slice of life shit. And some things I'm not really a fan of, but way less cringe than what happens in volume 2, in my opinion. Of the strengths of Mushoku Tensei is anime is time and animation spent training is more than actual combat. Years of training for less than a minute of fighting. Yeah. True. The fight scenes are pretty short, but they do shine. But nothing. I don't consider action to be a big part of Mushoku Tensei, with a few exceptions. I don't think the action is gonna affect my ranking much of a lot of these volumes, except for one clear, obvious one that's already ranked here. This one is that Paul dynamic. The Paul dynamic with Rudius was so good. I don't know if it's ranked higher than volume 6 though, with Turning Point 2. I guess for what happens later in the series, I guess the effects of volume 6 do shape a lot of what happens later. Paul reunions S. You got to be mindful of what peak Mushoku Tensei is, though. In my opinion, in my mind, there aren't that many S's in respect to Paul's reunion. But oh my gosh, the freaking scene with Norn and Paul being teleported in the anime was so fucking good. It's one of my favorite scenes in the anime. It's probably my favorite scene in the anime so far. But there are so many good highlighted portions of, and the anime original episode with the final episode of season 1 was so good. Like A+, then I don't do pluses or minuses, bro. I'm sorry. I just rank them within the rank, you know. I sort them within the rank. Is more lifelike. Other shows will only have training as a montage, and fighting will last a couple episodes. You're talking about Dragon Ball there. I don't remember. Actually, no, that's Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer does last for a few episodes. Same with Fate. Fuck, you're right. A lot of anime have more multi-episode length fights. Fuck. Whatever. It's not really relevant now. You know what? The content that's within volume 5, I think, is a very good sign. Let me double check to make sure what's actually in it. Let me double check. All right. So I know Paul's content is in here, but is that the entirety of volume 5? I don't think so. Death of Ariel. Yeah, shut up. Dragon meat Nanahoshi style. What the fuck? Okay, dude, I did not know that they had a Food Network reference in volume 15. Bro, what the fuck is this title? What the fuck is this title? Oh, that's Roxy's Homecoming. Fuck, Roxy's Homecoming's in here too. Shit, that's a good one. Fuck. Top of A. Shit. But bro, they alluded to the freaking redundancy with that fucking title name, bro. What the fuck, bro? Dragon meat, Nanahoshi style, my boy. What the fuck? Okay. That is very strange that they allude to extra chapter. What the fuck? I know that's a food that they're trying to do, but jeez, dude, what the fuck? Harry versus Death God Food Wars. Very funny. I still think that this belongs slightly below. They were on equal playing field with the Paul stuff, but I think the Roxy stuff makes this on the borderline between S and A. I can move it between either one. Volume 7 is a very solid B tier. I think it's a very solid B tier. It's a very good like standalone story that I think really helps develop Rudy's character, but not much happens in terms of plot, and you could kind of feel it. And it doesn't have any lingering effects. So I think B's pretty good. Is it better than Volume 1? Volume 1 is very good at establishing a magic system in the world. And that's one of the things I appreciate a lot about Volume 1. It gets you interested in the world like very quickly. Volume 1's genius. I'd consider that like top of B for now. Volume 8. Volume 8 is good. I don't think it's as good as Volume 7. I don't think it's as good as Volume 7. I believe this is scenario. I believe this includes. Does it include Cliff's stuff? Hold up. Again, going back to the source material, I'm gonna have like 10 books at the. I'm gonna have like 10 different books at the end of this on my desk. Beginning my school life, yada yada yada, an unreachable power, yada yada yada, slave shit. Okay, kidnapping beast girls. Okay, you end on kidnapping of beast girls, and you end with this. Oh, they ended with the Sylvia chapter. Chapters plural. Fuck. You might think I'd done it for Princess Safe. Shit. That moves it up. Probably top of B for now. That moves it up. All the Sylphiette focused chapters are very fucking good. Very, very good. Although this does have some of the best comedy in the series. Truth be told, this does have some of the best comedy in the series. Volume 9. Volume 9 hits different with Nanohoshi's turning point, and the freaking confession at the end was so fucking good. Volume 9, a banana. Man, like, okay, I'm gonna rank it higher than Volume 6. I like teared up during this. Okay, I teared up twice. One during the light novel and one during the anime. Okay. So there's a reason why I think Sylphie's best girl, and I'll make that clear in my video, hopefully. Hopefully for you Sylphie Simps, when I release this video, you'll be able to point them just to that video and be able to say, hey, she's best girl because of this reason, all right? You don't need to say that she's better than the other girls. You don't need to justify that. That's subjective. But in your mind, she's best girl for this reason. And I hope with my video you'll be able to point to it and just be able to justify your thoughts behind that. Anyway, and they fucking the mansion stuff was fine, but I think this is slightly higher in C tier. I think this is like bordering between C and B tier in my opinion. It's good, but it's I don't know. It's really feel good, but like I don't know. It's like it's between here and here. I think you have to be offensively bad to put it anywhere below B tier. I think we'll put it here. Bananas breakdown. Let me double check. If you are right, and that is not in volume 11, because volume 11 is very good. If that is not in volume 11, then it's going in C tier. But if it is, it'll stay where it is. Let me double check. Champion Fanes, The Master Babysitter, yada yada yada. Don't really care about that. Nostalgia and Frustration. That might be the chapter. And my headphones powered off. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need my headphones for the rest of this. Norm Vol. Okay, dude. That's a bad take. That's a bad take if you consider that a normal volume, bro. That's a bad take. Anyway, the letter. Oh yeah, that's the first letter, right? Yeah, that's not. I can't go home. I get home. You're right. That is in volume 10. Okay. You mean Norn's volume? Yeah, you mean Norn's volume. I think you meant Norn. I think you meant Norn, dude. So yeah, it does include the Nanahoshi breakdown. So yeah, considering that, it goes right below volume 7. And granted, like, again, Mushoku Tensei, I think I said this before last time I did a tier list, but if you like compare this to any normal anime, you just move all of these tiers except for maybe like C and D. Move B, A, and S. Normally, if you compare it to any other like story, move it a tier higher. Okay? A tier higher. And I normally don't do pluses, but anything in S would normally be considered an S plus. Hold up. Trash cans need to be taken out. Yeah, I'll do that in a sec. Okay. Bro, she was a reason why Rudy went to. She was the reason why Rudy went to. Okay. Anyway. Volume 11. Controversial take. I think it is one of the best volumes, probably my favorite volume in the entire series. It is so fucking good. The only one that even comes close to it is a volume we'll see soon. Let me double check. Let me get the volume out here. Right. So, amid all these chapters, we got Coping with the Grey Rat Sisters. That's fine. It's a normal volume. We got The Live-In Maid and the boarding school student. You got the Aisha shit, which is all right. It's good. It's good for what it is. Interlude and master servant relations, please. Okay, yeah, that is cringe. That might move it down a bit. A brother's feelings. What the fuck was that about? I don't remember. I only remember the highs of volume 11 here, but a lot happens here. Yeah, that's the lead up to Norn's chapter. Okay, yeah. 26 is better XD. We'll get there when we get there, okay? We'll get there when we get there. Bro, she was the reason. Okay, I already read that comment. And then so we had the Norn shit, which is S tier, S plus tier shit. and she won't have nearly that good of a story again. And then immediately after that, we have the third turning point, which is so good. So good. And then we have the journey to Begaret, to the freaking labyrinth with Ellen Elise, and that was a great adventure. That was like, if you take like all the importance of a volume like volume 15 or 6, and you took the adventuring aspects of 3, and then you take the heartfelt emotion of 5, you combine all of those into one volume, you get volume 11. It's so good. It has everything. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Volume 12. A lot of people consider Volume 12 to be one of the best. It's good. It's very good. I'd consider it... It's not on the same level as... It's not better than Volume 11. We can already get that out. S tier Rudy character development. True. I think the ending of Volume 15, so good. That cliffhanger was so good. And I think the melancholic tone, personal preference, doesn't hit as hard as this. That it ends on. I think everything that the reunion here, the fight here, I think this, like, okay, I don't read that often, okay? The most I've read was during school with school volumes and shit, okay? But even in a fan translated version, the action in the diary chapters, bro, the action, oh my gosh, bro, I can't, dude. It's better, okay? It's just better. Yeah, I think it is S tier. I agree with you, but it's not as good. All right, it's not. And when I say, I tell people this, when I say like volumes 11 through 15 are peak Mushoku Tensei, volumes 11 through 15, and then there's this chapter, volume 13. Fuck, is it boring? It's so boring, bro. I couldn't. It's like, oh man, the aftermath of volume 12, it's gonna be so good. And then like, it's like, what if you kept the melancholic tone of the purposeful melancholic tone of the ending of volume 12, and you just stretch that, and it no longer becomes melancholic, it becomes boring. And then eventually it gets a little bit better, like in terms of like mood, but it was bad. It was so bad. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't read it. Sorry. Watching the VOD, now I can only go back 15 minutes. What the fuck? Let me try to go back on let me try to pull it up here. That's weird. Yeah, you're right. I can only go back. What the fuck happened? All right. All right. What happened to here? Oh my gosh, that's strange. I have all of the... Oh my gosh, if we lost record of that, that's gonna suck. Alright. I'm too scared to end the stream right now, but I'm thinking I should. Jeez, dude. What the fuck just happened? 15 seconds ago, I got booted from the stream? That is strange. Because in my record here, I got all 2 hours here. But that's just from my POV. That's just from my POV. If I try to go back, like, okay. Here we go. I'll show you guys. I got the entire stream right here. All of it. I got all of it. But if you try to open it from... I'll have to refresh. If you try to open it from here... If you try to... Yeah. It's as you said. That is strange. Yeah. We'll continue. I don't think that's going to change anything. I don't think me stopping the stream is going to change anything. But, yeah. That sucks. What happened? I was watching it and now I only go back. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I can't really do much of anything on that. We'll keep ranking shit, but that sucks. Yeah. Where was I? Volume 13. It was good, but I don't... It was alright. It was so boring, though. I could not power through it. I'm gonna double check to see if there's anything of importance that, like, pops up. But... Nothing wrong with making 2 streams a night. One on reading and one on tier list. Yeah, but the problem is if I end the stream, I'm not sure if the I don't think that'll affect the result of the reading gonna be still live and recorded. Rudy thinking Lucy was a reincarnate was funny. Okay. So this was the cliff wedding. This had the cliff wedding. What else? The reunion with freaking that girl. Keep forgetting her name. Roxy's new job, year 3, training with Norn. Lucky Man, phase 4, sharpening the Mad Dog's sword. Water King is born. Boring shit. Yeah, nothing really happened here. So yeah, C tier. Easy. And then again, I say volumes 11 through 15 for the most part are peak Mushoku Tensei. You got Turning Point 4 to end it with, Meeting Perugius. It is a close second for best. It is a close second to the best. As of now, the best. I'm not even sure if volume 11's the best, but it's a close second to the best Mushoku Tensei has to offer so far. It is so fucking good. Holy shit. Anyway, I don't think I need so Turning Point 4, it was the beginning points of Turning Point 4. The Diaries was after. But even the first initial part of Turning Point 4 was very, very, very good. So include that, include Perugius, being introduced to Perugius, include the Nanahoshi, like another Nanahoshi breakdown, basically. This one was way better than the first one, by the way. Way better. So much better. I love this. The Nanahoshi chapter was one of the best chapters in my opinion. I loved it so much. That is like peak Mushoku Tensei. I could not stress you enough how good that was. Another boring volume. You'd think like him talking to Orsted would be like very interesting and stuff, but he doesn't even reveal that much information till later. He kind of just initializes like the objective for the rest of the series, but not much after that. It's kind of mid. Maybe it's not as offensive as Turning Point, as volumes 2 and 13. 13 is a crime because everything else around is so good. And then afterwards, he kind of expected to go on a downhill trajectory. So I think that justifies me putting it a tier higher. A tier higher. It's not the best, but you know. Politics. People love this volume, don't they? People love this volume. 17A. It's a bit generous, don't you think? I hate Ariel. I think she's a detestable character. But that Orsted scene, though. That Orsted scene was fucking lit. It kind of shows how good, like, it kind of shows how, like, powerful the grand scope of the entire world. But again, Orsted was great. But it was so short, dude. I don't think you can, like, say that is a big point, a big contributing factor of the rank of this volume. I'd say it doesn't move it up an entire rank, but I'd say it moves it up a decent bit. I'd say probably here. That's probably going to be my hottest take of this entire tier list, honestly. This is probably going to be my hottest take. Top of B. Top of B. This is mainly because of the Sylphiette chapters why it's ranked higher. The Orsted scene's better, but like it's so short, dude. Sylphiette's had like 2 parts and everything. Yeah. And you'll start to notice like all the parts that I read the web novel version of, it won't rank as high because I think the official translation does the delivery way better. But you still see duds here and there with the web novel, with the light novel version, and I don't think there's any delivery that can save the story there. I already did, bro. I already did. I have the ticket. There are some minor changes as well. I mean, sure. I mean, I think if you... I feel like this will probably be one of the biggest like changes after I read... This ranking will probably be the biggest change after I read the light novel. I think the delivery in the web novel kind of did a disservice to some of the politics and stuff that was involved. Like, yeah, I don't know. I still didn't like the politics and stuff that I read in like the university shit with the light novel, but I don't. It's whatever. 16 changed a lot in the light novel. Okay, well, maybe this too will change, but Water God loyalty to the boy Darius makes her a compelling villain before he became corrupted. This is offensive. This is an offensive volume, but Mafia is pretty cool. But this shit was boring as fuck. This shit was boring as fuck, dude. This shit was boring as fuck, except for that Mafia boss shit. That was hilarious, but everything else, I sleep, cuh. Everything else, I sleep, cuh. Like, holy, that's D tier. That's some D tier shit. Let me know if you agree with me, bro. But that was some D tier shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there's any translation that's gonna save most of that. Like the Mafia boss stuff threw me so off guard because it was so much better than the rest of the volume. I was out of it. This list is trash. I loved Aramathy becoming a slave. It had funny bits, but it didn't feel important. It didn't feel like it contributed to anything. The Julie chapters, fucking. I'll look over the glossary. You happy? All right. I'll look over the glossary here. All right. Why is that here? There are some things in the world that are permissible and others that are not. Each person must decide for themselves what they're willing to let slide. Why? Why is that here? Rudius' diary. Oh, this is a modern version of his diary. Okay, yeah, never mind. You need the slice of life volume to appreciate the strife volumes. Doesn't permit it from being bad slice of life. Like, good slice of life, good slice of life, average slice of life. I'd even say this is good slice of life with a mix of adventuring, so not really slice of life, but you get the point. This is like decent slice of life outside of the Orsted shit. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, it had very funny bits, but like, holy, like, it was boring as fuck outside of that. Signs of family falling apart. Yeah, sure, bro. Revisiting Doldia Village was so boring too. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. It's staying in D tier. Fuck you guys. Going to Doldia Village again was so bad. I swear. The only tension that was going in there was like the dog being on Rudius' side, but that was it. That was the only sign of tension. Okay. And I lost viewership. I don't care what you guys think about that. Zanaba's arc, hot take, top of A. Top of A. It is the top of A. It's better than the Paul shit. Zanaba's story here was so good, and having the death god there too made things had so much tension to it, and the fate of his brother at the end was so fucking good. I loved it. I loved it so much. I kind of pair these two together. Let me double check to see when like these volumes ended and how they started and ended. Let me double check. These two were kind of like a blur to me, to be honest. Shut the fuck up. That's a bad take. No, it's not going to be an S. I don't care what you think. It's not going to be an S. Maybe if you read the light novel. But for me, web novel, not S. Oh, so 21 had the part where Rudius went sort of berserk. Okay. Went serious. Plain dumb. Okay, so yeah, 21 will rank higher. Let me double check on what 20 was. I cried when Rudy kicked Linnea out of bed. Imagine being told you're not even good enough to be a sex toy. Yeah, dude. Okay. The Zanaba store, Cliff's homecoming. Okay, the Pope. Okay. So yeah, 20 setup, boring. Top of C. It's set up for volume 21. Let's be honest here. It was all build up for volume 21 with a few extra chapters that were all right slice of life. And you know what? Move it slightly higher than volume 16. All right, let's be fair here. 21. I don't think it's as good as volume 9. The twist was good. I believe the twist is in here. Let me double check. Yes, it is. Spoilers for any of you reading the or watching the anime. This this image is in it, and good twist, good twist. I was spoiled on it, but good twist. Volume 21 S tier snapper. It's not S tier. Let's be real. It's not S tier. Did it make me cry? No. Did it have a good twist? Yes. It did have the Zenith shit here, and it did have a twist with the mother, but it did not hit as hard as even Volume 9 in terms of powerful moments, emotional moments. Not even that. And barely knew Zenith's mother. Still hated her after that. I don't care what you think of how she's potentially redeemed because of like the understanding her perspective. I don't care about Zenith at this point. It's been how many volumes since we last like talked about her? Volume 13 all the way to volume 21. It's been so long, I don't care anymore. Like it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The toe fight. This one good. This one good. This one good. This one good. I don't think it's as good as Volume 21. I don't think it's as good. Top of B. Top of B. What do you think of that? Top of B? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Toph's trying to find Kishiriko was fucking hilarious. Find it. That's good comedy right there. Kishiriko just being out and about, and Rudius's fight with Toph was great. Knowing the context of the diaries made a Toph like a huge enemy, and trying to persuade her on your side. Very, very high stakes. Very good in between chapter between like the very important notes of 18 all the way to 24, 25. I'd say those are like major volumes in my opinion. Those are like the major volumes, like the major like Hitogami conflict deciding bits. The Golden Rings of Power S tier. No. No. I need to check volume 23 out. Give me a sec. And for the hell of it, I brought 24 as well to look at later. Did I stain this at some point? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. I'll have to rush to the end of the stream soon. 23 S tier. I need to double check. So Sieg. We have Sieg. Nanohoshi's Fate. Fuck, that's good. Anything with Nanohoshi in the main story is really good. Which kind of mercenary more? The Second Eye. Yeah. I have to look at the images again. It's not S tier. Anyone who says that can shut the fuck up. Also are in the light novel. The Cookie Narc was pretty good. Yeah, Cookie Narc was pretty good there. This is how you do good slice of life here. This is how you do good slice of life. I'd say it's like on par with 10. It's like on par with 10 here. Okay? It's like on par with 10. All right? I like 25 and 26 better than 23. I mean, is that a hot take? Like, Is that really a hot take? It's not a hot take. You're fine. You're fine for thinking that, okay? No. Shut the fuck up. You put an S tier. Shut the fuck up. You put an S tier. So this was reuniting with Ruchard, right? The Superb Village was really good. The Genius was good. When did it end? Teleportation circle and the contact tablet has been deactivated. There's no problem on our end, so our sense office is right. It's probably been attacked. Oh yeah, that shit. Yeah, that was pretty concerning. And my headphones are about to run out of battery. I'm gonna plug my headphones in. It wasn't meant to be a hot take. It wasn't meant to be a hot take. I mean, you said it like it was supposed to be a hot take, so don't worry about that. 24, very good. I'd say it's like bottom of A. It's better than 22. I'd say it's bottom of A. It had high stakes going into it, obviously, but didn't quite land. I don't know. It didn't quite land. 25 was a really good fucking fight scene. It was like about the same quality of a fight scene as 15, but it didn't have like the impact of the diaries to lift it up any higher. So Slime Daddy epic fight. Okay, dude. Top of A. I'd say top of A. I was able to read these 2 volumes all in one day. I mean, you see the 8-hour VOD, right? Like, that's a lot. But yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. So with that, we have the final volume. Volume 26. With reference, with Attack on Titan ending recently, we know how this story is going to end. And many people say that when they read Attack on Titan's manga that the ending was going to suck if they kept it the same. Because really because of like some of the dialogue choices and overall the actions that were set. Now, is this one of those situations where now this is for anime onlys who are going in here with spoilers included, and just want to know how the story ends. Let me tell you this. The story is peak. The finale to the story is peak. It is so good, but so unrelated, adds so much mystery to the story, and leaves so much hanging off for a potential sequel. It's not like Code Geass ending, like it gives you like a sense of finale, or Attack on Titan in that sense. It adds a sense of intrigue, but for Rudius's end to the story, there's a bit something that happens after that's also very good. For Rudius's end to the story, just talking about that, without the lore heavy ending shit involved, or just Rudius's part. Top of S. This is one of the shortest volumes ever. This is one of the shortest volumes ever in the web novel too. In the web novel. Again, I'm talking about this from the web novel perspective. It's one of the shortest. But the sense of finale that you got from just Rudius's story was so fucking good. And the redundancy chapter shit all over it, but whatever. The sense of finale was so fucking good there. I did not need to honestly after that, I did not need to see any more Mushoku Tensei. Whatever the sequel was, I should read that. But But any side story shit I did not need to read, except for the final chapter of volume 26. Holy shit. Holy shit. Can we add a tier, please? Add a row above, please. This shit's S+. This shit is S+. It does so much for the story. When you thought that, like, you couldn't really, like, make the rest interesting, like, the rest is going to be pretty, like, the rest of the story is going to be pretty, like, predictable. The rest of the story is going to be pretty predictable with, like, the future generations eventually going to beat Hitagami. They even show, like, how it's going to end with, like, a flash forward sort of deal. And, like, but with the added element of how they were how these characters from Earth were summoned into this world, with the added element of that, with the single most heartbreaking chapter in the series, I am including the diaries on this. This shit was heartbreaking because it actually fucking happened. This shit was so powerful. And I don't normally tear up during I don't normally tear up. When I say I tear up, I mean, like, I come close to having actual tears, and that is, like, a raw emotion. But I actually had tears in this. That is very hard to do for someone like me. It's very hard to do. After reading mid-volume after mid-volume after mid-volume to, all right, we've gotten pretty good. When I started reading the web novel, like, it only went downhill until I read this, and it was such a breath of fresh air. Holy shit. So it makes it so much better. The final chapter of Mushoku Tensei is the best chapter in the entire series, and it has nothing to do with the main story, and I fucking love it. It's going to make the sequel very tragic in retrospect. I don't know how they're going to be able to, I don't know how they're going to be able to make it. Oh my gosh, I need to put these down. Trying to adjust all these books while I'm talking, it's tough. I don't know how they're going to make it, like, good in the anime, but jeez. Not only does Volume 6 end a story, it also starts a story, and the last conversation with Rudeus and Hitogami is pretty good. Yeah, I know. Like, by the Hitogami conversation with Rudeus by itself was S tier, but the chapter after that makes it an S+. It's on another level in terms of adding purpose to the story, in terms of adding potential for more stories to be told. It does so well, and with a standalone story, even if there is no sequel, by itself, it adds, like, it gives you a lot of answers while adding a lot of mysteries at the same time. But ultimately, Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation is a story about Rudeus, and it does sort of answer the reason why he's there. And with that, it adds purpose to the entire thing. It adds a sense of context behind everything, all within one chapter, and it tells a tragic tale of a girl who is caught in a terrible situation and finds a way out through the most tragic means possible. Very good chapter. I'm not going to go any further than that because it's kind of irrelevant for the rest of this ranking. Redundancy, D tier. Everything in redundancy belongs in D tier. It is so abysmally bad. Like, hold up. Just to be clear. Redundancy is fucking D. Like, D, F, whatever you fucking call it, is so bad. And then Old Dragon's Tale is like, it's like between like this chapter and this chapter, it's A. It's A. It's not S, it's A. It's very good. It adds context, but overall, emotional impact, I really had no emotional connection with the Laplace. He's a cool character and all, but and I had no emotional connection with any of the characters outside of that. They're all kind of NPCs, even though Laplace was really well connected with them. Didn't really have that much of a chance to get to know him. And it was just kind of like me questioning whether or not, like, oh, Dragon God's a fucking idiot, bro. What the fuck? And then like all of a sudden he just gets really smart all of a sudden, and after like clearing his head a little bit. It's a tragic tale, but like it adds context for a lot of things. But yeah, is it emotionally impactful? No. And that's the crux of that's a big part of Mushoku Tensei. If you don't do that, it's a big negative when ranking these volumes all together. Dragons are kind of cold-blooded. It's kind of funny. The story we've been following isn't even the main story, but a side story, which it's pretty cool because not a lot of stories do that. It's not the main story of the entire world, but it is the main story in respect to the purpose of Mushoku Tensei is not to tell a grand story about a fantasy world, it is to tell a story of a particular character that does change the fate of the world ultimately. That is the purpose of Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, and it does that beautifully. And with that, since you're not able to rewind, if you're still here, I'll show you a brief yeah, my headphones are disconnected. Are you fucking serious? I have this thing plugged in. What the fuck? Okay. I'll show you a brief what I have so far of my next video. I showed it in the beginning of this stream, but since you can't rewind, I'll show you now. For those of you who made it all the way. The title is Sylphie is Best Girl. Again, the main purpose of it, I'm not sure if you caught me saying it earlier in the stream, but the main purpose of it is to last tier Jackson shows it. It's not gonna be my last tier list of Mushoku Tensei. It'll probably be my last till I finish the light novel, which won't be till 10 years from now, probably. Yeah, it won't be for a while. Knowing how fast I take care of things. Ooh. So yeah. With that, this is my favorite. Cool. That's loud, but you know, maybe my voice is loud too. So save the edits. All right. So this is so far what I have. It's around 2 minutes or so finished. Yeah, we'll just watch. This is my favorite arc in Mushoku Tensei. The university arc is by no means perfect. Yes, it drags on at times. Yes, the animation sometimes can be a bit iffy, but it's still a masterpiece. Why? Because of Sylphie, obviously. Her entire story during this arc was great. I've seen a lot of complaints about this whole arc being dragged on for too long. Everyone after 2 or 3 episodes of Sylphie was just like,
昔師匠に助けてもらってすごい人でね。それは僕も会ってみたいものですね。それは無理じゃないかな。
Just tell him already! But I enjoyed this long stretch of episodes. There were a few points that didn't click with me, sure, but I still support the decision to make this whole romance build over the course of 7 episodes. Of course, Sylphie wasn't front and center during most of these, but this was done for a reason. This took me way too fucking long.
In the beginning,
Sylphie gets absolutely cucked by Rudeus not recognizing her the moment they met. From Rudy's point of view, this makes sense. It's been about a decade since they've seen each other, they both grew up, her hair changed color, you get the idea. But Sylphie was hoping to rekindle the friendly relationship they had in Buena Village. It's obvious that she was trying to bring things back to how they used to be, and despite Rudy's total brain fart, it still kind of worked. They both became good friends almost immediately, connecting through their many trips in the library and other places, Sylphie was able to get back the unique friendship that she was missing for most of her life. So during these 6 months, Sylphie thought she felt content with the way their relationship turned out, but as time went on, she knew something was missing. She was glad that Rudy's still friends with her, but she feels like this new identity prevents her from reaching another stage. So in episode 7, Sylphie's tempted to reveal her face, and in turn her true self, but ultimately stops because she's scared if this next stage will make her depressed. And that's what I have so far-ish. And there's a lot of... This is a fire fan art, by the way. I'm glad I cut to this one. This was a fire fan art that I found. Let me... So, you can see... This took a while. I don't want to dox myself by going through my... But... What was the last Sylphie one I used? Sylphie 171. So 171 different fan arts of Sylphie. Fun. This Luigi is pretty fire. So yeah, for those of you who didn't notice, this was the last yeah, if I show the entire image, it's a bit... Yeah, I think I'd get demonetized if I showed the last image. So, yeah. Let's just say, previous version of Rudius is behind Sylphie in the shot. Yeah, it's a yikes. Anyway, yeah. So those of you in the comments, feel free to tell me what changes I should make to this part. Yeah, I know. I was a bit traumatized when I first watched it, but I knew it had to be the last. It had to be the last frame. In fact, I made it like a frame longer than all the other ones. The rest were like 2 frames long. This one was 3. Yeah. Also, if any of you have like are prone to like if you have like epilepsy or something like that, I toned down the brightness of like this montage, but if any of you were like slightly disturbed from like the flashing images here, let me know. I need to turn down the brightness because that is something I already did, but I'm not sure if it was enough. So when the video actually posts and more people see it, I don't want like anything bad to happen. Anyway, so yeah, that was it. That's the stream. We've streamed for 5 hours. Holy shit, that's more than I work some days. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this video as long as for like whenever I'm in the mood to, honestly. Trying to go for a vibe that's funny but emotional when it gets to that stage. Trying to add like my take to the latest episodes of Mushoku Tensei, my own personal like perspective of it. The lessons that I took from it. It might not be correct. It might not be the author's intention, but I feel like that ultimately doesn't matter when you look at any form of media. You form your own opinions about that, and the purpose of this channel is to show my own opinions about it and document it. So yeah, I feel like this is the ultimate point of this video. Doesn't necessarily have to be correct, but it's my personal take. Point of the video is to ultimately to ultimately have people understand why Sylphie fans like Sylphie as much as they do. It's not by any stretch like this girl's worse than the other, or Eris is worse than Sylphie for this reason, or Roxy's worse than Sylphie for this reason. I don't touch upon that. I just say Sylphie is best girl, and I state my reason why I like her character the most out of everyone. It's not a comparison game. It's nothing like that. It's a bit of clickbait, but it's nothing like that. It's just, if anyone questions your thoughts on Sylphie being a good character, you show them this video. And that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make with this video. And I'm trying to do that well, but it's tough. It's very tough because you want to have a good mix of comedy, but you also want to portray the emotional tones that the original anime has. It's tough, but I think the script I think my script will do it justice, but I still haven't written the end. If I fail to deliver that point, if I fail to deliver the points I want to in an emotional fashion, it'll change how I'm going to end this whole video. So, how long is it? 7:24 right now, so it'll probably be 8 minutes. Yay, more ad revenue. Honestly, that's a coincidence. Fun. Just go to any random of these. Yeah. Just okay. Yeah. They are all equally good in their own ways. I agree, but I have my own personal preferences when I in terms of liking a character, liking a fictional character. So I have my own personal preferences. And I think this story connected with me a lot more than Roxy's or Eris's or anyone else's for that matter. I mean, I still think Rudy's the best character in the entire series. He's a lot more complex than anyone else, but that's mainly because he's the main character and gets the most time to be fleshed out. I mean, that's like just a cause and effect situation. So yeah, that'll be it from me. Hopefully, maybe do you guys want me to do like streams of me editing the video? It might like help me ultimately just it might help me like prevent me from looking back in the streams. I'll have them unlisted. Like, it won't spam your subscription feed. It'll only let you know when I'm live, because I don't want a record of this. I don't want a record of my video. Why not? Yeah, because now I have a really beefy processor and it could probably handle editing and live streaming at the same time. So might live stream later today if that's the case. The only reason why I would say why not is because spamming people's subscription feed when they don't want to watch the live streams. Because like I know some people have notifications on, and if you have notifications on and you don't want to watch the live streams, that would probably be a bad idea. You should probably leave them off for the time being, but I don't know. In fact, you might want to even unsubscribe if you don't want to watch my videos, honestly. It's just bloat. This channel's a lot smaller than the subscription number says it is, so you know. I gotta eat dinner. I might be live again. Depends on. Hopefully the whole stream, the whole VOD is recorded here. Let me double check. 49 minutes. 44 hours and 49 minutes. It should be all up here. Although it is failing to... Okay, yeah. It's loading. Hopefully when the VOD is up, hopefully it has the entire stream up. If not, lost record. Old Dragon's Tale is a lost record and you will never be able to watch it again. Sorry. Yeah. Anyways... See y'all later.